Our history isn't in the past. Our heritage isn't our better times. Our culture isn't done being defined. It's in the air. It's in the earth. It's in the waters. As it has been for thousands of years. As it still is this morning. Sri Lanka isn't a place, it's a marvel, a brave new world that wasn't made by the rules. She's a rebel of nature. She's a blessing of imagination, of untold innovation and resilience. Let's tell the story of Sri Lanka with the same courage this island was born of. It's in how we love, how we believe, how we protect, how we share, how we feast, and how we heal. As we dismiss strangers by making them friends. Because that stuff of stars that is beneath our feet, the brilliance that makes the monsoon waltz around lush hills and save itself to soothe scorched plains. The wonder that makes the salty seas nurture jungles of pure paradise. And the wild beauty that stays fierce and vibrant even as time tries to quieten it is in us. And now it's time to show the world Sri Lanka as it has always been, but never been realized before.
Creative design engineers spanning 7 global offices. We are enriching the lives of over 500 million people. We have successfully delivered projects globally, specializing in digital telco solutions, mobile money, fintech, IoT, AI, machine learning, data analytics, and self-care solutions. Using our expertise and domain knowledge, we have helped challenge the norms of industries and rewrite the rules of engagement. We provide our customers with agility. We provide them future-ready products now. Axiata Digital Labs, advancing digital life.
Sri Lanka is ambitious, fun, fierce, fabulous, free-spirited, breathtaking, connecting, soaring, winning. Sri Lanka is fearless, curious, full of action, passion, fusion, fashion, vision. She means business. She is determination, timeless, full of kindness, luxurious, magical. Sri Lanka is art. Sri Lanka is craft. Sri Lanka is heart. Sri Lanka is a feeling. She's healing. A love story, a lifetime story, a brand new story. Earth's favorite island is ready for you. So wild, so pure, so vibrant, so natural, so majestic. So Sri Lanka.
Curiosity makes us seek knowledge. We search for more in the unknown. In a world where everything is connected, the digital economy is booming. Technology is creating vitality. This is where I came into being. I feel the pulse of the city, observe the frantic vehicles, see the bustling crowds, and hear every sound. I connect city elements, accelerate sharing and collaboration, bridge the information divide, and empower all industries. I never stop thinking. Increase efficiency with technologies and bring intelligence everywhere. I grow with the city and keep evolving to unlock near unlimited potential with stable operations. I make this city a better place to live. In this city, services are people-centric. City management is more transparent. The business environment keeps improving. The industrial economy is booming. Education is no longer restricted by time and space. Telehealth is available anywhere. Transportation is more convenient. And people live in harmony with nature. I am City Intelligent Twins. I ignite intelligence with technology and bring digital to every household.
Good morning, everyone. It's a sunny Friday morning here in Colombo, and we are coming to you live from the Axiata Digital Labs offices for day one of the ADL AI Forum. My name is Liara, and I'm here with my co-host Eric, and we are ready to bring you the best insights on AI and the Metaverse.
Thank you, Liara. For those who are joining us for the very first time, Axiata Digital Labs is an innovative digital transformation solutions provider headquartered in Sri Lanka with offices in Malaysia and Indonesia. We at ADL are deeply passionate about emerging technologies including AI and machine learning, and we believe that innovation and collaboration are the heart of driving digital transformation across the globe.
Our goal with the AI Summit is to share our passion for AI with you, our viewers, by curating thoughtful, educational discussions from some of the brightest and most experienced minds in the field of AI.
If you have been following along with the AI Summit, you know that we have hosted a 4-part podcast series this week that touched on topics such as next generation AI applications, explainable AI, and blockchain. If you missed them or want to revisit any of those fascinating discussions, please head over to our YouTube channel for all the ones.
Our theme for this year's forum is Metaverse, and we are diving deep to learn how AI contributes to making the Metaverse an ethical and people-friendly tech playground.
Liara, do you know the phrase Metaverse was first coined exactly a decade ago in a science fiction novel called Snow Crash in 1992 by Neil Stephenson?
No idea.
So, speaking of the topic itself, we have an exciting lineup in store for you today. Our AI experts hail from industry giants like Huawei, Google, Axiata Group, and many other great organizations that are at the forefront of AI development. This is a great chance to hear from industry leaders, participate in discussions, and prepare for an AI-powered business landscape.
That's right, Eric. The topics for the ADL AI Forum have been carefully selected to give you the tools to develop your AI and machine learning skill set. Today, we're exploring exciting issues such as the role of AI in uncovering misinformation in social networks and how AI is driving an exponential growth in the gaming industry. Our Geeks Hangout is also coming up shortly. This exclusive technical breakout session is hosted by our sponsor, Huawei. to introduce you to their state-of-the-art AI tools. So stay tuned.
And that's not all, guys. We are also giving away incredible prizes on both days of the AI Forum, courtesy of our AI Forum sponsors, Huawei and Google Cloud. Today's prizes come courtesy of Huawei, and we are giving away a brand new Huawei MateBook Series laptop to the lucky winner of today's AI Forum quiz. Our quiz portal opens very soon, so stay tuned to find out how you can enter to win a brand new Huawei laptop. Thank you, Huawei.
Remember, you do have to register for the AI Summit to be eligible to win the Huawei laptop. To officially open day one of the ADL AI Forum, we have Thomas Hunt. Thomas is an expert in the telecommunications industry and has served as Asiatic Group Berhad's Group Chief Strategy and Technology Officer since October 2021. Before this, he served as the CEO of Smart Asiata from 2008 and the group's Executive Vice President of Technology since January 2020. Thomas, over to you.
Thank you very much. Welcome to ADL's AI Summit 2022. It's a great pleasure for me to welcome you all and to give some short opening remarks prior to kicking off full swing with a very packed but exciting agenda. We at Axiata have a very articulated strategy around digitization and analytics. Prior to coming to it, let me give you a bit of an introduction to Axiata Group. Axiata Group, which is headquartered in Malaysia, being one of the largest telco groups in ASEAN and in South Asia. We are developing and investing into digital telcos, digital businesses, and infrastructure. We're operating in 11 countries. We're generating a combined $6 billion of revenue, and we serve more than 163 million customers every day with approximately 13,000 employees across our footprint. So digitization, analytics, and AI is very much at our heart. Why is that so? Well, across all our verticals, foremost but not limited to our 6 mobile network operators in Malaysia, Indonesia, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Nepal, and Cambodia, incredible advancements on how our customers being served, how operations is structured, both in front end and back end, have been unlocked already as a result of really advanced digitization and deep analytics efforts. And we see a lot of further potential clearly out there. We see how advanced digitization analytics is contributing to drive profitable growth and ensuring a sustainable cost structure along our journey of 10 cents per gigabyte production cost. This journey is executed through an engagement model leveraging close collaboration, and we call it collective brain of our organization, where all our opcos, where all our businesses are pooling its resources and work very closely together with each other. And we have dedicated structures and programs set up, such as Axiata Group Analytics, which is facilitating the standardization and assessment of analytics. We have a program called Axiata Certified Experts, where we are developing a pool of experts, homegrown experts, given obviously the scarcity of talent and the incredible opportunities we have there to really use in-house resources. We obviously have Axiata Digital Labs, our kind host of this program, of this forum, a 1,400 headcount strong pool of highly capable software, AI analytics experts, developing both internal Axiata use cases, but also obviously working for external clients. And we are very articulated on data governance practices and privacy. And we are going beyond digitization analytics. We are setting at this moment of time the foundation for an AI factory at scale across our opcos. Because in this constantly changing landscape where we need to make fast and accurate decisions, and that in a very simplified way, we need to evolve how we really tackle it. And there is, from our perspective, no better tool than, at the end of the day, AI and ML to work in this complex world. So AI is at the centerpiece. AI Factory is an end-to-end autonomous approach of implementing AI with industrialized scale to achieve speed, sophistication, and simplification in our decision-making process. AI Factory enables our organization to create and capture value from AI while fostering at the same time really a culture of experimentation and innovation. For a successful AI transformation, we have considered critical enabling factors like transforming our organization culture and, of course, upskilling our analytics communities through our AC program. Stay tuned, we will share progression of our journey in due course. And of course, we at Axiata, we are extremely excited about the upcoming opportunities around Metaverse and how AI powers the evolution of both our consumer and enterprise business. Axiata is on a journey to transform from a digital telco to a telco. With this in mind, with all having said this, I wish you a very fruitful ADA AI Summit today and tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Thomas, for those insightful words on AI Factory and all Axiata's AI initiatives. It's now time for our first keynote of the day. We're joined by Ian Yang, Senior Big Data Solutions Specialist at Huawei, to take us through the topic, Metaverse use cases and AI in telco networks.
Ian is a big data evangelist with over 15 years of industry experience in China and North America, working in development, system integration, data mining, and data analysis. Ian, over to you.
Like never before, we have faced the circumstances with a hard time. Many businesses has shut down, and the world turns to the way that it has never used to be.
The COVID-19 pandemic has brought about massive changes to the global economic and social environment. ICT technologies has become a key factor for governments and enterprises to quickly respond to the new normal. I would like to pay tribute to all IP network engineers. You are the cornerstone of the enterprise digital transformation. You are the heroes behind the scenes. In the post-pandemic era, enterprise digital transformation and cloudification are accelerating. Huawei.com will collaborate with more customers to carry out innovative design and in-depth service cooperation to lead the development of intelligent IP network.
According to COVID-19 pandemic, the university policy announced to stop all classes on campus. This is because all universities in Thailand, specifically SWU, has been seeking to finding out the solution for solving these main problems.
At times like this, to make everyone get connected has never been more important.
Over the past year, COVID-19 has been an enormous challenge for the world, with people's daily lives turned upside down. Work from home, video conferencing, and distance learning have all become familiar and commonplace. Of course, the switch from offline to online has strained networks.
According to the IDC survey, more than 50% of enterprises put digital transformation at the core of their future enterprise strategies. The enterprises have entered the new normal. Working from home instead of center business. Remote working, cloud-based working, video collaboration become the essential tools of business.
This Smart Campus initiative would make it possible for UiTM campuses throughout the whole nation to be equipped and ready for the future, using Huawei's technological and technical expertise, which will then be implemented through digital solutions at UiTM campuses nationwide.
The epidemic has accelerated the cloudification of enterprises, increasing the demand for cloud management.
Today's Huawei portfolio has grown significantly, establishing itself as a market leader in Wi-Fi 6.
We have also started using Huawei Wi-Fi 6 technology in our offices, and it has proven to have a better experience. Huawei is a company with great R&D strength.
As a result, during the COVID-19 pandemic, digital disruption had been concerned among all business and education campus. Therefore, to finding the advanced solution for adjusting the serious point, we would have to be able to cooperate with the global reliable partners.
Our work has proved that we keep going to make today for better tomorrow.
As an internet service provider, Converge has worked with its strategic partner Huawei to optimize its own network and affirm its commitment to providing better network services for the people of the Philippines.
Thank you to the engineer hero to keep us stay connected through digital transformation. That changes a lot of our daily life. It's a major disruption by increasing data network, upgrades infrastructure, and redefine the future of business.
We will continue to invest in our team and look forward to expanding our partnership with Huawei.
I'm impressed by Huawei's service, which is responsive and can guarantee continuous supply even in such critical period.
In the recent COVID-19, we have seen how Huawei is committed to support the community by supporting Huawei with their technology. We are really appreciative of what Huawei has done.
Both STE and Huawei, we stepped forward and built some of the enterprise system that we have at the community isolation facilities at Singapore Expo in the nation fight against COVID-19 pandemic. So thank you, Huawei.
In the Asian Pacific region, Huawei have always worked with customers and partners side by side to overcome problems. Thank you, all of you, for joining our IP Club webinar this year. Huawei Intelligent IP Solutions has built a strong engagement with industries. Let's march into the future with Huawei IP.
Through digital transformation, we will make sure that you always get connected.
All right. Oh, sorry about that. We have Yin Yang with us, Senior Big Data Solutions Specialist at Huawei, to take us to the topic Metaverse use cases and AI in telco networks.
Ian is a big data evangelist with over 15 years of industry experience in China and North America, working in development, system integration, data mining, and data analysis. Ian, over to you.
Data and also the understanding of what Metaverse is. And what is Metaverse? Yeah, so the concept of Metaverse has been making a big splash in 2021. While in this year, we could have understanding, but last year, in 2021, there was a big splash in top 3 events about Metaverse of 2021. For example, the concept of stock Metaverse, Roblox, Bell, and New York City Stock Exchange in March, and total stock market value once achieved over 54.7 billion. ByteDance requires a pickle and weighs more than $1 billion for a Metaverse business strategy layout. And Facebook announced, a rebranding as Meta. This is a very big events. So actually, the source of Metaverse concept was come from a novel that is Snow Crash. So that it was talking about society, virtual society, reality, Metaverse, parallel to the real world. So that was the how we understand the Metaverse. And then the Metaverse actually is similar to the brain, and we talk about internet, the evolutions, and internet from PC internet, mobile internet, and the Metaverse. So that's the evolution of the internet. And from the internet, the definition of Metaverse, and we come with we think this Metaverse has 8 major features, including the identity, have a virtual reality, and also social, immersive, which is really fully immersive in the Metaverse experience, and low latency. So everything has to be happening in synchronously, simultaneously, and without delay. And variety, anywhere, economy, and also society. There's a law, there's a civilization with a virtual world. So there's major features. Meanwhile, the Metaverse industry, if we look at the whole industry, the chain, there's layers, 7 layers of Metaverse, including infrastructure, human interface, and deconcentration, decentralization, and spatial computing, and also create economy, discovery, and experience. It reminds us about the ISO 7 layers, right? Like data link layer and physical layer. So this is also there are 7 layers of Metaverse. And talking about industry, right? The industry is really happening. It was big splash, and people say positive things about the Metaverse. Of course, there's some negative feedbacks as well. So it's very controversial sometimes as well. But it's really hyping the Metaverse is a hot topic. And that was just about Metaverse. And then my next topic is to talk about a little bit about Metaverse, because current development status. Metaverse uses cases, these are the great use cases. For example, in online gaming, Roblox, the user can customize the game contents, and UC Berkeley holds a graduation ceremony in Minecraft. So these are amazing use cases. There's also virtual concert, and also Facebook with the these virtual meeting rooms and workrooms, and a lot of use cases. Actually, we think there's four major dimension or pillars of Metaverse at the current stage, and what we call it BAND. The first one is blockchain, so we all know that, right? So the second one is game. So game is the best carrier of the Metaverse, create economies through virtual game assets. The third one is the network. So BAND, the network including, actually the network is the one that we should be focusing, especially on telco, the upgrading of network, including cloud and AI. So it has to have, one of the features is the simultaneously, right? There's very low latency on network, which is you have to guarantee that. The upgrade of network, including cloud computing technologies, and also including 5G and AI cloud infrastructure, and also display. Yeah, so we all know that the AR is the AR, VR, and also equipments get you to experience into the in the metaverse. So these are the four major pillars of metaverse at the current stage. The blockchain. So I don't want to expand. Everybody knows about blockchain. There's Bitcoins and there's dark coins. Maybe this year is we're kind of going down a little bit. Now I understand that we are understand that the Bitcoin is the pricing drop is a back and forth, but eventually you will. There's a study goes that the Bitcoin will become the price will going back and even higher than ever. There's NFTs, right? There's assets, digital assets of metaverse economy. So non-fungible token. So that's actually it's a very unique token, right? It will be using it for in the economy inside the metaverse virtual world, and also a lot of things that will using it. This is the major thing, the non-NFT. So NFT game is the best carrier. So actually monetizing the metaverse inside. So this is a game after the blockchain. The game will be a major thing. For example, Roblox is the largest online game platform and game creation systems. Especially younger people that are inside the game and play, even adults inside. And business model. This is kind of talk about inside the. They have a business models. Of the Roblox, the creator, players, the creator. So metaverse features this. We talk about 7 features, right? So here, like, shows the identity, variety, and friends, and economy, and immerse. And a continue NFT game is the best carrier, right? So the concept of the stage, and then we come talk about display. The VR and AR industry cross through the industry's recovery. We have a display that since 1960s. There's 3D head-mounted systems and growth stage. And so this has across the hardware price and all that. This slide shows the VR industry cross through the industry recovery. Right. So especially Facebook and Binance lay out the VR metaverse strategy. And this is also displayed about the investments. There's a trends from hardware to hardware application. The investment capital is this shows about the years for the past, and they are composed of hardware, software, content, and applications. This is about investments, huge investments, and it continued about the recovery and the content hardware. And so we have different company has a different display, like Microsoft HoloLens glasses. I'm sure people have experienced, but there's Microsoft Metaverse solutions. It shows from connectivity, model, location, and data intelligence, and there's logic, mixed reality, and application from the bottom to the applications. Yep, and also this is something that's very exciting, network and AI. So we talk about BAND, right? So this is the network, and network actually carries the cloud and AI. So last year, April, NVIDIA released Omniverse. So that is a platform which is easily extendable. There's Omni release presentation. The CEO Jensen, Huang was, quite himself instead of, a digital clone of himself and pop up in the screen. So this is the event, the virtual reality, and also, the guide to the metaverse, the foundation of this immersive plus low latency and anywhere. So this is a requirement for a guide to the metaverse, how the network should be ready. So has to be all the upgrade of high bandwidth of a network, and it is composed of, because you have display, you have get into the metaverse, this traffic and all high bandwidth, all optical, and so this should be connected to anywhere. And metaverse as a technical foundation, right? So we think there's a few layers into metaverse technical foundation, especially like, for example, the network. You have like 5G in the future, maybe 6G as well. The network should be is the critical, and also VR interface, right? So the VR interface gets into either AR and XR. There's a robotic and also there's a computing, and it's all should be built on the cloud. And on the cloud computing, and you're gonna have blockchain and also the trend digital. Those are the applications contents into metaverse. So, and also there's distributed cloud native. The cloud should have a low latency from the different locations, the public cloud, and also there's an edge cloud as well. You want to extend it to different location, and also local offices, branch offices as well. So there's a requirement on the total immersive and low latency everywhere. And yeah, so this is we summarize as GUID guide. So this is a Gigaverse initiative and ultra automation speed up and intelligent cloud computing, which is AI and network, and differentiated experience on demand, and ESG, more bits and less watts. And so metaverse is on a network is a great opportunity, actually, is pushing the needs of ICT and from the different layers. The first one is the telecom infrastructure. So you had to build the metaverse on a real interaction, So that's a requirement for the infrastructure, ultra, low latency. So that's the foundation for network. Then on the top, and you start to build, the applications with the computing engine, which is AI and and cloud computing on that. And on the top of cloud, and you can offer there's blockchain applications, there's AI, and also the other. And then you start offering the VR and AR, and those are display and interface. So that has to be demands high speed and also much better infrastructure. So this is Metaverse ready network, right? It's a shared vision, from different OTT voice, right? For example, the CEO of Facebook, and so network is the key foundation. There's a huge opportunity actually for telco. That's the voice. Of course, there's AI into it, there's a cloud, and also this edge cloud extends to anywhere as well. So this is the insight coming out from the MW World, Mobile World Conference. There's more coming out, and especially from NVIDIA. 3D virtual world has arrived. So the digital twin reshaped the industry. Like they have showing Earth twin and factory twin and farm twin and retail. And so digital twins in different angles. So Metaverse bring new horizontal to telecommunications companies. So Metaverse to be business is evolved towards positive business cycle, I think. So definitely Carrier needs to build a win-win ecosystem together with the industry. So I think this is along with that is the new product business release. So and my third topic is talking about Metaverse. This is how we're understanding that Metaverse development prospects. There's mobile internet, because we talk about internet evolving, right? So coming out to the mobile internet and to the Metaverse. So this profile is happening from the experience, different pillars, right? Angles, like from infrastructure, from the experience, and there's computing, there's a decentralization of human interface, which is the display, and also the economy. And so it's all happening now. So this is from hardware standpoint, gradually meeting the needs of that it needs to be immersive, low latency, and everywhere, and also software and technology companies, in the middle of the software, and also the experience. So Metaverse, and also Metaverse development trends is extremely fast, and this shows the forecast. In the first stage of Metaverse will be social plus games. In the next, so at least, although the Metaverse become hot, right? So you will needs at least 5 to 10 years technology innovation and ecosystem cultivation to mature. So that's kind of my introduction, and I want to just come to the summary and of my kind of understanding how our understanding of Metaverse and in terms to the development and also the opportunity for us. All right, so and that will be my presentation today. And thank you.
Thank you, Ian, for that fantastic insights of the
history.
Thank you, Ian. Thank you for that fantastic insight of the past, present, and the future of Metaverse and its use cases. I think many of our viewers would have definitely benefited from this insightful presentation.
If you do have any questions for Ian or any of our other keynote speakers, please put your questions in the YouTube chat.
For our next keynote, we are exploring a topic that's incredibly important today: misinformation detection in social networks.
We are joined by Dr. Suranga Senaviratne, a lecturer in security from the University of Sydney. Dr. Senaviratne is an expert in mobile security and privacy and AI applications in security and privacy. He holds a PhD in electrical engineering from the University of New South Wales and spent 6 years at Dialog Axiata as a telecommunications engineer. Thank you for joining us, Dr. Senaviratne.
Hi, I'm glad to be here.
Thank you. We can hear you fine. Go ahead.
All right. Thanks very much for the introduction, and I'm excited to be here at participating in the ADL AI Summit. So today I'm going to talk a bit about misinformation detection in social networks. What happened? How did we end up in the current situation? What are the methods and techniques we have at hand right now to fight misinformation? And also I'll discuss a bit about going forward, what lies ahead in terms of Metaverse, and what are the challenges we have to face as we go ahead. All right, so I guess it is morning for everyone who is participating, but let me paint a grim picture for you just before we go ahead. So this is a cartoon that has been shared in social media maybe 2 years ago. I don't know the original artist, but it was very popular. So what it paints is a very grim picture of the human civilization. So the 4 horsemen in the left are coming from the Bible. So they are called as 4 horsemen or the Grim Reapers, who represent things or factors that actually can destroy a civilization or bring down an empire. For example, war, famine, pestilence or epidemics, pandemics or death. So those things are known to bring down civilizations. And what this artist has depicted is that the 5th Grim Reaper, or the horseman, represent misinformation holding a smartphone. In fact, if you think about it, misinformation itself can create a modern apocalypse. It can bring down countries. It can change the political direction of countries as well as the world. So we need to treat it in the same cautiousness or same importance as all the other things. Example, war or famine. We need to give the same importance for misinformation. Now, so these are few examples. Most of the misinformation discussions happen after 2016 US election, as well as Brexit that happened a few months before that. Before that, it was there, but nobody paid serious attention to it. There were discussions, but we didn't realize that how important misinformation is and what kind of impact it can have in our lives. So what happened, for example, the news that's there in the middle of the slide, showing a picture of Donald Trump and Pope Francis. So what happened was that a few months before the US presidential election, some obscure website published an article saying Pope Francis endorsed Donald Trump for his candidacy as the US president. Usually people who know about Pope Francis or know about Vatican, Pope will not take a political stance. So this article was published somewhere in, I think, July 2016. And it was there for some time, but after a while, it became viral. It started being shared in social media. Facebook, Twitter, and others. And closer to the election, its popularity became really, really high. And in Facebook alone, it was shared around it was engaged around 1 million times. That is comments, reshares, likes, everything. And only after the election, we realized that it has had a profound impact of the outcome of the election. Now it has been dealt with and taken down. The original website that shared this news, or the fake news, misinformation, if you read the fine print of that website, it says we are sharing satire, political satire. We are sharing satire news. But when it propagated to mainstream social media, this information was missing. So people truly, some part of people truly believed that in fact, Vatican has endorsed Donald Trump, which is a significant thing if you think about the politics in the US. Similarly, another one is coming from Hillary Clinton. Investigation was going on around that time, and some news articles brought forward the idea that then FBI director actually had some affiliation with Hillary Clinton Foundation, so that whatever the investigations will be done by FBI will be biased. So those are quite a bit old articles. But if you also think about what's happening in Russia and Ukraine, pretty much as they fight in the ground, a significant amount of information warfare and misinformation is happening. Both sides are trying to break the morale of the other party. So quite a number of information about casualties, destructions, all sorts of things. And US midterm elections finished last week, or was it this week? And again, trolls, misinformation, bots, everything was there. And another topic that was dear to this community is the 5G. So you might have heard that there is quite a bit of misinformation spreading around 5G. It's not good for health. It's create different certain health conditions. And last 2-3 years, to surprise for most of us, 5G was linked to the COVID pandemic. I have no idea how that connection was made, but this information is there for about 2 to 3 years now. And people are talking, sharing content, saying 5G is the cause of COVID is 5G. And it's surprising that how many people actually believe these ideas and how many contribute to propagate these ideas. Now, also, when we talk about misinformation and fake news, it's also important to give the facts, because otherwise, whoever is spreading the misinformation will not sort of detect or will not truly believe that there is a problem. So what I'm presenting is a research done after 3 years after the US election in 2016 by Moet and Maxey. And what they did was they analyzed over 170 million tweets. They collected tweets that are related to the US election and have a news website link in the tweet. Did some filtering and ended up with 30 million tweets from 2.2 million users. After that, what they did was they categorized the Twitter handles based on the political biasness, far right, far left, left, center left, all these things, and draw this graph showing who shared what during that time. There were two very important findings they found. First is that they found that out of these 30 million tweets, 25%, 1/4 of the tweets were actually containing fake news or misinformation. And also when you look at the graph, this side of the graph on your left represent the right-wing politics. The right-hand side of the graph represents the left-wing politics. And if you superimpose who was more sharing fake news, coincidentally, it was showed in the right side of the political spectrum. That was mostly related to Donald Trump and his supporters. Now, misinformation is nothing new. It has been there for centuries. The example I give here is coming in from 1835. That is one tabloid, The Sun in the US. They wrote a series of articles saying there is life on moon and this is how the life looked like. So they talk about some sort of humanoid bats, bisons, and they carried out this series of articles as news. This is 1835. And at the end, they suspended the article series saying, oh, our telescope broke down, so we can't further monitor the moon. Even before that, if you go around 1500s, still there was misinformation. For example, there was a maritime war between Spanish and the British, and who won the war, there was quite a number of misinformation happening in Europe. But how did we end up from having those kinds of misinformation, which were not that impactful, if you think about it, on those days? Yes, few people fell for it, but they didn't change any kind of political direction in the country or anything big. But now, misinformation campaigns are well coordinated, well funded in some cases, and also well received by the general public. And we know that misinformation campaigns can change the public opinion, can swing the public opinion, create havoc, and in fact, in some countries, even change the election results. All in all, we have seen misinformation is a great threat to the democracies. And last 2 years alone, we actually saw already what kind of impact it can cause. Assault in the US Capitol, and also quite a number of deaths from COVID because of vaccine and its origin-related misinformation, right? So the point I'm trying to say is this is quite serious, and we have to take it quite seriously and build technologies to fight misinformation. Now, from these early centuries, a few years ago to now, what actually changed? How misinformation became this much stronger so that it can have a significant impact to our society. So what changed was the way we interact with people. Those days, it was just face-to-face discussions, the telephone came, but that was nowhere in a scale what social networks offer these days. These are the numbers from 2021. So the social networks, Facebook. So I will go through the first ones like Facebook, Instagram. The usual suspect has around 2,000 million, that is 2 billion, over 2 billion customer users. So if you think about the world population, it is about 8 billion. And if you think about the adult population, it will be lower than that. So maybe this is around 50–60% of the world population already in Facebook. And also the other platforms like YouTube, WhatsApp, Facebook Messenger, WeChat, they were not initially designed as social networks, but we quickly adapted to use them as social networks. It's not, well, for example, WhatsApp is not merely a messenger application. Most of us use it as a social network. All of these social media is significantly contributing to the propagation of misinformation. And the scale is staggering that it's almost impossible for us to tackle it. We are building technologies, but just think about the scale. Right now, we are in a position that someone can post something to 2 billion users in the world. No effort at all. Now, what are the difficulties in fighting misinformation? Can we just, why people fall for it? Can't they simply see that this is misinformation? It's not as simple as one person realizing that this information is not correct. So, multiple reasons. First one is the scale. The social networks are in the scale of billions. Content creation has become cheaper and faster. To create content, you just need a smartphone these days. Create some content, upload it, and it will go rampage in the social network, reaching millions and billions of users. And once something started propagating in social networks, it's quite difficult to contain it because the content also go across social networks. Some story may start with Facebook, but then it might go to WhatsApp, it might go to Instagram. Containing misinformation in that case requires a coordinated effort from all the social network platforms, may not be necessarily be owned by the same company. And the dynamic nature, that things happen quite fast. As I said earlier, content can move across social networks. And also it's quite easy to change things. One of the common tactics that used by misinformation campaigns is to avoid getting blocked or detected, they will create different variations. I'll talk about this a little bit, but you give the same message, but you change the content. You change the image slightly, that any kind of algorithmic detection will not be able to detect that, okay, this is a misinformation campaign I have seen before. And also the techniques. Designing actual content has evolved so far, and we have methods to create content that are very hard to verify. There is this kind of imbalance between if someone creates a content and says something, proving that this is not true is a burden. You have to do some fact checking, you have to do something and show that this is not true. But creating something and propagating is pretty easy. And also, we as humans have quite a number of weaknesses that contributes to misinformation propagation. Our decision making is not rational. Our decision making is biased. I'll come to that later. And also there is this idea of homophily, that we actually tend to believe what our friends believe. We put implicit trust on our friends for certain beliefs, that if something comes from those circles, we put more weight onto it. All these biases are exploited by misinformation campaigns. In fact, this is not something new. So if you think about marketing, marketing is about persuasion. Even before misinformation, marketing theory actually used these ideas already. It's just that now we are using it in a completely different domain. The final point I want to raise is that it's not very easy to define one unique, hammer of God type solution for detecting misinformation. Mainly because it requires a multidisciplinary effort. It requires domain and knowledge from journalism, social sciences, natural language processing, computer science, machine learning, complex systems, everything. There is no unified theory of solving the problem. Essentially, that's why it becomes a really challenging problem. Whatever the solutions we have actually barely touch the surface, that we are nowhere near containing misinformation in social networks. Now, so far I just used the term misinformation without actually defining it. So if you want to detect misinformation, we have to know what misinformation is. The problem is there is no correct definition, and there are way too many concepts associated with, and lines, you cross the lines pretty easily without realizing what is truth, what is the truth, and what is false. One well-known definition I will explain, but it's not necessarily, very solid explanation. And you can look at misinformation from two angles. First one is the authenticity, whether this information is true or false. And the next one is what was the intention of the creator of this information? Did the creator mean any harm? So if you look at like that, you can create three definitions: misinformation, disinformation, and malinformation. Misinformation, actually, it doesn't, the original purpose was not to create any harm. It can be a genuine oversight, it can be a genuine mistake, shared on social media, and after that people misrepresented it. The property of misinformation is that it's factually incorrect, but there was no malice or no intention of harm in sharing that information. Whereas disinformation is factually incorrect, and also it is fabricated to create harm. Malinformation is actually true, but it's distributed in a way to create some destruction, increase public unrest. So you give true information with malice so that there will be some event happening. Around those definitions, there are many other definitions, many other subcategories. Propaganda, hate speech, hate attack, bullying, violence, that's harmful content. If you think about the factual part, rumors, foxtrography, fake news, deception, tampering, all sorts of things. There is a whole bunch of kitchen sink here. And also, one thing that's very important, which I will come to this later, is the modality. Traditionally, news used to be text and images. When it came to internet, also it came text and images. But then, now we have multimedia content. We have speech, we have video, and we have a network of people sharing this information. Now, going towards more concrete definitions, we need this because at the end we should know what we are detecting. Otherwise, we can't build technologies to detect misinformation. So different shades of misinformation, you can analyze those definitions with respect to authenticity, that is how correct or how factual the information is, and the intention. Is there any kind of, what's the intention? Is it harm? Is it misleading? What's it? And the third piece of information is it news or is it purely fabricated? If you start analyzing along those three aspects, you can start defining these terms. For example, the political satire news, it's not authentic. It might be close to the truth, but it will not be factually correct. The intention is entertainment, and you advertise it as news. A rumor, on the other hand, everything is undefined. It's just a rumor, and we have no clue whether this is authentic, what was the intention, is this news? We have no idea anything about that. Right. Now, why misinformation detection is a big unsolved problem? There are technical challenges, but also one part of the problem is the human mind. That we have so many biases in our decision-making process, and we have some personality traits that causes us to believe in misinformation, interact with misinformation, engage with them, and spread them. There is also this theory that if someone is telling a lie, if we are talking face to face, we could figure it out to some degree. When you go online, so that skill is encoded in our DNA for millions of years. But how many years we have been in online? Maybe to 10, 20, 30 years. So we as a species, we don't have that skill yet to detect something partially true, something fake online. The biases that are causing these kinds of misinformation spread, confirmation bias. Confirmation bias means we try to take information, or we try to accept information that are in line with our preconceptions. For example, say I have a feeling that one of my friends is not happy with me. This is the preconception. Now I send a text message to the person, and the person doesn't reply to me for 2-3 hours. So that I take it as a confirmation that the person is not happy with me. Now, when it comes to fake news or misinformation, this can be leveraged. If I have certain political ideologies, whatever the content that's coming through my way and that is in line with my political ideology, I'm going to accept them. I'm going to engage with them. I'm going to share them. And this creates this effect of receiving more and more similar types of content, sort of create a tunnel vision or a single-mindedness that I share only these types of content. And for a certain, even now, the recommendation algorithms in social networks actually give rise to this behavior. In-group bias is how I value the opinion of a certain group of people, and all the others I consider it hostile. So this creates what is called as echo chambers in social networks. There's closed groups that when you go in, you share news inside that people talk the same things, your confirmation bias increases and increases. Because you interact with a very similar type of community and they share same things. Choice supportive bias is that I make a decision, and when I take the decision, I didn't think. I just made the decision, but then I find supporting evidence. Again, can be leveraged by misinformation campaigns. I did something, I shared something, and I want to show that I was right. So I share more content, creating the viral effect. Cognitive dissonance is the disparity between two ideas. Suppose I have some confirmation bias that I say I am a fan of right-wing politics. But I have the feeling that, okay, some of the political ideologies from the left wing actually make sense to me. Now I am in sort of a dilemma that I am right-wing, but I think that some of the left-wing ideas make sense to me. The human behavior there is to check to resolve this problem immediately. How you are going to resolve this? You start consuming more content from what you like or your preconception. That is the right-wing politics. The primacy effect or consistency is the idea that if we make a decision, we tend to stick to it, or it's like the first impression matters. If you join a group and a couple of people introduce you some sort of idea, a political ideology, you will tend to stick with that. So all these biases in many ways were shown to be used by misinformation campaigns. And the other part of the story is the personal traits. Susceptibility and personality, both of them also plays a role in how vulnerable a person is to misinformation. So think about one example. So if I ask a question like, with the education level, how does the vulnerability of a person falling into misinformation will change? The most naive answer is that when you are more educated, I would expect that this vulnerability to decrease because I know things, I have read a lot, so maybe I will not fall into misinformation. But this is not true. After some education level, actually you are more vulnerable to misinformation than no education level. I have an example later, but those are the ideas that comes under susceptibility. And so what I'm trying to say is that detection of misinformation is not necessarily a technical problem. It has quite a lot of psychological and social aspect associated with it. That's why we can't actually solve it pretty easily. All right. So these are two examples from misinformation. I'll try to relate to those biases we were talking about and see explain why people fall for this. The figure in the left is actually a tweet by Donald Trump during 2016 election. So there are few things that has been done in this figure that a person with some reasonable knowledge background might actually fall for this post. The things that to notice is that, so the title is USA Crime Statistics. So people become a little bit shocked, anxious when you talk about crime. To amplify that, there is a figure with a person and a gun, and a masked person, right? So already we create the anxiety or terror in human mind. Then you put some numbers. So most of the time when we see numbers, we just try to see what it says and get the face value of it. So what the numbers show is that blacks killed by police is less than blacks killed by white. And also another one is blacks killed by blacks is quite high, 97%. Now, if you just don't think anything else, these numbers seem to make sense. Okay, yeah, there seems to be a problem here. But if you dig more deeper into the statistics, we will realize that actually the black American number is way lower than the white Americans number. And so this statistics by itself doesn't make much sense. But when you give these numbers to a group of people with the confirmation bias towards that police actually are not brutal against African Americans, they can show this as a counter story. And this actually was shared, and there are thousands, I think millions of times in Twitter. The other story is very simple. But I know Queen passed away, but this story was shared before that. So what is interesting with this story is that it's some sort of a deceptive news that most of us know that Queen is quite old, and we wouldn't be surprised if someone says actually Queen passed away. So whoever the person who created this post is leveraging this fact. And if you think it's actually not real BBC, it's some impersonating BBC account where there is an extra I here. So what I'm trying to say is that all of these theories about human mind, we can leverage it in misinformation. Now, the most interesting parts, how we are going to detect these. There are 4 ideas. The first one is the most straightforward thing, the manual fact-checking. Second is crowdsourcing. Third is automatic fact-checking. And fourth is misinformation detection. Alone, if you go from this side to this side, detection is scalable, cost-effective, and provide the fast response. On the other hand, manual fact checking, we hire people to do the fact check. So it's highly accurate, but equally highly expensive. Crowdsourcing is we ask a set of people, for example, we will use something like Amazon Mechanical Turk, or we just ask general population to see whether what you think about this story. The credibility can vary quite a lot, but it is scalable. And the automatic fact checking, we will come to that later. It's more about how we are going to automate the fact checking process. So based on the scales we have in current social networks, we need faster response. It needs to be cost effective. It needs to be scalable. That's why we need to go towards machine learning AI-based solutions. The first attempt to automate fact checking is called knowledge-based fact checking. The idea is you scrape the internet. Internet has quite a lot of information, and you build knowledge representations from internet. Knowledge representations, you have a specific format. SPO, subject, predicate, object. It says, for example is the Donald Trump, the profession is president. The idea is you scrape the internet, you build this knowledge base. Next time, when something comes up, you go to your knowledge base, query it, and try to figure out whether this information is correct or not. As good as it sounds, it works only for factual information. But we have seen that already, misinformation is targeting emotion. Misinformation is using our biases. So we can't solve this problem only by fact checking. That's why we need some other methods as well. So the second one is style-based misinformation detection. Now we are going into the AI and ML territory. The idea is that misinformation has certain characteristics. They are written in some specific styles so that it appeals to our psyche, and those styles can be detected by machines. For example, if you think about fake news or misinformation text, the percentage of swear words or emotional words is relatively high because you try to arouse some sort of emotion of the reader. And the diversity is quite high. The opinion, subjectivity is quite high. So if you can identify those features, you can generate a machine learning model to detect them. Same thing you can do with the images. People have already done that. I will show one example with how Facebook is doing that later. That you get these features, you train a model. These days, most of us train deep learning models, and you make the prediction whether this article is fake or not. So one thing I want to highlight is that this problem is already multimodal. We have to use text as well as images. Now, so that is the style base. Next, the propagation base in this misinformation detection. Propagation is how information propagates or how information spreads in a social network. So in Facebook, if you share something, people will like it, reshare it, interact with this. In Twitter, people will comment it, retweet it, like it. Similar in other social networks as well. Then it creates what is called as an information cascade. That there is a way of how people interact with content, and you can draw graphs like that. This you can use to predict whether this is a normal information propagation pattern or whether this is a fake information propagation pattern. That's where the machine learning part comes in. You can define two types of graphs, news cascades or self-defined graphs. I will not go into details. News cascades more focus on who shared what and with what time. It's a spatial temporal graph, but in many settings, it's more simplistic approach. The more advanced approach is the self-defined graphs, where we include more information, who published this, who are the users, what are the comments. We try to include all these in a graph structure and make predictions for each news item. Is this true news or is this fake news? Right. Then the final one is source-based misinformation detection. So, so earlier we checked the news itself, the style of the news. Then we checked how the interaction patterns are. Now we are going to give a credibility rating to the source of the information. The source can be who is creating the news story, or who is publishing the news story, or who is spreading the news story. Again, the idea is to build graphs like this by using the publisher as the nodes and the interactions as the links. If you build graphs like this, you will be able to see clusters. In this particular case, this is a set of US news websites, how they interacted. The link represents a retweet, or like one media company is using the articles from the other media company. And the orange part that is clustered together in the top, it's actually a set of Russian misinformation websites. If you build these graphs, you can detect them to some extent. Now but when you go into practice, these are like all individual methods. Remember earlier I said, this entire problem has multiple aspects. A proper solution should have all these properties together. So this example I took from Facebook. They are publishing how they are fighting with some of the misinformation and their algorithms. So what they're saying here is that there is some sort of polymorphism in misinformation, that you create one piece of misinformation, but then there will be clones that are not identical, but conveys the same information. So the trick is to identify these clones automatically. So what they do is, when someone is posting some information, say an image and text, they search their database and find other pairs of images and text that are close, so that are similar to this original post. And then you use some sort of machine learning and encoder decoder type architecture to measure the similarity score. So if it is similar to a known fake news story, they are going to block it. Some of you might have already seen that. In Facebook, sometimes they say, okay, the recent post of yours, we flag it as misinformation. This technology is evolved. Now, so that's sort of, how we are in terms of detecting misinformation. So next few minutes, I want to discuss a bit about what's the good, what's the bad, and what's going to happen in the future. That's where the Metaverse part coming in as well. After 2016, there were many positive things happen in social media that helps the fight of misinformation. First thing is that the social media companies acknowledge that there is a problem, and government oversight make them accountable. And now they can't say, this is our users sharing content, we don't have any responsibility. The social media platform is responsible for what is being shared. They are shared. There was enormous amount of pressure for them to take action. Also, user awareness is there. People know that there is something like this, so we have to do something about it. Yeah. And also fact checking is happening. The automated methods are already implemented. And now, because of the increased regulatory pressure, Facebook also, especially related to very important events like elections, they actually monitor those countries quite well. But did we solve this problem? No, we are not even close. What are the challenges? Now, after a decade, we have some means of identifying things in Facebook and Twitter. But there is a whole bunch of new social media out there. As a generation, most of us are not even there in these social networks. And we have no clue how the information propagates in these networks, what can be done. I'm talking about social networks like TikTok, WhatsApp, Signal, all these new ones. I think to the first time in history, this year, in the Australian election, advertisement campaigns happened in TikTok. Mainly because the younger generation, they are not in Twitter or Facebook. They are using TikTok. To get that audience, you need to advertise in TikTok. Now, misinformation can also spread over TikTok. And we have no clue how to model it. We have no clue how to detect them. It took 10 years for us to figure out some technologies for Facebook and Twitter. We haven't even started thinking about next generation social media campaigns. Then the advances in AI are deepfakes, large language models, LLMs, and more recently, this was released in September this year, stable diffusion. All these things allow us to create content pretty easily. For example, this image in the bottom of this World Trade Center with the American flag, it looks pretty bad, looks fake at the moment, but this technology is going to grow. So this is generated by a stable diffusion model with the prompt 9/11 September after 11th 2020 terror attack. So it's quite easy to create these kinds of misinformation and just let it spread. Now the final part is what lies ahead with Metaverse. This is the part that gives me goosebumps. Metaverse is going to be probably the third generation of a social network. So you have maybe fourth. So you have MySpace type, the first one, second, Twitter, Facebook, second generation, TikTok, WhatsApp, Signal, third generation, and Metaverse going to be a fourth generation social network. So far, we have built misinformation detection methods for text and images. When we go to Metaverse, we need misinformation detection in audio and video. We are nowhere near on these technologies. Analyzing videos still very difficult. And the way how influencers will work, how content is propagate in Metaverse, we have no idea. Also, stronger persuasion. It's quite known that the face-to-face connections, meetings are more effective than reading, writing. And Metaverse going to be in between. So in a way, Metaverse interactions are going to be more persuasive than Facebook interactions, likes or shares. And that allows the opportunity to create more stronger misinformation campaigns. And how we are going to do content moderation in the Metaverse, we haven't even figured it out. So what I'm going to conclude is with that, the fact that misinformation is a serious threat. It can destabilize the human civilization. And when we build technologies, especially these kind of next generation technologies, we have to address this problem from the very beginning. Otherwise, we are going to end up with the same situation as we ended up with something like Twitter and Facebook. I think that's pretty much it from me. If there are any questions, I'm quite happy to take.
Question for you. So we've all been watching Elon Musk's takeover of Twitter with bated breath. What impact do you think that will have on misinformation?
Yes, it's a very interesting question. I have been following this quite a lot. So I think the initial objective was to get the accounts verified, assuming that will help with reducing misinformation. But what turned out in last few days is that getting that right was not that easy. But if we follow what Musk was telling before the acquisition, that we are going to verify Twitter users with some form of identity, I think that will help with misinformation. This is true to some. My analogy would be WhatsApp. In some countries, you need to provide identity documents to get the phone number. And the WhatsApp accounts are associated with the phone number. In those countries, the amount of misinformation travels to WhatsApp is low. But if you can buy a SIM card quite easily, then yes, that's a problem. So in the long run, I think Twitter probably is going to solve this problem with, not solve, but to some extent mitigate this problem with the verified accounts, but something interesting to see, wait and see.
Thank you so much, Dr. Semiratne, for that very eye-opening presentation. And once again, to our viewers, if you do have any questions for our speakers, please make sure you put it in the YouTube chat.
It's now time for dreams to be fulfilled. The very first question in the AI Forum quiz. Here's how it works. In a few moments, we are going to ask you an AI and Metaverse related question. If you have been listening carefully to our speakers, you will definitely know the answer.
If you have registered with us, check your inbox for an email containing a link to submit your answer. Click on the link, head over to the quiz portal to enter your answer and your details. We'll be selecting one lucky winner from this quiz to walk away with a top-of-the-line MateBook Series laptop from today's AI Forum sponsor, Huawei.
Thank you, Huawei, for your support. So, without further ado, here is your question. Question number 1. Which of the following is not related to the 5 phases of AI in the Metaverse? May I repeat the question again? Which of the following is not related to the 5 phases of AI in Metaverse? The answer number 1, AI can be used to make avatar more dynamic. Option number 2, AI can be used to audit natural languages to convert them into a human readable format. Number 3, intuitive interfacing may assist to know where a person would want to move inside the Metaverse. Number 4, new inputs, human feedback, and machine learning reinforcement can improve the AI's output in Metaverse with time. So I'm sure you can see them on the slides given above.
So if you have registered for the AI Forum, the email with the question and the link should be landing in your inbox right about now. Remember, you do have to be registered for the AI Summit to be eligible to win the Huawei laptop.
The quiz portal stays open until 4 p.m. Sri Lanka time today. So don't waste any time if you really have an eye on that Huawei laptop. We are going to switch gears now to showcase some of the fantastic products that we have developed by the AI and the analytics team right here at the labs. So let's take a look.
The hubs for trade and logistics, ports are where cargo begins and ends its journey. Today, ports are going through a process of automation driven by the latest technologies like AI and 5G. Do you know how a port operates every day? A typical port usually deals with vessel arrivals and departures, shoreside operations, horizontal transport, yard operations, manual tractor-trailer transport, and gate operations. One of the key steps in port digitalization is automating horizontal transport, that is, handling cargo within the port. Right now, conventional horizontal transport faces 3 major challenges: harsh working environments, safety risks due to driver fatigue, and inefficient manual dispatching. Huawei and Tianjin Port have jointly built an intelligent horizontal transport system at the terminal of Section C in the Beijiang port area of Tianjin Port. The project has achieved Level 4 autonomous driving, enabling 76 IGVs in a fleet to efficiently collaborate with each other. Huawei has used cloud-based centralized dispatching to increase port-wide efficiency. Huawei's intelligent horizontal transport system has 5 key advantages. First of all, it offers global path planning. Huawei has designed a global path planning algorithm based on vehicle kinematics, which ensures that individual vehicles stay on their path. The algorithm enables multiple IGVs to smoothly make turns whether they are traveling in one direction or in both directions. This is the key for safe and efficient multi-vehicle cooperation. The solution also features dynamic short path planning on the cloud, responding to a multitude of terminal operations and adjusting tasks in real time. The second advantage is high-precision positioning. Huawei uses Beidou, 5G, and HD maps, along with roadside sensing assistance, to assure high-precision lane-level positioning. As a result, 90% of K cranes successfully align on first try, significantly improving operational efficiency. Third, we've developed the MDC Intelligent Driving Platform. The upgraded Huawei MDC offers automotive-grade assurance, including ultimate computing power and long service life. It also simplifies O&M by providing standardized hardware. The fourth advantage is core system integration. In addition to core service systems such as Terminal Operating System, Huawei's Intelligent Horizontal Transport System can quickly interconnect with other peripheral service systems. Let's look at how this works with the Charging Management System. With Huawei's Intelligent Charging Dispatching Algorithm, IGVs are charged at the best possible time, preventing interruptions to fleet services. Or, take the Intelligent Transportation System as an example. Using Huawei's Intelligent Intersection Dispatching Algorithm, ports can preset intersection traffic policies to ensure proper access by manual tractor-trailers and autonomous trucks. The fifth advantage we'll cover is cloud vehicle decoupling. Huawei decouples the cloud from vehicles through an open ecosystem. As a result, the solution can support a wide range of intelligent driving vehicle models, making it more cost-effective and easier to promote. Sounds great, but what if an IGV fault occurs? If there is an issue, an operator can remotely take over operations. For a regular autonomous driving solution, the service takeover rate is about 5% to 6%. For Huawei's solution, it's less than 0.1%, ensuring safer operations. IGVs rely on the 5G network. What if the network is unexpectedly disconnected? Huawei performs dynamic short path planning to ensure that IGV paths never cross each other. This prevents collisions even if the network is abruptly disconnected. Is deploying IGVs the same as an intelligent horizontal transport? To be considered intelligent, horizontal transport must meet 3 conditions. More than 5 operation lines must be able to function simultaneously to support large vessels. The system should be able to manage large-scale fleets, and it must support dispatching in complex port scenarios. The terminal of Section C in the Beijiang port area of Tianjin Port is the first smart terminal of its kind to deploy an intelligent horizontal transport system that performs large-scale, normalized operations. Looking ahead, Huawei will continue working with partners to deploy and replicate this experience in more ports, building smart ports together.
ADL AI, an intelligent video content analytics platform designed to capture and understand the context of infinite video data generated daily by your business. The platform enables enterprises to make better decisions in real time to drive business growth. Translating video content into actionable insights results in increased revenue, improved security, and enhanced privacy. Highly accurate models developed for ADL AI allow the platform to recognize faces, detect emotions, identify anomalies, and count individuals to enable businesses to extract insights for better data-driven decision-making in critical scenarios. As your business grows, ADL AI scales with you. Our software has no limits on the number of registered users, onboarded cameras, or notification alerts. Powered by open-source technologies, sophisticated databases, and flexible cloud infrastructure, ADL AI supports the development of new businesses and industry-specific use cases to deliver fully managed analytics services. Automating your video surveillance enables visitor management and attendance monitoring. The system will notify security about the appearance of any person of interest and minimize the impact on the business from security risks. Some of ADL AI's key applications for crowd management include counting individuals, crowd control, and access authorization. ADLI's powerful facial recognition feature can recognize your customers as they enter your premises, enabling a personalized customer experience. Our software can also analyze facial expressions to generate insights from the non-verbal feedback provided by customers to drive customer feedback and satisfaction. And finally, visual inspection at industrial plants to flag product anomalies for quality assurance and delivery are some of the most significant applications identified for ADLI. ADLI, intelligent, AI-driven video content analytics. All your computer visual applications via a single platform. Interested? Get in touch to find out more. Axiata Digital Labs, advancing digital life.
Today, ports are going through a process of automation driven by the latest technologies like AI and 5G. Huawei and Tianjin Port have jointly built an intelligent horizontal transport system at the terminal of Section C in the Beijiang port area of Tianjin Port. The project has achieved Level 4 autonomous driving, enabling 76 IGVs in a fleet to efficiently collaborate with each other. Huawei has used cloud-based centralized dispatching to increase port-wide efficiency.
Over the years, chatbots have evolved from merely automation tools to intelligent virtual agents that drive your business's bottom line and change your customer's entire experience. Meet ChitChax, the chatbot. ChitChax is a cloud-based intelligent bot that simulates human conversations through text and voice interactions. Omni-channel deployment of ChitChax gives your customers access to ChitChax on Telegram, Facebook, WhatsApp, Twitter, web, Android and iOS, and lets you increase the number of customer touchpoints. The chatbot supports rich messaging features, including the display of images, GIFs, and videos, along with various text options, including carousels, quick replies, buttons, cards, and menus. ChitChax delivers top-in-class intent accuracy and query responses, leveraging natural language processing, which helps the bot fully understand the customer's intent and sentiment across multiple languages. Integration capabilities with internal databases enable businesses to personalize customer interactions and optimize customer experience. Powerful machine learning engine analyzes customer interactions to accurately anticipate agent escalation requirements. ChitChax can generate automated and manually driven campaigns to improve your upselling and cross-selling techniques, which drives promotional content. ChitChax features 360-degree real-time monitoring dashboards, handling ID management, session management, and more to meet your business KPIs. ChitChax enables businesses to offer an elevated, automated customer service experience while personalizing customer interactions 24/7, enhancing operational efficiency and saving your business time and money. With ChitChax, you gain more than just a chatbot. You get a multitasking, intelligent business representative that ensures the best service for your customers. Interested? Get in touch to find out more. Axiata Digital Labs, advancing digital life.
As data continues to change and drive businesses, the private information of individuals and companies continues to be at risk of exposure. Since 2004, data breaches have led to the loss of over 17 billion records, which have cost companies millions of dollars in damages. Do you know what sensitive data you store, where you store it, and who has access to it? Most organizations overlook the importance of securing their sensitive data. The challenges of knowing what type of data you have, where it is, and who's accessing it are made even more difficult by cloud and big data environments. We understand you value protecting your customers' data. However, the data collected can be monetized to your advantage while ensuring the privacy of your customers' data. Introducing Incognito, a data anonymization platform that cares about your sensitive data. Incognito helps you to discover, secure, and monitor personally identifiable information, sensitive customer data that is crucial to an organization's operational success. Whether your data is in the cloud or on premises, Incognito gives you the freedom to manage all your workflows from a central location. Many government organizations and industries have their own regulatory compliance when it comes to the protection of sensitive customer information, like HIPAA in healthcare, PCI DSS compliance in the banking and finance service industry, along with other governing bodies that enforce data standards. Violating these regulations can have serious consequences. Incognito consists of configurable, pre-built data classifiers which automatically detect sensitive data in your data assets. Incognito uses powerful algorithms to anonymize your data regardless of the format or size, enabling you to freely analyze and monetize this data while protecting your end users' privacy. At Axiata Digital Labs, we believe with the right data, you have the power to make a real impact. That's why we keep your data safe so you can focus on what you do best. Interested? Get in touch to find out more. Axiata Digital Labs, advancing digital life.
What exciting products! It truly showcases how much we can achieve through AI. So now let me remind you once again on the question.
All right, here we go.
Question number 1.
Which of the following is not related to the 5 phases of AI in Metaverse? 1. AI can be used to make avatars more dynamic. Option 2. AI can be used to audit natural languages to convert them into a human-readable format. Option 3, intuitive interfacing may assist you to know where a person would want to move inside the metaverse. Or option number 4, new inputs, human feedback, and machine learning reinforcement can improve the AI's output in metaverse with time.
So, I think we'll have to get back to speakers.
Yes, let's do that. All right. Up next, we've got a very interesting session on the global and Asian rise of gaming by Junshen Chia, Global Expansion Incubation Manager at Xbox.
Junshen is a games and tech professional with over 12 years of industry experience across companies including Razer, Riot Games, Meta, and now Microsoft. He is deeply passionate about empowering underrepresented communities and championing diversity and inclusion to transform the video games industry to be the best it can be. Junshen, the game is yours.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for the opportunity to present here today. I'm super excited to be here. Love to get right into the presentation because I've got quite the presentation for you all. My name is Jun, and as the presenters have so kindly shared, I'm part of the Global Expansion Incubation Team, leading Southeast Asia, Taiwan, and our Hong Kong efforts to bring developers and their games to our ecosystem. Super excited to be here, and I thank the ADL team for inviting me and having me participate in the conference. I hope you're enjoying the talk so far. So getting right into it, a little bit more about myself. I've had the privilege of working across different organizations, as mentioned, from Razer to Riot Games and Meta. I've done everything from launching gaming products. I publish League of Legends in the Southeast Asia region, and I do a lot of brand and customer marketing for gaming companies. And now at Microsoft, I have the opportunity to work closely with the game developer community from across the regions in helping bring their games to the world. And for today's talk, I'm really excited to share a bit more about the gaming industry and the rise of games globally in Asia and our observations at Xbox. To start, I really want to think about the last few years, the pandemic and the different forms of connections that it has brought about. The internet, social media, and video games has been the primary way we've kept in touch with friends, family, and our communities in a time like this, especially with COVID. And it's how we share our hopes and fears for a world that's changing. And it's how we learn about the different perspectives and things that are going on. And, the internet, video games, and more, it has brought a lot of good. crowdfunding charities, bringing more awareness to world issues, support for critical movements. But at the same time, there's been also a lot of bad: doxing, swatting, misogyny, not to mention the harassment of individuals and groups. And with the discourse today on the utility of the metaverse, as well as Web 2 and Web 3, whether it's today's conference or just in general, I think it's very critical that we continue to center these conversations around what does it mean and what value can it bring to people. Earlier this year, our CVP of Gaming Ecosystem at Xbox, Sarah Bond, said this on the stage at South by Southwest. In today's world, the need for shared understanding of each other is more difficult to attain, but also more important than ever. And so I asked this question: what role can video games play in fostering a shared understanding of each other? It is my belief that video games can educate, cultivate empathy, and are also functional metaverses in and of themselves. And I'd love to dive a little deeper into what that means. To start, let's look at the value of video games in today's world. The past 2 years in the pandemic has showed record levels of engagement and spend, and while the pandemic is by no means over, the lift in restrictions in many countries is expected to slow the growth of gaming. But nevertheless, we still expect to see overall ongoing player growth, even in mature markets such as North America and Europe. As you can see, by the year 2025, we'll have over 3.5 billion people playing video games. That's nearly half of the world's population today that is a gamer. And that's seriously incredible. And in 2022, the global games market as a whole is expected to generate over 200 billion in revenue, slightly up on the year by 2.1%. And as you can see on this chart, the primary driver of this growth remains mobile, which has grown 5% year on year at 103 billion. And while console gaming commands a healthy second place at 52 billion, and comparably with downloadable PC games, which is at 38.1 billion, what we've noticed over the years is that mobile has continued to command an increasing growth. And I think this is incredible given how the infrastructure of the world has led to increase in mobile penetration. And I think this has led to the growth of mobile gaming all in all. With 1 out of every 3 players playing video games today, it is such an incredibly highly valuable industry. And games just overall are just so engaging for our audiences today. To put it in such perspective, one such game that people have been playing a lot of in recent times is Call of Duty. It just recently crossed the $1 billion mark in 10 days. And they recently released their free-to-play mode, Warzone 2.0, which is also expected to drive huge player engagement. This is an incredibly strong testament to the power of video games as a platform for engagement. To put into comparison, the Avengers Infinity War movie, whoever here likes Marvel movies, one of the largest movies in the franchise of all time, crossed the $1 billion mark in 11 days. So, video games has such a strong staying power in our world today. And here in Asia, some of the largest and most valuable mobile games are properties from Chinese and Japanese companies like Arena of Valor, Puzzle Dragon, as well as Monster Strike. And all of these have crossed or nearly crossed the 10 billion USD mark easily, demonstrating gaming as by far the largest and fastest growing form of media and entertainment. And on the topic of games as a metaverse, given that that's today's theme, this is something the games industry as a whole has been a role model for and charted the blueprint for decades. From as far back as games like Second Life to MMOs like Ultima Online or World of Warcraft, today's hits like Minecraft or Fortnite or Roblox or GTA Online. The idea of virtual worlds and play spaces, digital avatars, social systems is strongly in the domain of video games. And if we double click on Minecraft specifically, this is already a living, working metaverse. It's an open creation tool that allows people to go and create things in them and share it with the community directly, whether on a marketplace or through servers. We've had partnerships and collaboration opportunities with other brands in Minecraft. Here's SpongeBob SquarePants in the second image, and a Burberry-themed UK-built Minecraft. The facilitation for player creations takes on a life of their own, and I think that's something so incredibly powerful and something that video games has a ton of experience for. And with respect to the metaverse today, there's a lot that we can discuss with various aspects of the metaverse, many of which I'm sure all of you in the audience are familiar with. But for us at Xbox, we fundamentally boil it down to two key questions. One, is this good for players? And two, is this better for creators? We've learned over the years that by putting the players at the center of our ecosystem and trying to build one that works around theirs and creators' needs, that's how our platform succeeds. And it's how we get closer to achieve that level of inclusivity, education, empathy, and functional spaces for interaction that we at Microsoft are focused on building for players and creators. And Microsoft's mission is to empower every person and organization on the planet to achieve more. And we've committed to empowering game creators to do just that, create more games, reach more people, and tell and share more inclusive stories. And as Xbox is a leading consumer brand for the company, we must deliver the experiences that live up to that mission. We're all in on gaming here. And we think that we can do this by delivering a key sort of experience to creators. A strong and growing creator ecosystem is vital for our success. And by building out developer tools, partnerships, and infrastructure, we're fortifying Xbox's ability to delight players and grow the industry as a whole. Through the full spectrum of Microsoft services, we've helped unlock technical, creative, and economic opportunities for game developers. Whether it's Visual Studio or GitHub, PlayFab, Xbox Publishing, or Azure Cloud, our tools and services are here to empower game creators all around the globe at every stage of their development, whether in concept or design to the build out of the games or the testing and digital publishing, all the way through to operating the games in a live environment, as well as acquisition, monetization, analytics, and engagement. And we're also supporting game developers who are building in the cloud, which is through our ID at Azure service, which launched just earlier this year at GDC. It has enrolled over hundreds of game developers across all platforms, whether that's iOS or Android, to the Switch, PlayStation, PC, and of course, Xbox. And it allows creators to take full advantage of Microsoft's cloud services by offering cloud infrastructure, technologies, services for game built for any platform. And look, whether these games are developed as first or third-party offerings, if the game company is a managed partner or self-published through our ID at Xbox program, our platforms and technical solutions are positioned to support these programs and games end-to-end. You see, we believe that great games are the heart and soul of gaming. To deliver a great experience to players, we believe we must first deliver a great experience to creators. As we know that creativity and innovation can come from any developer, large or small, we're focused on understanding every single creator's needs and ensuring our platform serves them all. And all of this comes together through our game subscription service, Game Pass, which brings ultimate value to players by offering a deep and broad library of games and opens up ways for players to play with more of their friends and makes gaming accessible to everyone. Our efforts to build a robust gaming subscription with Xbox Game Pass is rewriting the traditional economics of industry and providing a subscription model that is good for both players and developers. But the opportunity to make gaming accessible and open to everyone doesn't stop with the availability of more games, but it's also where you play these games. With Xbox Cloud Gaming, we're giving more players the opportunity to play games they want anywhere they want, on the devices they want, and it's powered by the cloud, whether that's on an app on your TV or a browser on your mobile device. Wherever you need and wherever you need it to be, we think that cloud gaming is an opportunity to bring all of these experiences and more to every single player, whether they're in the living room, on a handheld device, on a tablet, or of course in front of their PC. But the opportunity to build, doesn't just stop with the games, and it doesn't stop with the platform. It's also critically about how we do it with the people that we do it with. At Xbox, we hold ourselves to a high bar in delivering the most inclusive and welcoming experience for players and creators, and champions our peers to do the same. From the teams to the products we make and the stories we tell or help to tell, to the way our players interact with these products and engage with the wider community, we aim to build the most inclusive gaming community there is. And that is what we at Xbox love so much about video games and why we're so excited for the future of games. And I hope through this presentation, you're excited for the future of games too. And in designing the metaverses of the future, I just want you all to think through, how much does this hold true to the sensibilities that we hold gaming to today? For instance, today we already think through are the games and the experiences that we have in games indicative of the inclusivity and the diversity that we want to see in our communities? And we hope that the metaverses of the future think through those same elements as well. And that, you know, these open domains for interaction and experiences between people and brands and organizations, that it comes back down to, does this allow the players to play the games that they want or interact in spaces that they want, where they want to interact with them and with the people that they want to interact with? I think fundamentally that's the most critically important thing that we would love for people to see. And that's what I'd love to impress on you all today. Thank you so much. I hope you enjoyed this presentation and that has given you much to think about with respect to video games and the metaverse for the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Jun Shen, for those really illuminating insights into gaming. For our next keynote, we're looking at enabling the metaverse and 5G and 6G with AI. Our speaker is Steve Bowker, head of AI platform and architecture at Ericsson. Okay, so I believe Steve is not on the call right now, so we're going to go for a message from our sponsors. Take a look.
Like never before, we have faced the circumstances with a hard time. Many businesses has shut down, and the world turns to the way that it has never used to be.
The COVID-19 pandemic has brought about massive changes to the global economic and social environment. ICT technologies has become a key factor for governments and enterprises to quickly respond to the new normal. I would like to pay tribute to all IP network engineers. You are the cornerstone of the enterprise digital transformation. You are the heroes behind the scenes. In the post-pandemic era, enterprise digital transformation and cloudification are accelerating. Huawei.com will collaborate with more customers to carry out innovative design and in-depth service cooperation to lead the development of intelligent IP network.
According to COVID-19 pandemic, the university policy announced to stop all classes on campus. Be listened because all university in Thailand, specifically SWU, has been seeking to finding out the solution for solving these main problems.
At times like this, to make everyone get connected has never been more important.
Over the past year, COVID-19 has been an enormous challenge for the world, with people's daily lives turned upside down. Work from home, video conferencing, and distance learning have all become familiar and commonplace. Of course, the switch from offline to online has strained networks.
According to the IDC survey, more than 50% of enterprises put digital transformation at the core of their future enterprise strategies. The enterprises have entered the new normal. Working from home instead of center business. Remote working, cloud-based working, video collaboration become the essential tools of business.
This Smart Campus initiative would make it possible for UiTM campuses throughout the whole nation to be equipped and ready for the future, using Huawei technological and technical expertise, which will then be implemented through digital solutions at UiTM campuses nationwide.
The epidemic has accelerated the cloudification of enterprises, increasing the demand for cloud management.
Today's Huawei portfolio has grown significantly, establishing itself as a market leader in Wi-Fi 6.
We have also started using Huawei Wi-Fi 6 technology in our offices, and it has proven to have a better experience. Huawei is a company with great R&D strength.
As a result, During the COVID-19 pandemic, digital disruption had been concerned among all business and education campus. Therefore, to finding the advanced solution for adjusting the serious point, we would have to be able to cooperate with the global reliable partners.
Our work has proved that we keep going to make today for better tomorrow.
As an internet service provider, Converge has worked with its strategic partner Huawei to optimize its own network and affirm its commitment to providing better network services for the people of the Philippines.
Thank you to the engineer hero to keep us stay connected through digital transformation. That changes a lot of our daily life. It's a major disruption by increasing data network, upgrades infrastructure, and redefine the future of business.
We will continue to invest in our team and look forward to expanding our partnership with Huawei.
I'm impressed by Huawei's service, which is responsive and can guarantee continuous supply even in such critical period.
In the recent COVID-19, we have seen how Huawei is committed to support the community by supporting software with their technology. We are really appreciative of what Huawei has done.
Both STE and Huawei will step forward and build some of the enterprise system that we have at the community isolation facilities at Singapore Expo in the nation fight against COVID-19 pandemic. So thank you, Huawei.
In the Asian Pacific region, Huawei have always worked with customers and partners side by side to overcome problems. Thank you, all of you, for joining our IP Club webinar this year. Huawei Intelligent IP Solutions has built a strong engagement with industries. Let's march into the future with Huawei IP.
Through digital transformation, we will make sure that you always get connected.
In the late 5th century AD, King Kashyap sought protection upon this monolith in central Sri Lanka. The monolith was converted to an incredible rock fortress suited for luxury, comfort, and security. The layout of Sigiriya is astounding, with a perimeter moat, extensive gardens, bathing pools, and a grandiose palace on top of the rock. The fortress is built in line with modern vertical living, with vistas, rooftop pools, recreation space, and fortified security. An incredible feat of ancient engineering is the water supply system that provided water from ground level to the palace nearly 200 meters above. Come experience the wonder of the Sigiriya Rock Fortress, which is a UNESCO World Heritage Site. Sigiriya, a glimpse from the past of the habitats of the present and future.
What amazing videos about our isle, Sri Lanka.
We're now going to show you a demonstration of one of the products that we have developed right here at the lab, Chit-Chats the chatbot. What you're going to watch is a conversation between two of the engineers who worked on this chatbot. So let's take a look.
Hi, Prageet.
Hi, Sandali.
So today we will be talking about Chit-Chats, an intelligent chatbot that simulates the conversations of a human being through text and voice interactions. Some of the key areas that we will be focusing today are certain use cases and how it has benefited the organization in driving this digital customer experience. So Pragesh, AI has been revamping communication in businesses both internally and with customers. It will be a mainstream customer experience investment in the coming couple of years. So how will the chatbot play a part in this?
Yes, Andali. In the recent past, we have seen a surge in on-demand messaging. A lot of users now rely on social channels, web and mobile applications for their day-to-day transactions. So with this emerging trend, a lot of industries are now planning to integrate their chatbots to their business touchpoints. And with this, we have seen in 2016, there was a boom in artificial intelligence, right? And this basically gave a rise to AI-driven chatbots, right? So when it comes to AI-driven chatbots, what I see is basically some of the notable benefits of an AI-driven chatbot is the 24/7 availability and for them to understand certain customer preferences, right? So how this happens is basically through developments in AI and through a robust natural language processing engine.
So, how has ChitChats prepared for these emerging market trends of chatbots driving this digital customer experience?
Well, we started our journey back in 2019. So, how this actually came into play was we developed a chatbot for the Axiata Group telecom operators. And we had a slight edge over the pandemic in 2020, where when we were implementing the bot to 2 other telecom operators in Malaysia and Nepal, not only in Malaysia and Nepal, even in Sri Lanka, a lot of the customers got to interact with our bot. So in terms of various channels, WhatsApp, Viber, Instagram, Telegram, so all their day-to-day requests, their queries, everything was resolved from the bot. And again here, one key point to highlight is when we started back in 2019, our user base was around only 10,000 users for a given month. But now we've grown up to around 450,000 to 500,000 at this year itself, and it's still growing as we speak. So that goes on to show that the bot itself has evolved a lot, and we have trained the bot a lot for it to be on this stage. So another key point here is a lot of these telecom operators, they use a chatbot to reduce their operational overheads. A typical contact center would have a certain cost to be incurred in terms of contact center agents. So what a chatbot would do here is ideally automate all those human interactions, and then basically with that kind of a scenario, we have a reduced cost when using chatbots.
Tell us a bit more about ChitChats. How is it different from the other chatbots in the market? And what are some of the use cases it can handle within an operational organization?
Well, Sandali, our chatbot basically operates under multiple domains. Our key area of focus is actually on customer service. In fact, any bot in the industry, their key area of focus will be customer service. So in our bot, we use certain conversational AI to build specific use cases that are built for these telecom operators. So what we'll do here is basically, if I take an example of such a use case, we'll take prepaid industry. Prepaid is actually a lucrative market in Sri Lanka and even in Southeast Asia. And one of the common problems with the prepaid market is the damaged scratch card. So you see a lot of users, they use these top-up cards basically, and these top-up cards tend to get damaged when they scratch. So earlier, how they used to basically handle this query was they used to call the contact center, and the contact center agent would basically report this or lodge this complaint to their product team and get an alternative reference number down to them. And this was in fact quite time consuming, right? Because you need the top up immediately. What we have done now is we have basically automated that entire flow down in our chatbot. So now a user basically can upload an image of this damaged scratch card on chatbot, and the chatbot is basically able to identify it's a damaged scratch card via Vision APIs, and then it talks to the telecom operator's backend systems and triggers an alternative reference number based on prior authentication. So if you can see, it's a couple of minutes job. So now earlier you had to wait in line for the agent to basically pick up your call, and then you had to wait till the reference number comes back from the product team. But now with the bot, in a couple of minutes, that entire flow is handled. So in customer service bots, we see this kind of a scenario basically. Ideally, it's either complaint lodging or certain requests like what I mentioned before. Our second area of focus is actually on marketing bots. This is typical lead generation. So what we do here is we proactively shoot across messages via social channels and engage the customer to basically purchase a device or a package. So you can use it for any medium. And the entire sales process is basically captured within the bot itself. So that's our secondary area of focus. We have come across a third area of focus. You don't see much, you must have not heard much about this on the industry, but this is something we have trialed out. That's gamification bots. So we are using the bot to kind of interact with the customer. So the customer can play games via the chatbot. They can earn some loyalty points and redeem those loyalty points via the chatbot itself. So you are having that entire journey of the user redeem the points captured by the chatbot. So that's the third area of focus that we have given. So this customer service, marketing and gamification basically are focused towards customers, but bots actually can be used internally as well. So right now we are initiating HR bots. So that will basically handle all the employee requests. So employees basically, they tend to send emails to the HR, right? Or typically requesting information. And this information sometimes can be quite confidential as well. But now with this HR bot, they will fetch the relevant information down to the user and pass on that relevant information back to the user real time. So we are talking about efficient process down here with HR bots. So what I mentioned to you were the domains that we operate with. But when it comes to functionalities of a chatbot, right, we are talking about a certain feature list. Like I mentioned before, we operate across multiple channels. So the term omnichannel service basically kind of gives us an indication that the same business flow is being operated in every channel. So you can have a channel of your preference. You might use WhatsApp, I might use Viber, but irrespective of the channel, I get the same experience, right? So that's the omnichannel experience that we provide with the chatbot. Also, we support 155 plus languages with our chatbot. So at the moment, with the telecom operators that we have implemented with, we have supported Sinhala, Tamil, English, Malay, Hindi, and so on. So a customer has their own preferred language to operate with the bot. Another key feature on the ChitChat chatbot is basically on the monitoring dashboard. So we play a kind of a pivotal role in this monitoring dashboard. One thing is, we have shared our own experience in terms of how to measure the chatbot effectiveness. That's one thing, right? And the other area is basically, we are trying to get the customer's KPIs onboarded as well. So each telecom operator will have their own set of KPIs to measure their chatbot effectiveness. So that also will bring down to the reporting option. So for example, if I say they will use this reporting dashboard to see whether customers have basically left the conversations in the middle, right? Whether they have got frustrated, right? Who has completed the fulfillment? What are the ratings? How many sessions? Who has used what channel, right? The positive feedback, right? So it tracks the entire journey of the user in that bot. So we are able to see all those touch points. So then they use these monitoring dashboard tool stats to basically go and retrain the bot and improve the flow again. So that's why I mentioned that the monitoring dashboard plays a key role, because you need to use those stats to go and retrain your bot and make sure that the customer does not face those scenarios again.
Pragesh, you did mention conversational AI as part of the functionalities of ChitChat. So does that mean that the conversations are more intuitive and the responses are not typical transactional and static-based responses?
Well, Sandali, it's actually a quite common question raised by everyone. So there is in fact a key difference there, right? And chatbots are basically pretty much rule-based, and it operates on a kind of a bounded system. And you have a specific intent and there's a one-shot response for it, right? But if you take humans, we have varied responses, right? My requirements might change, right? So a bot should be able to identify that change of requirement or that switch. So if I take a classic example, we'll take a very basic example, right? A certain balance check, right? So if my balance is quite low, the bot should be able to identify that the balance is low and trigger another response asking for me to top up the account, right? It's a very basic example, but we've done a lot based on typical telco use cases, right? It might be even a certain package change. I will say, I need to activate this package. But once I say it, I will again ask, saying, sorry, I don't want this package, but I want to activate this package. So conversational AI should be able to identify my switch and respond. So it should be able to respond to varied human responses. That's basically a key difference between conversational AI and a typical rule-based chatbot. And with this, what I would like to also highlight is that we use a certain design principle framework when we are implementing the chatbot. So when we talk to a contact center, like the agent would greet us they will kind of use a specific tone for us, right? So chatbot also should operate in kind of a similar manner, right? There should be a greeting, there should be a structured menu. You should not be asking too much of repetitive questions, right? Because the customer can get frustrated, right? So you should minimize those things. So we use this framework when we are designing the flows as well.
How do you drive continuous success in operational chatbots? And adding to that, what holds in the future for chatbots?
Well, Sandali, we do operate on a separate business model when it comes to the customers. So especially when we started our journey with the telecom operators with Axiata Group, we actually traveled with them throughout their customer journey. So it was not like a one-time implementation, but we implemented the chatbot and we were with them throughout their journey in identifying what their additional requirements were. Now, one of the key examples is we've come across a new requirement of one of the operators. So what they came across was they are having a hard time trying to train the model. So now they can identify keywords, but they have to every time go and manually train the bot. So now we have developed them a feature where it's a self-learning module. So this particular module gives us all the phrases where the customers have exited conversations, right? Where the customers have been stuck with conversations, and it gives like responses and additional intents being created, where based on that we can automatically feed the NLP engine with all the response categories. So that's one of the features that we have developed for our customers. So how we basically derive continuous success is we want to be with the customers throughout their journey in trying to identify the requirements. One additional thing is, suddenly we also work with multiple partners in the CX industry. So we directly work with omnichannel partners and especially with social channels like WhatsApp directly. So we want to identify what their roadmap is for the year. And based on that, we want to develop our bot catering to those feature lists as well, so that we can give the newest features to our customers based on the social media channels as well. So that's one key area we focus as well. And moreover, Sandali, we are also focusing on voice bots, right? So chatbot is there, right? But we are right now focusing on voice bots as well. And what I would like to basically say is, our chatbot is not basically limited to the telecommunication industry. I've been giving use cases and examples based on telecom operators because that's how we have implemented our chatbot. But it's not limited to telecommunication industry. Our chatbot is scalable and it's ready to even cater to other industries such as banks, banking industry, manufacturing industry, or retail.
Sounds exciting, Pragesh. The journey so far is quite impressive. We look forward to hearing new initiatives for chit chats in the future.
Thank you, Sandali.
I hope you enjoyed the chit chat on Chit Chats with Sandali and Pragesh. So without further ado, I'll hand it over to Liara.
For our next keynote, we're looking at enabling the metaverse and 5G and 6G with AI. Our speaker is Steve Boca, Head of AI Platform and Architecture at Ericsson.
Steve has over 25 years of deep technical domain experience. His market understanding and architectural and system engineering skills have given birth to numerous innovative software and solutions. Steve, the floor is yours.
It's a pleasure to be invited to speak at the AI Summit for ADL. Recently, actually, I participated in a Catalyst project with the TM Forum on measuring trust in AI as well, which is very relevant to this. We saw a presentation earlier on about the trust needed for Metaverse, which obviously there's another dimension more complicated. So it'll be interesting to do another phase of that in future. So as I just mentioned, I've actually just joined Ericsson. I'm in their solution area cognitive network solutions. So that's the part of the company that basically uses AI to generate new solutions to do things like optimize the network, to run new services, to do all kinds of clever things with new services, maybe things like managing new slices in a 5G network, and in future lots of interesting things in 6G. So without further ado, I'll move forward into the presentation. So Ericsson has a vision to imagine a world where limitless connectivity means limitless possibility. So we're trying to shape the world so that you can, have services that deliver what you want when you want. And a typical challenge for that is, of course, the metaverse itself. That's been touted probably since the late 90s. You've heard the story about the book that inspired it all, but there's also been different variants of it from different gaming consoles. Ready Player One, the movie. There's lots of things out there today. And one of the reasons I said enabling the metaverse on 5G is it is actually possible to provide metaverse type capabilities today, but also obviously as the technology evolves onto 6G, it's going to get even more interesting. Just to give you a little bit of background on Ericsson itself, obviously probably everyone's heard of Ericsson. We serve customers in more than 180 countries around the world. We've been in countries like China, Brazil and India for more than 100 years. We've got various R&D facilities, manufacturing, service delivery centers around the world. And as you can see, the Southeast Asia and Oceania region, which is basically the area that the Exiata Group operates in, has 26,000 employees. So we're very well represented in the area. Excuse me. Talking specifically about 5G, I'm sorry, my mouse is on the screen there. Talking specifically about 5G, we've got 134 live networks at the moment in 59 countries. That's serving over 1.2 billion subscribers. So Ericsson rated recently in the Magic Quadrant by Gartner as a high provider in the 5G network infrastructure. So they're a leader in the segment. So just to give a little bit more background. So obviously Ericsson is probably well known for the 5G digital infrastructure. When it comes to technology leadership, the radio access network, core network, communication services, and all the support functions like OSS and BSS are there. Ericsson like to work in a sustainable way. We like to provide a reliable and resilient network infrastructure, and obviously in a secure environment. As we're building out the 5G infrastructure, a data-driven approach is a lot more important, and there's a lot more AI involved in the fabric. Moving up, oops, sorry, wrong way. Moving up in this section in the middle, you can see there's a wide range of network capabilities to provide different values. So whether it comes from coverage to provide voice, broadband, or applications. With things like Metaverse, the latency of the performance is probably more important than the bandwidth, but you can have high speed and low latency networks. It's important to be able to orchestrate it. So moving into a customer experience environment, being able to orchestrate things at a slice layer. So maybe several hundred or maybe several thousand slices will be required to implement the Metaverse. The processing, and we'll get into this in a bit more detail later, whether the processing is on device, on an adjunct device, on the edge of the network, or in the core of the network, that becomes quite interesting. You need to be able to support different services. And I think there was a great example earlier from Huawei where they showed the container port and the operation. Being able to support private networks is a key thing there. And all the time to have a trusted execution environment, and again, in the container port, IoT solutions, and the ability to make sure the quality of experience is good enough. Oops, keep going the wrong way. So of course, there's lots of different use cases to support 5G, whether it's straightforward enhanced mobile broadband, smart cities, all the smart cameras around, there's lots of different smart devices, automotive, transportation. We're not going to read them all out, but there's lots of different smart manufacturing. Ericsson have a smart manufacturing setup in North America. There's a featured blog and a nice video on that if you're interested in looking at. And there's all kinds of other logistical things. And again, because we covered it quite well earlier, I don't need to emphasize that. So our purpose is to create connections and make the unimaginable possible. So the idea is to combine creativity, expertise, and technology. So what we have here is a little video of the future, but it's not that far into the future. So I'm just going to start that playing.
cheap. As soon as you think you've seen it all, here comes something new. Access our sensor. It's quite amazing, all the things we can do now, even if I do get a little tired of it sometimes. Everything is constantly evolving.
Hi, Laura.
Advancing.
Except the jacket's warm, so it's going to be cold today.
We're surrounded by change. Always connected without even noticing it most of the time. Just when I've gotten the hang of one thing, another shows up.
Hi, sis. Just wanted to see how everything's going. Is there any news?
I guess that's what happens when you get to be my age. Nate. Some worries still remain, of course. I think worrying is part of human nature.
Yeah, we're all good here. We're just waiting for the medic, so we'll
We
be back in
need
touch
it
soon, okay?
to keep moving forward, keep advancing.
We'll be back in touch soon, okay?
It does amaze me just how far we've come, how accessible everything is today. There's so much less worrying, less stressing, and with that comes more freedom. There's something magical about us all being connected to one another. It's like we're never alone anymore,
Except.
for better or for worse.
Hi, Chris. Sorry for the interruption. Robot 43 is down. Could you locate when and where the problem occurred?
Yeah, sure.
We need to implement the fix.
It brings us closer together, no matter where in the world we happen to be.
Okay.
And it makes us all equals. I do love that. Age, background, disabilities, it just doesn't matter as much anymore. There'll always be new problems to solve, new issues at hand. We're only human after all.
Call Dr. Wafa.
We've always known that technology would help us connect to one another more, help bridge the distances between us, but we could never have known to what extent. There's so much potential out there. As long as we continue to create with good intent, we can keep making the world a better place and keep bringing people even closer together, no matter where in the world they happen to be. You see, things don't just happen by accident. A thought, a dream, a plan has to align with technology, like stars aligning in the sky. It's of course impossible to foresee the future, but we can hope, dream, and plan to the best of our abilities. That's how we, you, me, your little baby cousin, all of us can advance.
So that's quite interesting. There are many aspects of the metaverse were represented in that video, but I thought I'd do a couple of interesting screenshots here. So looking at the top left-hand side, you can see a street view. You know, if you're wearing some appropriate glasses or AR headset, you can get augmented information. Maybe as you walk down the street, so as simple as mentioning the name of the shop, the latest rating, and that type of thing. If you look a little bit to the right, you can see there's a slightly more complicated view of a street view. It's giving you a bit of navigation. It's showing you where your colleagues are. It might be showing the meeting you're heading to. And more importantly, if you need the loo, it's giving you a continuous update of the closest restroom. You could take that a step further and say the closest available restroom, because if the restrooms are smart as well, they'll know when they're occupied or not occupied. So it gets quite interesting. The bottom left-hand corner, this is a firefighting scene. So if a firefighter's in a building, they can take a look, or in the case the picture is showing a guy in the building trying to get out, he can find the closest fire escape to run out. But in the situation of the firefighter themselves, they can get the floor plan of a building. They may not be familiar with it. It can show where the fire is worse, where the people need rescuing, and all kinds of interesting information like that. Obviously, in the bottom right-hand corner, this is where There's been a lot of trials like this in the US using mobile devices where you get the current stats of a game presented on the device, but also if you're wearing glasses or augmented reality environment, you can get the stats on the current game, you can get the stats on the players. Maybe your eyes focus on a particular player, it brings up their profile. It starts to get very interesting there as well. And of course, with the World Cup coming up, you get to the quarterfinals. Not only do you want to know the stats of the game that you're watching, you want to know how the other team in the same group's doing, because sometimes it comes to the goal difference in the games to get through. So I've already mentioned a few terms, things like virtual reality, augmented reality, and mixed reality. They all fall under an umbrella known as extended reality, and the abbreviation is XR. But if I briefly just go into the different types. So virtual reality, this is your Oculus Rift headset, it's your Sony PlayStation VR glasses where you're completely immersed in the glasses. You only see the reality created, and that's showing you basically virtual environment. And it's great. You can go on trips, go traveling around the world from your own lounge and do lots of exciting things like that. Mixed reality is where it starts getting very interesting, where you can sort of interact with elements in real world objects. And then augmented reality, the examples I was showing on the previous page is augmenting a real picture or augmenting reality. So that's kind of how it all fits together. If we put it all together, the metaverse is going to be a mix of VR and AR and MR experiences, and they can be shared and persist as well. So it's going to be a really interesting environment. I think when Mark Zuckerberg rebranded Facebook, or the parent company, to become Meta, and they announced their vision for the metaverse, it was very much a virtual reality environment. I think the real environment out there is going to be augmented reality, of course, with a virtual reality places to go into different interactions. I thought I'd look at some of the devices. You see lots of different types of devices, whether it's 2D access, so that could be a TV set, could be your smartphone, or a computer, for example. And a great example of that is when you're playing an adventure game and you're going through and you're looking at that. That's effectively a metaverse that you're entering in that respect. It starts getting more interesting when you bring 3D into it, whether it's on the VR glasses that we just talked about, or a 3D TV set, or a combination of that. Holographic projectors do exist. It's very difficult to get it in good lighting conditions and pseudo real, but they exist and they will get much better over time. Of course, the really interesting stuff is when you go for more than 3 dimensions, you start introducing things like touch with haptics. So both being able to control things by using haptic gloves to show like classic remote surgeon case, or getting feedback. So Ready Player One, the suit gave you an electric shock to get you paid. And there's things like smell-o-vision. Sensors like smell could be introduced as well. And the really cool thing is, if you look in the bottom right-hand corner, the next slide actually covers that in a bit more detail. In the longer term, sort of the late 20s to 2030 plus time frame, there's going to be things like lenses that can be put on just worn. So there's 2 different out there. Mojo have developed a lens which has got a neck-worn computer, so you wear a computer around your neck, so the processing power is sitting there, and it's projecting onto your glasses. InWithCore is developing soft electronic contact lenses and claims the most advanced platform for experiencing the metaverse. So basically very similar to soft contact lenses today. So imagine that, getting a view like the left-hand side without even wearing glasses. So that's the exciting stuff to come. So this Dribble website is, there's a link there, and you can see the video, but it's got a lot of interesting concepts around the metaverse as well. So it's quite an exciting page to have a look at. If everyone's a Harry Potter fan, there was a proof of concept done with AT&T. It was a combination of AT&T, Ericsson, NVIDIA, Qualcomm, and Dreamscape. Basically, you're able to walk around a Harry Potter environment and experience Harry Potter. So that's a bit of fun there. There's a link in the presentation material as well. Again, here's some more graphics. The bottom left-hand side is from Westworld. He's trying to just try on a suit, but instead of having to physically try them on, you just choose them on a virtual display. The right-hand side is interesting as well. You know, if you're wearing an AR headset or AR glasses or even the AR contact lenses, looking in your engine hood, you can check it just simply by looking at it, and you don't even need to open the hood really. But it's just a great concept of looking at that. And if you take it a step further, the engineer can have more advanced diagnostics running as well. So it's all very, very powerful when you look at what's possible and you open your imagination. So some examples of extended reality in the industry. The one on the left is quite interesting. NASA and Lockheed Martin, they were using Microsoft HoloLens, and they used to take 8 hours to do the maintenance on satellites. So basically they had to double check things, read it back. You didn't want to make a mistake. So it's an 8-hour process. By using things like Microsoft HoloLens 2, the process was reduced to 45 minutes. So there's a massive increase in efficiencies, particularly in high-risk situations like outer space. There's also the NASA Orion project as well, part of the maintenance and part of the development of the Orion project. They found a 90% reduction in time of the processes as well. So it's really key. The middle one's quite interesting. So Black Friday, if anyone lives in the US, they'll know what Black Friday is. If anyone doesn't live in the US, they probably do know what it is now. But you get these random adverts coming out on Amazon and lots of other people talking about Black Friday. It's basically the Friday after Thanksgiving Day in the US. So they have lots of shop sales, but it's just expanded around the world as a concept now. But the thing about Black Friday is everyone goes a bit mad. So when the TV sets are reduced to 50% off, the doors are crowded, and the people trying to buy things are trying to get in the door. Now, for new staff, they'll never experience that in real, firsthand without actually being through a Black Friday. But Walmart have actually introduced some training to get them people, immersed in the situation, so they can train them how to react when angry customers are fighting over a TV set and that type of stuff. And this is being used today, so it's a classic example. Looking on the right-hand side, we've heard Web 3.0 and social media 2.0, the ability to do social media through, in a virtual world, in a metaverse, creating different content, digital fungible tokens. You can buy, thing about digital artwork is it's very easy to copy, but you can allocate one owner to it by the DFT. So that's quite interesting. So you can start selling digital assets, which opens up a whole new marketplace. So obviously, if you think a DFT is worth something yourself, you might buy something, but it's one of those, the value of a DFT is in the value of those who want to own it, right? So it's a really interesting concept when you look at the metaverse. So if you want to link here a bit more back to the subject, so talking about 5G, Ericsson do many blogs, and there was a particular blog. This is the avatars of our blogging team on the left-hand side, but on the right-hand side is just a link to one of the many blogs. And I'd highly recommend you following up some of these links. There's loads of material there, but it gives a very interesting insight. So, and these are very interesting characters as well. They publish lots of different things. So looking a bit more, how do you untether a device? Because everyone, today is typically using Wi-Fi, maybe mobile, but to get the processing power, you normally need a big battery or a big computer, right? So the middle scene is probably where we're at today. You have a big backpack, you're walking around with a VR headset on or an AR headset. There are some other augmented reality glasses. Microsoft HoloLens is a great example, which are self-contained. But as you get into 5G VR devices, you can get handsets that clip into goggle holders these days. You can do multi-user environments. And as we get to more the augmented reality glasses, obviously Google Glass was out there a little while ago. It was not quite augmented reality, but it was a good attempt at it. The HoloLens, I've already mentioned it, is a great experience. If you haven't tried it, I highly recommend going to one of the trade shows, picking up a HoloLens, putting it on. It gets across the concepts, and it's really great fun. So the big challenge, though, is that backpack in the middle. If you want the processing power or you want the battery life, because, to power all these sensors, to make sure you've got the full 180-degree human vision, which when you look at the glasses, quite a lot of them have got quite narrow field of vision. So the wider the field of vision, the more realistic it is. The faster the refresh rate, the more realistic it is, the less dizzy you'll feel. So there's all kinds of processing implications there. So it gets quite challenging to meet that. So there's a whole lot of challenges, and we've got a whole panel talking about the challenges, and I've already mentioned a few of them, right? So, you know, having a lightweight device, ideally having a device that's a contact lens on your eye, but obviously there's not much room for a battery in there. There's not much room for processing, so the processing has to be done somewhere. Maybe using multi-access edge compute. Some people might know that as mobile edge, but Etsy have recently taken into the fact that different access technologies are included and rebranded that acronym. So there's a lot of looking at the edge compute, and we'll talk about that in a minute with some of the other slides. Standardized interfaces, so the standards are continually evolving. The 3GPP's done lots of activity, there's lots of other ITU activities, lots of other standards group working on this. You saw earlier the ADL API environment. APIs are going to be key. The ability to run services, to create an environment, to put things in the metaverse, to interface the metaverse externally. SDKs and APIs are going to drive it. And to be able to bind that business logic into there is really key. Just as bringing some reality from an engineering perspective into it. So if you want really high resolution, 4K or 8K, you know, you need a sort of data rates looking on the right-hand side. So we've highlighted here kind of the sort of things that 5G is likely to be able to support and the sort of things that 6G is likely to be able to support. There's actually a GSMA white paper called Future Networks, which again, you'll get the link in the presentation. So I'd highly recommend reading that if you're interested. The other thing to think about is the application and what the demands are. So on the top left-hand side, this would be the AR glasses being able to identify, so using AI to do image recognition, to be able to categorize, to send information through. So object identification has a high uplink throughput requirement and a low downlink throughput requirement. Conversely, if we look at the bottom here, this is using Microsoft HoloLens playing Minecraft. The Minecraft is superimposed on the room. It's got a low to high uplink throughput requirements depending on, you know, how you change the environment. So it's a very peaky type load. That means you don't have to have continuous availability, but there's a high resolution AR graphics and a high downlink throughput requirements. So looking at the typical tasks, so things like object tracking, object detection, map optimization, spatial mapping. So, you know, being able to look at cloud data and point data, localize it, bring in sensors. So the ability to recognize things, so obviously video sensors, there's different types of other sensors, heat sensors, so, you know, tactic sensors, so there's kind of all kinds of things. So you can look at whether processing is performed, whether it's performed on the XR device, the extended reality device itself, or where it's performed on the edge of the network. And you can see how what you would offload. So you might offload the map optimization and the point cloud data, or you might offload, you know, different types of things. And that's very much dependent. If you're doing a single application that you as an end user are using on your own, then, you know, having it all on the device is fine. However, if you're in an interactive environment, you're playing a multiplayer game or you're interacting in a you know, in a metaverse with a social media network, and you're actually physically interacting, maybe a lot more needs to be pushed onto the network itself. So again, there's another white paper reference there from Ericsson. So this is really a graphical representation of what I was talking about. So the bottom is a device processing. So this is your Oculus Rift or your that type of thing. The middle, where it's showing the mobile phone, that could equally be your Sony PlayStation, your Microsoft Xbox, or it could be a computer as well. The middle screen, the split compute processing, so that's where you have local rendering done on you know, a compute device, which in this case is shown as a NEC device, or a NEC computer attached to glasses. And that link can be with a physical cable, or it can be wireless as well. But, you know, remote rendering and the really heavy lifting is actually still done by the network in that case. And then cloud processing, this is where most of the data is going backwards and forwards. So it's got a much higher demand on the network, but it's got a much lesser demand on the end device, which then reduces the processing power, the battery life required for the end device. So there's all kinds of interesting dynamics. I've already talked about the single user versus multi-user on the previous slide. This is an interesting slide showing different 5G as we go towards 6G. So everyone's probably familiar with the 5G. It started off as enhanced mobile broadband, and then introducing the lower latency thing, so required for the metaverse, the URLLC, ultra reliable low latency communication. So that's the ability to support very low latency transactions, typically a few milliseconds, 5 or 10, 20 milliseconds type latency, but it's ultra reliable as well. So there's lots more signaling overhead to ensure that the actual bits get through. So you can't have ultra reliable and high bandwidth, for instance. There's a conflict between the signaling load and the user plane load in that case. And the other 5G service, most people know this as IoT, but in 3GPP speak, it's known as machine type communication. And the M stands for massive machine type communication. So that's just simply representing that with 5G, the number of devices can massively increase. And the reason that becomes a challenge is because in a mobile network, you've got the data or the user plane and the signaling or the control plane. Now, with IoT devices, the problem is there's very little data that goes backwards and forwards, unless, of course, it's a video device. But normally it's quite low volume. But when you've got a massive number of devices, it overloads the signaling channels. So therefore, there's a whole tranche of 5G, which was dedicated to doing very optimized signaling and dedicating more of the resource blocks to carry signaling traffic. Now, as you go over to the right-hand side, the 6G standards are still in their infancy, but they decided to expand the triangle into a hexagon, which is very apt if you know anything about radio planning, because they always plan with hexagons, right? But thinking about immersive communication, the metaverse will be completely immersive and merged reality and that type of stuff. We require global broadband, omnipresent IoT, so it's always present, always communicating, but So a great example of that is a digital twin. So you might have a digital twin of a network, for example, that things can be tested on first before they're implemented in the real world, or a digital twin of an AI model doing something as well. So, or the AI model, the digital twin probably is an AI model. So, finally, there's a number of other dimensions in the 6G side of things. But how do we enable 6G? So 6G will enable lots of different sense services. So the Internet of Senses as opposed to the Internet of Things. This is massive multi-sensory merged reality. This will be a true enabler of the metaverse. So I'm not saying we can't do the metaverse today on 5G. What I'm saying is it's going to get even better when 6G comes along. So connected intelligent machines as well. Again, today we have a connected factory. We have high-speed communication between machines in a factory environment. But with the 6G, new services will come along. Interactive 4D maps, precision healthcare, personal concierge services. They're just examples of kind of what could come. So and finally, it's very important to all of us. We all know about global warming, particularly in countries like Bangladesh and in areas served by Exiata. So there's regular flooding, and the flooding is getting worse in various different countries around the world. So sustainability is really key. So energy management, being able to optimize, for example, if you imagine Bitcoin, that was consuming huge amount, equivalent to countries worth of energy, just simply to keep the blockchain alive. Ethereum did something quite interesting recently. They're more decentralized. They moved from a completely decentralized environment and flipped it over to a more centralized environment. That dramatically reduced the energy required for Ethereum versus something like Bitcoin. Now that's interesting as well, because one of the operating systems, and I call it an operating system, touted for the metaverse is the Ethereum landscape itself, which gets quite interesting. And to get access to that, you'll need very good mobile coverage. But at the same time, it's very important to consider things like the energy consumption. So the vision for the future is that a cyber physical continuum. So this is where you see the Internet of Senses, the connected world, and being able to observe and track things in real time. So, wearable devices, embedded devices, providing that network connectivity is going to make it a very interesting world in future. So when you combine that with being able to go into the virtual world as well, that means it's going to be extended quite interestingly. We have another white paper. I'll keep giving links here, so there's lots of reading to do as homework after this presentation. But this link is covering the connecting a cyber physical world. So it was written in quite recently. So it was first published in November 2020, but it presents a 6G vision for 2030 basically at the moment. So finally go on to the subject, AI. So it's a good job, got an extra few minutes here. We've got 10 minutes left in the presentation. So what I'm showing here is basically the evolution over time as things have rolled out. We've moved from having manual processes to more automated processes, incident-driven operations, to start doing things proactively and to use data-driven AI and cognitive networks to run network operations. The enablers are AI itself, the fact it can be automated, and also the fact that it's cloud, so things can be scaled up and scaled down. Now, once the 5G core is in place, network slicing can dramatically increase the control over individual quality of experience, which is really important for the metaverse because you've got to guarantee the low latencies for specific services. And we've talked about the differences required. So some services will be really high performance. I'll just have a look at network slicing. So for example, mobile broadband, it's got to be reasonably available. 99% availability is relatively low in the scale of things I'd expect, but yeah, no, so 90%, 9% available. It's got to be there most of the time. Most people, will do a best effort type service, and there's no real SLA. So if it doesn't work, you don't get a feedback or anything. When it comes to remote surgery has been touted for 5G probably since 2015, but let's use it as an example here. With remote surgery, if there's a delay in the transmission from the surgeon performing the surgery in, let's say, in London, and the remote surgeon maybe in one of the sub-Saharan Africa countries, if there's a delay, then that could mean the scalpel carries on cutting where it should not cut. It could do something quite serious. So it's important that the top priority is given, the latency is managed, the throughput is fast enough, and of course it's secure, so no one can hack into it as well. Smart factories is another use case. So slightly lower priority than the remote surgery, but still very important. And the security is still reasonably important. There's an SLA on throughput and latency. So let's say you have image processing. There's a very high bandwidth, and it needs to be passed up to a cloud server to get it to do image recognition to detect faulty goods. Those type of SLAs are important to monitor. So it's important to have some sort of intent-based management, which is using knowledge base of known issues and known relations, and to be able to drive the AI based on intent as well. So you set a business intent, such as for the remote surgery, we will deliver all messages within 2 milliseconds with latency, with the throughput of, and it doesn't necessarily have to be a high throughput, but it's the intent to provide that. And that can be fed into the system, and the system will use that to control. So it will use machine reasoning to handle any conflicts, to draw conclusions to the data. So for example, in the case of we're doing a metaverse to identify, let's use the toilet example. You might not want to go to that toilet because it's busy and there's all kinds of different rules. Well, it won't be rules, it'll be machine reasoning in that case. And there's various agents, so to control actuators, to control models, to have statistical analysis, so probabilistic methods for looking at things as well and coming to conclusions. So doing things like root cause analysis based on historical activity. So this is an interesting slide. It's also, again, showing the journey from reactive, incident-driven management to proactive, data-driven management. And as the value goes up as well. So more technology is used. So this basically shows 6 different lines here. So the initial deployments of AI have all been about improving efficiency. So looking at power saving. So the cost of energy around the world has gone up massively in the last 12 months. So, if you can save 20%, 15, 20, 25% of the energy by having an AI solution manage that, then that's really important. If you can improve the efficiency of your workforce, so, reduce the site visits, the truck rolls, all that type of stuff, or even within an organization to improve the efficiency of utilization, then people can do the more interesting tasks. Now, the interesting thing about, let's take an example like power saving. You do save power, you save money, but it has an impact on the performance. So there's a trade-off there. So if you go to the next level down, then you want to be able to use the AI to manage the customer experience. And there are cases, particularly in something like mobile, where the amount of power you use equates to the amount of interference overall. It makes the overall signal worse for everyone. But you can reduce power and you can improve customer experience at the same time and do a win-win. And it's only by using AI models with machine learning, reinforcement learning, machine reasoning that you can get to this level of things. Sustainability, again, that's the power saving case. Revenue generation is quite interesting. Everyone's looking for new revenue sources. So the Metaverse is a great example where it has a tremendous possibility to generate new revenue for many organizations. That's why Facebook have placed a massive bet on it. That's why this conference even is featuring it as a major topic. And then we've talked about measurement of trust with that Catalyst project that ADL XAR Dialogue Sri Lanka did. And they actually won a sustainability award for that trust measurement of trusted AI from the TM Forum in the first phase, which was really good. But with AI, it's important to use AI to measure the trust as well as trusting the AI. So it's 2 different dimensions. So, and as Suganya said earlier, the Metaverse even presents greater challenges. So that's a very important piece of work that we were looking at earlier on. So looking at an innovation platform, this is kind of showing the different layers of a mobile network, transport, cloud infrastructure, the access, the mobility. So as you travel around with devices, as you travel around VR headsets, roam around the world, how it's managed, orchestrated, and how it can be applied. You can make AI do things like for the infrastructure, do the power optimization, the link adaptation, MIMO, massive MIMO, the number of antenna beams. It's very complex to steer the beams and make sure they're pointing at the right devices. So definitely requires AI to perform massive MIMO optimization. Moving up the stack, the access and mobility, handover decisions, and dual connectivity control. So maybe it's still using a 4G core with a 5G user plane. So being able to control all that. And spectrum load balancing. So there's only a finite amount of spectrum, and the really valuable low frequency spectrum that can penetrate buildings, you want to use only in those cases where people are indoors. And then the algorithms required to distribute the load, the user plane and the control plane across the different spectrum is quite key. And finally, the orchestration is really key, and monetization, of course, drives all of our businesses today. Here's some examples of AI being leveraged in the Metaverse. So it's actually from a different video than the one I showed in the beginning of the deck, but there's all kinds of examples of a human-machine coexistence, distributed intelligence around the different parts of the network. So if we take the example where she was walking through the woods in the beginning, she was looking at different stats, different information was coming up, the weather came up, she was going fishing, that was quite interesting. The whole artificial sort of creation, so virtual presence, so she was sitting next to her daughter while she was fishing, and also that type of thing. So there's lots of very interesting things where AI can be applied to update and augment the information available. Finally, AI in telecoms. So just getting towards the end now, we've got about a minute left. These are the sort of area, the technology where AI can be applied to control. So with reinforcement learning, You can distribute intelligence, so use federated learning around. Our whole department is known as cognitive networks, but the whole ability for the networks to run themselves, effectively optimize themselves, grow themselves, and improve through automation. Got to trust it, and obviously have an AI infrastructure that drives it all. And basically, the idea is to improve efficiency through automation, power our products, and also enable new services such as the Metaverse, IoT, and telecoms. And just looking towards 2020, 2030, sorry, wrong decade, the Internet of Senses, connected intelligent machines, a connected sustainability world. And to do that, you need limitless connectivity, trustworthy systems, a cognitive network, and network compute fabric. And that's it for me. So I'm sure there's some questions.
Absolutely, Steve. We do have questions, but we're going to take a quick little break, and we're going to be right back with the Q&A.
Thank you.
Our history isn't in the past. Our heritage isn't our better times. Our culture isn't done being defined. It's in the air. It's in the earth. It's in the waters. As it has been for thousands of years. As it still is this morning. Sri Lanka isn't a place, it's a marvel, a brave new world that wasn't made by the rules. She's a rebel of nature. She's a blessing of imagination, of untold innovation and resilience. Let's tell the story of Sri Lanka with the same courage this island was born of. It's in how we love, how we believe, how we protect, how we share, how we feast, and how we heal. As we dismiss strangers by making them friends. Because that stuff of stars that is beneath our feet, the brilliance that makes the monsoon waltz around lush hills and save itself to soothe scorched plains. The wonder that makes the salty seas nurture jungles of pure paradise. And the wild beauty that stays fierce and vibrant even as time tries to quieten it is in us. And now it's time to show the world Sri Lanka as it has always been, but never been realized before.
Imagine a technology partner invested in your dreams, where we take the time to understand your aspirations and give you the opportunity to transform them into reality through disruptive innovation. We are Axiata Digital Labs. We are a team of IT professionals, data scientists, cloud solutions specialists, creative design engineers, spanning 7 global offices. We are enriching the lives of over 500 million people. We have successfully delivered projects globally, specializing in digital telco solutions, mobile money, fintech, IoT, AI, machine learning, data analytics, and self-care solutions. Using our expertise and domain knowledge, we have helped challenge the norms of industries and rewrite the rules of engagement. We provide our customers with agility. We provide them future-ready products now. Axiata Digital Labs, advancing digital life.
Welcome back. We are back to our Q&A with Steve Boker. So Steve, we've got a couple of questions for you. So to start off, will satellite communications one day replace current networks and power the metaverse soon? So this is in relation to something like Starlink. What are your thoughts?
Okay, that's a very interesting question. So satellite will form a part of the communication network infrastructure, obviously. One of the challenges with something like the metaverse, it's a whole capacity versus coverage issue, right? So the satellite's great because it's got a good coverage from flying over. However, you always get interference in a mobile network. And if I just take a step backwards, let's talk about whether Wi-Fi or 5G is more suitable for metaverse. Now, Wi-Fi is great if you're a single user, but what's happened in the mobile standards is they've been optimized over the years to handle multi-user, to handle all the interference, to handle all the capacity type things, right? And the ability to scale that by putting extra cells in. If you put that in a satellite network, you'll end up having so many satellites flying around in low Earth orbit. There's a big danger of them crashing into each other, right? So, and one of the challenges about satellite communication and satellites is if a satellite crashes into another one, then there's a lot of debris flies around and it takes out a few more satellites, and you get to a situation where all the satellites get destroyed in one big sort of cataclysmic event, right? So eventually, ultimately, there is a certain amount of capacity up in space, even with all that space up there, in all the different orbits and stuff. So, in a mobile network, it'll be a tiered structure. You'll always have a terrestrial network on the ground, and it will go as small as really small pico cells, which might be, millimeter wave or higher terahertz wave in 6G, all the way up. So, to answer the question, no, satellite won't replace the mobile networks of today, but it will supplement it and augment it. And if you're rich enough to just have a satellite subscription, then go ahead, go for it. But you might find it's variable, and as more users use it, the capacity goes down.
So just moving on to Q2, Metaverse will not need mobility as much. So can't we make things much simpler and efficient without worrying about mobility? So what's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, so there are certainly use cases where if you're sitting in your room and you're just going on a trip around the world, you can just use your local network at home and use virtual reality. The real power of things is when you start looking at mixed reality and augmented reality. That's where the real mobile story comes in. However, even on that capacity aspect I talked about, to get the bandwidths that you require at low latency, you will get a better quality of experience on mobile. Now, going back to that cost thing, it will probably cost you more money on mobile, so there has to be a reason to do that and value for doing it. So yes, most of the VR, in fact, the VR today is mostly on Wi-Fi in your lounge. So.
Okay, thanks, Steve. And the final question is: are 5G capable devices able to support the data streaming requirements for real-time rendering of virtual environments in the metaverse?
That's an interesting question. So it depends on the resolution and the optical size and that type of thing. So there's been loads of calculations done, and some of them definitely will do. It's more a capacity. The devices will handle it. You might need a big compute to do it, so they might need to be very powerful in terms of compute capability, which is why we talked about having a backpack rather than having a device on your head. So the other side of it is, we talked about the splitting the load. So some of the load would be done by the network on the mobile edge or the multi-access edge compute. So using edge compute and a device definitely is the answer to that question.
Thanks, Steve. It's great. So I think you're not leaving us soon, because next we have our panel discussions coming up soon. So before we go into the panel discussions, I think let's go on to have a break and look at our sponsor advertisements.
Curiosity makes us seek knowledge. We search for more in the unknown. In a world where everything is connected, the digital economy is booming. Technology is creating vitality. This is where I came into being. I feel the pulse of the city, observe the frantic vehicles, see the bustling crowds, and hear every sound. I connect city elements, accelerate sharing and collaboration, bridge the information divide, and empower all industries. I never stop thinking. Increase efficiency with technologies and bring intelligence everywhere. I grow with the city and keep evolving to unlock near unlimited potential with stable operations. I make the city a better place to live. In this city, services are people-centric. City management is more transparent. The business environment keeps improving. The industrial economy is booming. Education is no longer restricted by time and space. Telehealth is available anywhere. Transportation is more convenient. And people live in harmony with nature. I am City Intelligent Twins. I ignite intelligence with technology and bring digital to every household.
Welcome back to our ADL AI Summit. We're just about ready to jump into our panel discussion. Our topic for today is building an inclusive metaverse for industries and the role of artificial intelligence. Before we introduce the panelists, we're going to remind you once again that you can post any questions that you have on the YouTube chat or on the Zoom link if you've been registered. We'll be passing on these questions to our panelists at the end of the discussion.
3 of today's keynote speakers are returning for this panel. So let me welcome once again Ian Yang, Steve Bowker, and Dr. Suranga Seneviratne. They will be joined by Manoj Philip Methan, Distinguished Cloud Architect for Cloud Engineering, COE at Oracle Japan and Asia Pacific, an inventor, an author with close to 2 decades of experience in IT. Manoj helps facilitate AI and ML adoption as a platform for innovation and enterprise transformation.
To guide and moderate this discussion, we have Dr. Ramesh Ranavana. Dr. Ramesh Ranavana is the CEO and founder of Enterprise Machine Learning Private Limited and the chairman for Artificial Intelligence AICX at Slascom. Over a career spanning 20 years, he's delivered commercial projects in computational drug design, simulations, UAV technology, manufacturing, and machine learning applications for clients in over 35 countries. He's also a Clarendon Scholar with a doctorate in artificial intelligence from the University of Oxford. Welcome, Dr. Ramesh, and over to you.
Thank you so much. So Good afternoon to everybody joining in, and good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all our panelists joining from around the world. So as we know, the metaverse is really hot news at the moment. But like most new technologies, our understanding of it is a bit limited. Everybody's still trying to figure out what's actually going on. For some, it's a virtual game. For others, it's a virtual experience. For some, it's a new way to shop. And for those with a larger vision, it's seen as the future of the internet. But really, where it's heading and what it's actually going to be in a few years' time is still up for debate, and we will see what happens over the next few years. The metaverse today is very, very similar to how the internet was in the late 90s and the early 2000s. There was a lot of hype about it, and a lot of interest and a lot of money spent on developing new technologies for it. And at the end of the 90s, we saw the dot-com bust. But then after that, it all leveled out, and we got a better idea of where the internet was heading. So we feel that the metaverse is on a similar trajectory. Online virtual experiences have been around for a while. We've had massive multiplayer online games, MMOs, or massive multiplayer online role-play games. They have been around and very popular for at least the last 20 years. But what makes the metaverse different is the creation of these persistent environments, but also more importantly, greater functionality brought in to these environments. A lot of these massive multiplayer games were built by a single vendor and managed by a single vendor. So the environments were quite closed. You had your own logins, you had your own, and they had their own quite specific functionality. But now with the metaverse, the use cases and the type of interactions that are expected from these environments is far greater. And what adds to the challenge is ability to make your metaverse avatar, your persona, portable between these different environments. And this is what brings in so many different challenges. How do you make it interactive? How do you make it more realistic? How do you make it portable? But importantly, how do you also make it safe? And this is what today's talk is really about. Into all this, what really powers this whole ecosystem and brings in the ability to bring in all these different types of functionality is artificial intelligence. So today's panel is really about trying to bring some clarity to this landscape. We'll try to look at what opportunities are available, how do different industries look at the metaverse, what type of infrastructure is required, what type of capacity we think that companies need to build to be able to get into the metaverse. And we'll try to have a broad ranging discussion on these different topics. So Steve, if you don't mind, I'd like to start with you. From the viewpoint of telco providers or companies who are part of the larger communication ecosystem like Ericsson, what is your view of the metaverse? What opportunities are available? How should companies be looking at number one, how do they get into the metaverse, and what other opportunities can they open up for others through their infrastructure and ecosystem to be able to get into the metaverse? Basically, what's the viewpoint of telcos and communication companies on the metaverse? Steve, I think you're on mute.
Yeah, sorry, it's a classic COVID conference call phobia there. I was thinking I was still off mute. So yeah, thanks for opening up for me there. So obviously I've just been presenting on it, and there's many different dimensions to that question and the answer, right? So looking at the metaverse as a whole, I think the three questions I was asked at the end of the session, so why do we need mobile? Because there's a certain aspect of it where the metaverse, you're sitting in your home and you're just browsing in a headset and you're in your own virtual world. So taken as that, Ericsson, would not necessarily play too much into that, other than maybe if you provided the home broadband or provided the mobile broadband supporting the backhaul. Where it starts getting really interesting is when you bring the mobile aspect into it, right? So when you start looking at augmented reality and the extended reality cases that I was showing in the video and stuff, that's where mobile really does come into its own. Talking about absolute capacity, with 5G and the massive broadband capability, that does give you a much better downlink than even a Wi-Fi would do. Doesn't give you better than a fiber into your home, but you can't get fiber everywhere for it, right? So there's that aspect to it. When you start going up the stack into the applications, then it again gets very interesting. You start looking at smart factories, you start looking at some IoT type environments. Again, well, we presented it earlier, and I won't steal Ian's thunder here. I won't talk about his one, but yeah, no, there's an example of a smart factory in the US, for example, that Ericsson built, where the actual Ericsson infrastructure is created in a factory that's completely smart. So it's driven, it's got mobile communication around it, it's using all the network slicing capability to make sure you've got guaranteed quality of experience. So for the telcos, it really is, we provide the infrastructure to run the compute, but also to run the communication on as well, right? And then if you take it to the level above that, so the sort of thing that XIATA might be interested in, there's a whole raft of applications that this enables them to sell. So it opens up, Metaverse type product offerings. It opens up all kinds of different virtual services. So hopefully that is a starter for 10 for your question.
Absolutely. Thanks, Steve. So I'd like to move on to Manoj. Same type of question. How should, because the metaverse requires the coming together of so many different technologies for it to work, and that's part of the challenge. And there are actually very few companies in the world who can build that total capacity in house and do everything themselves. So there's a huge opportunity for SaaS companies. Once again, what's the viewpoint that SaaS companies should have? How should they approach developing tools, add-ons for the metaverse, and how could SaaS companies help companies adopt or get into the metaverse easier and faster?
Thanks, Dr. Romesh, and first of all, thanks for having me here. Great question. And as you hinted in the question itself, a lot of building blocks or components or elements in the technology stack, all of these certainly need to come together to facilitate what we call as an enterprise scale adoption, like all the other inventions that we have seen. And taking a step back, if you really take a retrospective look, right, what we keep telling is top 3 technologies that really caused big flips in the past. There was this internet, there was this mobile, and then there was this accelerated cloud adoption, big flips. And the pandemic has certainly accelerated the further adoption of all of these technologies. And the next big flip, many believe, and we are discussing, is to come in the form of this combination of metaverse or Web3, decentralization, and all of that. Now, for SaaS companies or the industry that I am part of, this means a lot. Starting from the current state of maturity, we know, in spite of the humongous amount of investments, it's not enterprise grade yet, neither Web3 nor Metaverse. It's not scale prone yet. Yes, schools, startups, academia, they do have mixed results from their projects. Many of the results from these projects look very promising. But when you talk enterprise grade adoption, when you talk real business, things are different. And that is where this entire ecosystem, taking a holistic view, at this state, certainly there is a lack of readiness to facilitate this full-scale adoption or to merge. And many a time when we talk metaverse, people have called it something like a parallel, a different world, a digital version of the world. In layman terms, it is rather than a different world, it is our technology becoming more capable of doing much more things in a much more better way, efficient way, making lives easier for us. It's the next leap for technology. And the humongous number of elements in the overall stack, we call it from the SaaS world, starting from the network, the storage, the compute, add the facet of decentralization onto all of this, the closed worlds, as Dr. You rightly mentioned in your introductory talk today, many of these Roblox and all, they're closed worlds. The interoperability, all of this is what really counts. And our readiness to chase those, our investments in those, and being a SaaS, in the SaaS or in the cloud world, some examples of steps in that direction to facilitate this include multi-cloud, no more closed clouds. When you talk data, includes data fabric, no longer centralized data stores. So these are some of the elements which will facilitate the next layer, which is AI-based intelligent processing, intelligent interconnectivity, opening up. So those are some of the trends that we see in this space, Doctor.
Thanks, Manoj. I mean, so what, in your opinion, what would you say are the biggest problems at the moment that SaaS companies can slash? I mean, let's say interoperability is the biggest challenge now, but could a startup look at that in isolation, or is it something that they got to partner with somebody of a, somebody working on a larger ecosystem to solve that problem? I'm just trying to think of this in terms of, a new founder or entrepreneur who's looking to, start a company and get into this space. What would be the correct areas to look at the start? Manoj, once again.
Sure, no, thanks for that. It's certainly a partnership. We know the power of open source. We know the power of collaboration. And the very fact that even cloud companies, there used to be closed systems. The very fact that they are talking about multi-cloud. Today, in fact, Oracle has these dedicated Fast Connect network connection with Microsoft Azure, as an example. What does that mean? We are breaking down silos. The garden walls are falling. So now, as a startup, certainly I'm dependent, or it will accelerate my journey if my ecosystem facilitate this openness, this interoperability. And one of the key challenges, again, going back, is the humongous amount of investment that has gone into Web 2.0, the current world, right? Where the data owner doesn't have so much stake, but then it is an interactive model. There's so much humongous amount of assets that are already residing there. How do you can't discard all of them and start over, right? There is certainly a coexistence of both. There is certainly a migration of both, of 2.0 assets into 3. And there is certainly a breaking down of the garden walls, as I call it. So yes, very tough to do it alone for anyone. And, I think it's about collaboration, it's partnership, we understanding the academy and industry guiding, and all of us working towards that.
That's right. Thanks, Manoj. So I'd like to move on to Ian. And my main question is, Ian. It's around big data. And I think one of the cornerstones of the metaverse is going to be big data, how you can collect enough information to then generate actionable insights. Just like, you optimize a website and try to fine tune it to your user base. Anybody building a metaverse experience has to do the same. So once again, what are the opportunities that you can see for companies who are looking to look at the big data side of the metaverse and build infrastructure, build tools, build platforms to assist companies who want to get into the space? Because it'll be very hard for a new company to build that infrastructure from scratch and generate enough actionable insights, because the industry is really not there yet. How would, once again, the data industry look at building that infrastructure, and what opportunities are there for startups, companies, and even telcos to be able to provide tools to make that faster and easier for companies?
Okay, sure, yeah. Well, speaking of big data, right? I think, what is the purpose of big data, right? So we have all kinds of data source. In terms of metaverse, there's different layers. There's gaming, a lot of reality. So there's a variety of all kinds of type of data, and also there's huge volume, right, come in, and this is going to be a huge volume because you have to process and handle it. So the purpose of big data is to, process the data and do analysis it, and you have to monetize or bring the data into information and also wisdom and help the humans and people make decisions. That's ultimate goal of the big data. So when we think about the data centers, people might think about networks and also storage and all that. But in terms of big data, we have to think from data perspective. So the data center is really a center of data. So all the things come in, you consider that as a data, like digital twin, everything, you close your eyes and everything is really a digital of the world. That's data. And so I think we build in order to have those happen properly, we have to have I earlier talked about the 7 layers of Metaverse, right? The 7 layers of Metaverse is really come from the infrastructure level. I think it's really a huge opportunity for telco, especially. The networks requires a low latency and also symmetric bandwidth. You have to have openness, just like Dr. Matthew mentioned it, right? So you have the connections with multi-cloud. I think besides, it's on top of network, you have to have a cloud because all the big data sits on the cloud. And the purpose of the cloud, I think, is really for big data. And otherwise, you build up a cloud has a purpose, right? It's the meaning is really about data. So once we have all the data comes in, and you have AI, because in the old days, the AI was really a model-centric AI. But last year, there was Dr. Andrew Adams mentioned about a lot of model training and recommendation was not accurate, and because of the quality of data. And that's why last year, the Gartner reports that, the AI should be data-driven. So now it's a data-centric AI. Actually, Huawei is also pushing onto the direction that we will prepare data AI convergence, which is data-centric AI. In order to have the AI to be very accurate, you have a lot of models trained and also inference trained. You make sure that before that you have to have the data quality prepared. So Huawei has a platform, it's called Data Arts, that we prepare the data from end to end, from data ingestion, data platform, and also analysis. And then you have model-trained data sets. And then we have data arts and also model arts for the AI training. So the two things combined together, that will form a very end-to-end from data to AI. And of course, it will combine to it will be part of the Metaverse. So telco, I think, is a great opportunity for telco. Have the Metaverse-ready networks. It's a shared, and also you have the cloud reach out to all the sectors, not only on the big cities, but also the around the corner of the world. You will have an edge cloud. And meanwhile, you have, of course, you might definitely need this is on not only one single vendor, right? It's like applications that people will have no feeling about changing the cloud. You move from somewhere location, like for example, from Australia to Hong Kong or to Japan or somewhere, the customer will not even feel you're sitting on top of one cloud. You're moving around. And I think in the future, it's going to be cloudless, vendorless. On top of the vendorless, you will have the telco vendorless. It's like today in my cell phone, I go around the world. I should not feel that which provider is beneath it. in the future should be like that. So this is going to be driven. All the concept will help the telco to be prepared, right?
Yeah, so it's quite a big challenge, isn't it? And especially the big challenge of the metaverse is the interoperability and the portability, and that once again is a very, very difficult design decision, because if you tie in your data platform too much into one particular metaverse platform, then that immediately makes it very hard to get into another platform, and that's what makes it even harder. I'd like to move on to Dr. Suranga, and so once again, interoperability is another one of the cornerstones of the metaverse, and that brings in so many challenges on security, personal data protection, privacy, and all that. So once again, what's your take on what are the challenges that are probably the most relevant challenges with security on the metaverse, and what opportunities are there for anybody looking to get into this space as a startup or a new company or to start a new tool in terms of security products? What's your take on that?
Thank you. So I think Dr. Ramesh, Manoj, and Ian sort of touched many of these ideas that concerns me as a security professional. That is, many components, interoperability. When you say that, it always sort of, that concerns us as security people, and also large volumes of data. Again, personal data, we need to think about what to collect, how to protect. Right now, we don't know. That's the other part, the biggest unknown. We don't know what applications will take off. We don't know what will be the killer application, what data they will collect. We have no idea. So all these three factors, unknown applications, large number of components we have to integrate, and large volumes of data. It's like absolute nightmare right now to think about it. But also I want to draw some of the similarities Dr. Ramesh and Manoj said about this 90s internet and the similarities with the mobile boom. So that's another aspect where what happened in early 90s with the internet and to some extent with the mobile boom is that we were in a rush to launch features. We were in a rush to build the infrastructure. And by doing so, we completely forgot the aspects of security and privacy. So we built the internet, and later in mid-90s, we realized, we need to do something with security. We just bring in transport layer security. By design, that was not a very good choice because it was more like a workaround. And with also the mobiles, with Android and iOS, we had quite a few number of turbulent years where we didn't know what to expect with security. We just launched third-party apps, we launched the operating system, and we faced the consequences. So I think with the metaverse, the first thing we need to think about is where are we heading? We don't know. But can we include security by design and privacy by design while we build this one? I think that's the most important part for me. And the second one is the second mistake, again from the internet and the mobile, the regulatory aspect, that we build the systems and we brought the regulations. And most of the time it was too late. We didn't know what to do with the Facebook misinformation. We didn't know what to do when Facebook sells information. The regulations were not there. So in a way, we also need to think about while we build the applications, while we build the infrastructure, we need to think about, what kind of policies we need, what kind of regulations we need, and can we take it from there, like, what to build it. Now, coming back to your question about what kind of things startups, companies can do in the security space, I think that's a very, very interesting question and something I have been thinking as well. So basically, apart from the scale, all the fundamental security issues we need to address, confidentiality, integrity, authentication, identity management, everything is going to be there. But there are a few more things that comes into the picture. We will collect some information we probably haven't collected before. For example, we might need to collect audio recordings where in the metaverse, two people are talking. There should be some conversation, some record on what they talk, or the legislation should say that, this shouldn't be recorded. We don't know. The opportunity is there in terms of this multimedia privacy, how to use computer vision. And when you immerse in a hybrid setup where, you have home objects, you interact with them while being in the metaverse, those things can create unnecessary privacy leaks and unintentional privacy leaks. So there is scope for computer vision type security, speech type security to come in as startups. And also the other aspect is that we already know that some of our digital record can be traced back without our PIIs. What our digital footprint without our email phone still can be traced back to us. Now, when you go with the avatars and when you interact with the metaverse, without the identity, how much information someone traced back, we need to think about that as well. But so in general, I think there is quite a number of opportunities to be creative and come up with ideas there. But also we need to be a bit cautious on we don't know what we are going into. The applications, it's the key.
That's right. It's a bit of a minefield at the moment, isn't it? And we're all figuring out where it's heading. Manoj, I'd like to ask you another question. So like we discussed, portability is one of the biggest challenges in the metaverse at the moment. And I would like to do a deep dive a bit more into technology. So there are technologies like Web3, NFT, WebXR, forming the cornerstones of this portability debate. What's your view on these technologies, and what other base technologies do you think form the foundations as at now of enabling the portability across these different metaverses? But basically, what are the foundational technology building blocks as at now that people should be looking at if they are looking to get into the metaverse?
Sure. So Dr. Ramesh, basic building blocks, right, or the basic building elements which will facilitate a seamless transition for us into this, easy way of living, or where life becomes much easier with all this, metaverse as the term denotes, are those same basic elements which facilitate that immersive experience today, which facilitate decentralization blockchain, which facilitates ubiquitous network or compute or availability of technology via cloud, which is networking, compute, storage, overlaid by security, and then AI. These are some other building blocks. Let me double click on a few of these. Compute, we just heard distributed compute. We heard compute on the edge. We heard compute, lightweight computes, and the interoperability associated with it. When we talk about an immersive experience, when we talk about AR, VR, when we talk about rich content, right? What we need to understand is the basic building blocks like compute. How will it facilitate? A simple example, AI-based or deep learning-based, neural network-based recognition of a complex image. There are studies and papers that tell that in terms of power, our brain consumes around 25 watts of power to recognize some deep images. The equivalent power consumption by a GPU is few hundreds of watts. So that's the difference. And when we say AI, when we say that immersive experience, it's about brain mimicking. Yes, it's doable, it is possible, but then when we talk about the scale, when we talk about the way the internet has evolved, right? If this is not thought forward at that scale, we might have new set of issues. That's compute. The next technology, again, a very basic element, networking. We heard a little on that. AI-based, it's a convergence of multiple technologies rather than seeing in silos. AI-based self-organizing networks. Yes, it is decentralized. It is not a converged planet-wide network. It is about different siloed networks which interoperate. But still, when we talk about that scale, if Web3 has to really take the place and much beyond Web2, it's about techniques like self-organizing networks where AI is used, where predictive analytics is used, pre-optimized algorithm-based networks that can self-configure. I think Ian was telling, when you go around the world, we should just switch networks without the user knowing. It's about self-configuration, self-optimization, self-healing. And we just heard about security, self-protection. The self-organizing network needs to defend itself from penetration, right? So because the surface area is now increased. Memory is another element. So my point is, it's not a new set of technology, but it is an augmentation. It's a convergence of multiple technologies, and some of these basic building blocks or services like compute, network, storage, certainly technologies like AI or machine learning will have to be used to uplift the way these basic building blocks itself exist. In memory, great in-memory computation, but not scalable. Multi-cloud, federated learning, distributed machine learning works very well in this Web3 and all of those technologies. So those are some of the key tenets. And the good thing is, certainly organizations around us are investing knowingly or unknowingly, right? Not necessarily everyone is after Metaverse, but there are many steps in the right direction across many of these pieces and building blocks, and let's hope for a great convergence and facilitating and uplifting this new ecosystem.
Thanks, Brian. And that's the challenge, isn't it? It's just so many very diverse technologies which need to come together, and the opportunities are really on how to simplify the adoption and use of a lot of these technologies, and that's where a lot of the opportunities for startups and companies lie. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Steve, I would like to ask another technical question from you. Now, we in the Art Theatre Group, across all the opcos and ADL, our focus, especially on the AI front, is production AI. How do you get away from taking some data, building a model, but actually building it into a larger ecosystem, building it in such a way that it can be maintained, it can be monitored going forward. Is there a different take on building AI for the metaverse, especially when you're talking about, because a lot of metaverse applications are also, there's a much greater demand on it being real time. Is there a different approach to developing AI applications for the metaverse, or do the same principles that we adopt for normal business type AI that we've been doing for a while now, do we adopt those same principles? Is there a divergence in how you approach developing AI applications?
I think we've learned a lot doing AI. I mean, AI has been around since the 70s, but over the last 5 years, it's really taken off. And I think all the process that's been built around AI ops, ML ops type processes to go through, whether it's in the development test phase or whether it's in the production phase, and also that side of things, that very much applies to the metaverse. Now, there will be elements of that which will need to be more dynamic, but I think it will still be in a greater framework kind of around the outside of it as well, controlling it. So, for example, let's say you have a marketplace in the metaverse, you can apply the same rules to a metaverse marketplace as you'd have in a standard marketplace today. So it's very much the same. It's just you need to think in 3 dimensions rather than 2. So there's probably different opportunities for fraud. I think the challenge of identity is a massive one in the metaverse. You just got to look at what happens on Twitter. And I think it was mentioned earlier in the conference that, how many Elon Musks have there been with a blue tick? They just rebrand their name, but by pay $8, you can be Elon Musk. And there's Twitter support too that keeps sending out Twitter support things about Twitter, right? So that in the metaverse, all you have to do is copy someone's sort of, their image, and effectively you can pretend to be them quite easily, right? So fraud will be in 3 dimensions. Money will be a big challenge. So obviously there's lots of coins touted as being meta coins and that type of thing as well, right? So you'll have to be able to choose the right currency, if you like, and not invest in a currency that all of a sudden you realize is a fake currency or a fake coin as well, right? So there's basically, it's the same attack vectors, but in 3 dimensions instead of 2, right?
Yeah, thanks, Steve. Yeah, I mean, exactly. Ian, I want to ask a related question. Once again, the requirement for real-time interactivity, and especially when you tie in AI into that picture, to build AI applications that can, learn in real time, react in real time. What role do the cloud infrastructure providers play in that larger picture? What can the cloud infrastructure providers do to make it easier for companies to build that infrastructure without having to, build it from scratch? Ian, I think you're on mute.
Oh, okay. Sure. I'm sorry. I had just muted. But yeah, I think the cloud definitely it will be the founder, right, for everything. So that's especially for digital twin. There's a lot of things for cloud vendors need to go enhancements, because it's really it's like the metaverse is like avatars, right? I really like the movie Avatars. So we're sitting at home, and now it's just like us. We're in all over the world, right? So somebody from different corner, but we all joined together in one place, just like we're sitting in one room, right? Very warm, and we are now like avatars. I'm just sitting in it's early for me. I was earlier, so yeah, so I'm sitting in my hotel room. So, and we are talking, sharing all the great things together. But I think imagine the future to make that things happen, right? So there's a lot of work for cloud and AI to do. So I think it's working on that, right? So I think it's a huge opportunity, but it's still Metaverse. They are ongoing, right? They're still working on, take quite some time to do, and I think AI must have data to be connected constantly, have data quality, and then the model training on AI, instant recommendations. So, because for example, I'll just keep telling the people about recommendation systems. We always go online and e-commerce as well. I think in Metaverse, you always get that as well. You know about somebody's life. You get up in the morning, somebody should have give you recommendation of what you should eat in the morning breakfast, what kind of stuff you like, and so this model trained before. Like for example, a professor, right? He has a role, and the recommendation will differentiate people in the different layers. It will categorize sets of people. And a professor's role, and they will put in a category. They give you some sort of roughly model training already prepared for this type of people. But then, Dr. Boker or Mason, different. They both are in the VIP club, for example, but then they are different. Maybe, for example, Mr. Boker likes golf, and then Dr. Mason likes to fishing, right? Or racing or something. And then in this case, they will give you a different recommendation based on your behavior, based on your different, both are in a big group, but then they will have a little bit precise model, instant to be trained based on the different roles or user. And then even the same person, let's say Dr. Boker, right, comes in. Yesterday, we recommend 2 or 3 things, right, for him. But today is different. Yesterday he was maybe in London. Today he's in Hong Kong or Tokyo. That's the position is different. The climate is different. The geolocation is different. Where you are trying to experience it, like for example, you're in Tokyo, they will give you something related to the culture of Tokyo, Japan. Recommendations. Those are the real things that has to be constant doing together. So we're doing now. I think we don't know what's going to be really happening in the metaverse, but I think all the technologies go in that direction that make us to be served more precisely. And it's all helping the human to make decisions, not another way, and not just create robots, changing our world, and we become sort of the servant for the big robots. That's not our purpose. Our hope, let's make a very good hope, right? That the whole world become better and better with better technology and more real time, more quality recommendations and serving our life better, right? So yeah, so that I think that's all metaverse is about. Maybe people challenge about metaverse, says, oh, you're supposed to go in out of the real universe, real star, find another home for Earth, for homeland, instead of sitting in your little tiny room and thinking and dreaming about better life. Well, it's a two different angle. So so I'm just sorry, I might not have the best thoughts, but that's just from my
spot on. Yeah, I mean I fully agree with you. Suranga, a related question. Now, the dangers of AI and how to manage ethics, how to govern AI systems it's been in the news for the last 5 to 10 years, and we now have a better understanding of how to do it. We still haven't perfected it, but we are better at it now than we were maybe 5-10 years ago. Is there a different take or a different viewpoint on how you should manage AI systems on the metaverse, or do those same principles and governance protocols that we use for our normal business systems work on the metaverse as well, given that there are so many more interaction points and there's more diversity in how people interact with the metaverse?
I think the theory will, is that a question for me or? Sorry.
I mean, please, I asked Suranga, but I would love to get your viewpoint on this as well.
No, I'm sorry. No. Let Dr. Suranga talk about it.
Yeah, sure. I think, that's a good point, because, we are way better than what we used to be in terms of understanding the AI risks and how to manage them. But also in the way the AI technologies and the type of data that will be used in the metaverse will be quite different. And I think Steve earlier rightly pointed out that our identity used to be some sort of combination of, say, phone numbers, whatever, to interact with the current web. But when you go to the metaverse, you are giving away a bit more from your identity by interacting with it. And that data will be there. And that data, for some people, it might be something even like medical records. That's quite sensitive information. And the types of algorithms, types of AI that will be running there will also have a bit more characteristics, differences than what we used to see. They will be more real-time, handling large volumes of data, interacting with the user quite closely. So in terms of their capabilities, I would say compared to some static AI, they are quite capable. And we probably don't know all the risks associated with them at this stage. We probably know what kind of framework we need to have, but we don't know the risks associated with them. So that's the part I think some part of the academia needs to take and see what are the AI privacy and security risks that might be associated with the metaverse, something the research community has taken up. The other part is the governance aspect. Again, as I said, it really depends on what we allow to store. I'm really concerned about, for example, my voice being recorded in the metaverse, the way I interact, my gestures, how I walk, and even my eye gazing, like, where I'm looking at. All these things are going to be stored, which sort of scares me. Okay, fine, but, we have to guarantee the governance. Who is going to access them? And, you probably don't want to. We are already seeing quite a lot of advertisements already based on our behavior, even more so when these tech companies are not doing well these days. So I don't want to see another round of huge barrage of advertisement really based on how I interact with the metaverse coming towards me. And those areas, we need some proper governance.
Yeah, so it's still very much a work in progress, isn't it? For the next round, I'd like to move on to get each of your viewpoints on capacity. What type of capacity companies need to build to actually be able to develop strategy for the metaverse and develop capacity for the metaverse as well. So, Steve, I would like to move on to you on this question, especially on a strategic level. Many companies, it'll be very rare for a decision to be made by the engineers to say, we want to get into the metaverse. It'll come from the board level, the CEO level, and make the call on, we are going to make an investment into the metaverse. How would you suggest, say, a traditional company, they are thinking of getting into the metaverse? What type of methods, what procedures should that company use to educate the C level, the board level on how to develop a proper metaverse strategy? Because that's always a challenge. The understanding of this is still quite low.
That's like asking someone in the 1990s, how would you use the internet, right?
Exactly. How would you look at it now, at least? I mean, what do we know, at least for the moment?
Yeah, no. So basically, it really depends. There's many different models, aren't there, right? So it could be something as small as just having a presence in someone else's metaverse and being able to market a service, a product, or an offering, all the way to, if you like, hosting some sort of environment, whether it's a gaming environment, whether it's a social network environment, whether it's you go from one extreme to the other. One is you need to be a Facebook-sized company, or Facebook, Google, Microsoft. There's only a few companies that can do that. All the way down to, ultimately, you will have to be hosted somewhere, and then people will have to access it, right? So it's kind of it depends on the models that the cloud service providers, actually put out there in terms of, because they're going to be hosted on one of those for sure. It also depends on what the product offering is. Now, from an Ericsson perspective, we would take the step backwards and go, right, okay, for us, a telco mobile network provider, infrastructure provider, we'd be more looking at the infrastructure, so how our customers would be supported. So for us, we have to make sure things like network slicing works. We have to make sure that, we use compute. All of our infrastructure these days is built around cloud native architectures, so we can apply some of the compute resources to doing metaverse style functionality, because it's ubiquitous these days that you can do different types of functionality out on the edge. Although there's some sort of specialist processing that you might need, like rendering and stuff, that might need GPU capacity and that type of on the edge as well. So yes, so for the providers of services, it's a case of look at the environment you're going to host the services in. So there's an element of in the cloud service provider and the access to it, as in probably the telco or someone providing access to it. And then there's the actually supporting the service and building the service. So there's going to be a lot more of those type of, if you like, almost a marketplace within a metaverse. So people, much like you have a mobile network operator, you have a virtual mobile network operator, and in between them you have a mobile virtual network enabler. So you'll have the equivalent model in the metaverse where there'll be companies setting up a stand that people can sell services on as well. So there's kind of going to be a three-tiered approach. Hopefully that helps answer your question.
Certainly. I mean, I've had so many companies who've given me a call and said, we want to start a showcase store on the metaverse. But their questions are so fundamental, like which platform should we go into? How do we import our models into the metaverse? What type of team do we need to put these scenarios together? So still most companies, other than the really advanced tech companies, are still fighting with very, very fundamental problems because the understanding is so low. Manoj, I would like to ask a similar question from you. So let's say a company decides to get into the metaverse. What do you think in terms of technical capacity the company should possess to be able to at least get into it on a very basic level? I'm not talking about building everything from scratch, but let's say you're using as many tools and services and platforms as possible. But what would be the minimum team required for a company to, say a non-tech company, a retail company who wants to open a store? What would be their approach? What type of capacity, in your opinion, do you need to be able to get into that space?
Sure. So let me answer this from two sides or two perspectives. One is the provider or the facilitators of the universe. One is the users, the consumers, the customers of that company, right? So from a user perspective, as Dr. Yan was telling, right, I'll be getting scared, so much of a data privacy and all of those. But then in the decentralized world, in Web3 kind of a world scenario, yes, the users create data that can be shared, but for an incentive. And it is not really those large sections of the internet are going to be owned and controlled by centralized entities. That's a key shift here. So yes, guardrails have to be in place to accept that and to respect that. The users are coming into the picture. It's not a much scaled version of Web 2.0 in this metaverse or 3.0. It's honestly the best of both 1.0 and Web 2.0 that comes into this metaverse. So that's the user perspective. And as a company who is looking, as a retailer who is looking into getting into this, certainly that those should get into their fundamentals. That's the aspect. Users, you are not really going to control. It's a win-win for every stakeholder involved. Yes, you are using someone's data, they are getting incentivized. Yes, the fundamentals, the blockchain, the NFTs, they facilitate that, but there should be a consensus on that. And it is high visible. You cannot hide away something. It's a ledger. That's a premise on whatever use case you're trying to do as a retailer. From a provider side, from someone who is facilitating this ecosystem, from a tech stack perspective, see the DApp ecosystem, as they call it, or the distributed app, to be very honest, it's not that mature yet. With respect to the developer tools, the UX, the data structure, the data structures, yes, we went from SQL to NoSQL, but it was not meant, designed with this world in view, with these possibilities in view. So that those facilitating building blocks, which will help a DApp ecosystem, is not yet in place. So I, as a retailer, as any business who's trying to get into this, need to have a fair understanding of what our current ecosystem is in terms of the building blocks, rather than worrying after the results come. So that's the truth. Now, the humongous number of nodes, I'm again going back to the decentralized way this thing works. That certainly, if you are a global major, if you are spread across, your end users are going to spread across, there are issues like latency. Yes, computing on the edge is a possibility, but then there are many other nuances as you double click on that. Providers, yes, you own the data. Sorry, you use the data, but then in the new world, the people own the data for an incentive. So that's how you think when you put forward the platform, while you share for an incentive. And the fundamental thing, I think towards the beginning of this discussion, we touched on that point. Security certainly is not an afterthought, right? So that's built into this fabric. And many of the CSPs, the cloud service providers today, I can say for sure at Oracle, while we opened up this, we are facilitating this multi-cloud. When we opened up this connection with another CSP, Microsoft, most of the attacks, they come when data is in transit. And we told interoperability is that blocker which is standing in between us realizing metaverse versus not. And that same blocker, interoperability, when facilitated, when broken down, that contributes to a very rich source for any attacker. So then multi-cloud design, we talk about this data at rest, in transit, encryption, and all of those. So yes, it might be so easy to facilitate the next product, which promotes a distributed model, which promotes user contribution and all, without many of these aspects being thought about. But then, as someone said earlier, that might help us roll out something so fast, but later we might regret, or we might realize that something fails. So those are a few thoughts around any retailer, or for that matter any business trying to get into this space. It's multi-dimensional aspects.
It is a challenge at the moment, isn't it? But it's also an opportunity. Those first adopters, those early adopters will always be ahead of everybody else.
Absolutely, yeah.
Ian, I would like to ask another capacity-based question from you, which is now, given the wide variety of skills and skill sets and knowledge you need to build metaverse applications, if say in 5 years' time there was ever a role of a full stack metaverse engineer, let's envision that will happen, what type of skills would that person have? It's all the way from cloud to 3D graphics to whatever. How would you lay out the variety of skills you need to be able to build even a basic metaverse application, especially given the heavy reliance on the cloud?
Yeah, I think this is going to be very interesting and challenging because in my earlier, I mentioned about, there's 7 layers of metaverse industry chain, right? Including infrastructure, and then human interface, decentralization, and spatial computing, creator economy, and discovery and experience. So those are 7 layers of metaverse. Somehow it reminds me to the ISO 7 layers, like physical layer, data link layer, network layer, I think a transport layer, a session and an application and presentation application. Those are network 7 layers we all know quite about. But when we built the universe, metaverse world, right? You also need 7 layers. And this has come out from the, I did some Google search on that. So those are every single layer are the opportunity. Infrastructure, human interface, decentralization, which is talking about edge computing, AI algorithm, and also there's a 3D. So spatial computing is about 3D, AR, and VR. And then beyond that is creator economy, like design tools, assets, markets, workflow, commerce. And then beyond that is discovery, like network, social media, ratings and store, and those are things. And then they have experience like gaming, social, experts, and theater, ship, and life, really life experience. So every stage we will need people to develop. I'll put this all fall into a 3 category because it's really the first one is hardware, right? So including infrastructure and human interface. So that really has a lot of stuff like infrastructure, and Amazon, Azure, and Huawei, and Google. Those are the cloud vendors will contribute that as well. There's chips like NVIDIA, AMD, Intel chips, and of course, Qualcomm. So those are the infrastructures, and then there's human interface, such as we talk about Apple's Oculus Xbox, PlayStations. Those are those are the hardware, and then software. We have the blockchain, digital currency, cloud games, and Facebook is working on that. So, and then of course Google is also part of it. There's many companies. It's like dozen company into, but it's in the domain is you build hardware first and software, and there's all kinds of social network and platforms, and on top of software, you have the market, right? So which is social games, video, e-commerce, and you buy stuff as well. And this a virtual world, life, So those are experience, right? There's a lot of software and SaaS company that is working on as well. We, of course, like for example, in China, the Tencent, it's like a Twitter or WhatsApp, and it's over over 1 billion people that is working using the Tencent today, WeChat. So these are well, in the future we don't know whether there is a Tencent or not, but in the future it's got to be somewhere it has much better or real-time instant social media and live everything. So to answer your questions, every sector, 7 layers, fall into 3 major large category: hardware, software, and the market. There will be jobs and skills to be fulfilled. This is not just come out easily. You have to build strong foundations. It's just like the economy. You want to have a great economy, you build your infrastructures, highways, big roads. You will become a bottleneck if you don't have set up properly. And instead, today a lot of cities have a very narrow roads, and they will build another city because they have to give up too much traffic. I travel quite a bit. Right now, I'm in Saudi. Right, last month I was in Indonesia. I see the traffic is all over the place. The world is the same. So just the physical infrastructure is very important. So I think telco is a great opportunity, and also demands for telco industry to build like 5G or 6G networks, strong networks. Then you can have much better smooth network applications sharing, right? So
yeah, it is quite diverse and something very different to what most engineers are used to. But it's once again an opportunity because many companies are going to be looking for people with these skills over the next few years. So especially for young engineers, it's a really good skill set to start building up, right?
Yeah. So it depends on how they like college. There's always a space for you to grow. Even in cloud computing, Amazon has over 200 cloud services today. We're not talking about Metaverse. Talk about today just for simple cloud. And also Huawei cloud. Huawei also has a cloud, the major division of Huawei. So we also have over 200 services, and ways. And every services, you have to get into R&D, and there's different layers. There's infrastructure service, there's a PaaS, there's a SaaS, right? And on the PaaS, you have database, and you also have AI, and also have a big data platform for analysis. Yeah, so it's this big range of huge spectrum of range of technology that is it needs people to work on.
Excellent. Thanks so much, Chen. Suranga, to get to you on the same capacity question, one of the big challenges in any company which works on AI is building the governance framework. And there's also always a big disjoint between the technical teams and the compliance and risk teams. They don't really talk the same language. And that's usually where things go wrong. is there a different take to how we should be governing these systems? And how would you suggest a company look at building a governance framework if you're getting into the metaverse? What would be some initial guiding principles to get you going on that line?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, I think it's a lesson we never learn, that we always, tech goes first and, you think about the governance and, we end up with the same sets of problems. So my advice and, the path I would think that work is that governance and the tech should go hand to hand, that you just think about security, you think about all the policies, all the, your goals at the beginning, and you involve the governance team as early as possible. And you are, they are part of the development cycle. You build this together. The moment the things are disjoint, I think then one has to play catch up, where, the product is not following the governance requirements, or the governance has to do something and go back to the regulators. So that's something we need to avoid. The other part, the interesting part there for me is that the readiness of the governance framework are the existing ISO level, all these compliance requirements, are they enough for the metaverse? Or should some standardization body actually look into defining those and give some guidelines? For example, ideas like, for example, post-quantum cryptography, it's not there yet, but NIST is already building the standard. They give the guideline. And Web.3, I'm not 100% sure. Maybe someone else can update me, but that's another technology. Maybe it's not there, but we are thinking about how to govern it. And Metaverse, I don't know whether someone has thought about it, but if we haven't, that's where someone like ISO or NIST should come in and give some guideline to the industry before it becomes quite late. So overall, what I think is like, these things we need to start discussing together. If a company is doing something, think about governance from the very beginning. Update your tech team.
Thanks very much, Suranga. So we've reached the end of the panel stage, and we'll be having a QA after the break. So I would like to thank every single one of you for some amazing insights. I hope that we brought some clarity on what the metaverse is, where it's heading, and what are some of the opportunities. As we've discussed, the metaverse is still new, and we are all learning where it is heading. So that's, on one side, it's a challenge, but also an opportunity for those who want to get into this space. So thanks so much again, gentlemen, and we'll see you after the break for the Q&A session. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ramesh, for leading that insightful discussion. And thank you to our panelists, Ian Yang, Steve Bowker, Dr. Suranga Seneviratne, and Manoj Methan for that robust and insightful discussion.
We'll now head over to the break.
the late 5th century AD, King Kashyap sought protection upon this monolith in central Sri Lanka. The monolith was converted to an incredible rock fortress suited for luxury, comfort, and security. The layout of Sigiriya is astounding, with a perimeter moat, extensive gardens, bathing pools, and a grandiose palace on top of the rock. The fortress is built in line with modern vertical living, with vistas, rooftop pools, recreation space, and fortified security. An incredible feat of ancient engineering is the water supply system that provided water from ground level to the palace nearly 200 meters above. Come experience the wonder of the Sigiriya Rock Fortress, which is a UNESCO World Heritage Site. Sigiriya, a glimpse from the past of the habitats of the present and future.
All right, we're back. And we are ready for the panel discussions. And we're going to have a few questions that we'll put into the YouTube right now. So first question to Manoj and Ian. How about other sensors in Metaverse? We mostly talk about audio and video only. Are there any other AI technology sensors?
Yeah, I can go first, yeah, if that's okay. The short answer is yes. I'm glad this question came up. If you can see my screen. So what you see in my hand right now is a PIR motion sensor. So we keep tinkering with it. There are a lot of other sensors: pressure, PIR, motion, infrared, temperature, humidity. And the IoT ecosystem helps us to stream this data. We call it as time series data, most of these unstructured data. Streaming technologies and cheap storage like the optic storage. Real-time streaming of these sensor feeds. Okay, there was a lot of noise. Yeah. Go ahead. So there is a lot of these sensor feeds that can be streamed and made use of. And in fact, even today, cloud CSP providers support this. And now let me also answer what's the need for that. Why? So one is, answer is yes, it's possible to stream feeds from many of these sensors. Why do we need to do that? When you talk about Metaverse, right, to give that immersive experience, yes, audio and video is good, but not necessarily sufficient. And audio and video is what we see today, even in the Zoom call. But then to really feel what's it like, what's the temperature, what's the pressure, what is it humid? And now you're talking about a smart factory, to get the feel of going there. It's certainly possible to read that, to understand your universe much better. Storage is cheap, network facilitates that. We have high stream, open source streaming technologies, and it's very much doable. And that just helps us improve the experience. And today there is so much of an advancement in technology, in algorithms. We have something called multi-state estimation techniques. Gone are the days where we used to rely on one sensor. Hey, if the temperature crosses this threshold, do this. That's rule-based. If the pressure crosses this, do this. But today we have ability to correlate the signals from multiple sensors. You need not wait for the threshold to be breached. As an example, the pressure is declining and the temperature is increasing. There's a correlation. You need not wait for individual thresholds to be breached. You get much early insight into what's happening on a factory floor or somewhere else. And you can simulate these rather than doing real experiments to see what would be the impact on other factors. So possibilities are immense, and answer is yes. Over to you, Dr. Ayan.
Yeah. So, hi, thanks for the sensors. I think it's great. Dr. Martin mentioned about the IoT, right? You get a variety of data. You're collecting all the data from different angles. Of course, definitely need that. But I can also add on to sensory because you get into Metaverse, right? you are into an era, the time that is a full sensory human-computer interaction, like VR, AR, and MR. I think in the future, we will have some sort of sensor to read your brain, like avatars. I was talking about, I love the movie Avatars. Besides, we get all the data from the real world, but also you have the sensor in the future will develop into your brain and, well, not into a brain, but at least to read your mind, right? So, and you're mentally controlling your avatars, right? So, like now I'm speaking to you because I might at a sleep, but the picture you're looking at me is really my avatar, but I was just imagining, dreaming that I was speaking to the great people now in a panel discussion, right? I mean, there's got to be a sensory right now interacting. It's really, I know the Microsoft has done a great job on the computer interactions, and also Facebook is doing the VR as well. So you're censoring the world in the digital world. Yeah, so that, I think it's got to be a much more. Think about how the future life in the metaverse is going to be served the way you want to be. So how all this be really helping us, our life getting better. Yeah, so I think we have a lot of work to do on AI, not just on cameras and stuff. You got to read our mind, right? Read our mind. And we think from mind to our mind. We're really discussing, talking to each other from mind to mind. I may not open my mouth in the future, but I can talk to many people. I may not stand up. I was asleep and we're just relaxing, but where I was already walking 1,000 miles on somewhere. So these are the great things that we're going to have to prepare, developing, I think, this censoring as well. So I hope that adds Dr. Mathen's comments on the censoring. Yeah, I think there's some latency going on.
Yep, looks like.
Right.
Yeah, so, okay, great.
Let me repeat the question once again. I think this question is to Steve and Dr. Suranga. What are the technologies which would help us overcome security concerns in Metaverse? How will blockchain or AI help?
So I jump in first then. So one of the advantages with using a mobile to access the network is there's quite a strong identity already associated with the users, right? So that's one of the upsides of having mobile access and a mobile identity. Obviously, the whole concept behind the metaverse is more decentralized. So once you start moving to decentralized ID, especially sort of more anonymous IDs, then you do have to have something like a blockchain to validate it. So there is a bit of background noise creeping in from somewhere. I'm not sure where it's coming from. So that's my thoughts on the subject. I don't know if you want to have another go at it.
No, Steve, I think, yeah, so the identity part and the use of blockchains is spot on. The only part I can add in terms of this real-time data, which was mentioned earlier as well, like some sort of techniques like differential privacy, where you try to perturb things, you try to give only enough information for the algorithms to work while keeping things to yourself. And the fundamentals of security will be anyway useful: cloud security, system architecture, network security, all those things we will need. I think that's the only part I could add to this answer.
Right.
Response to Steve, what do you see as key enablers to launch Metaverse services?
It's quite interesting. TM Forum has been working on open digital architectures for quite a long time now, probably 5 or 7 years these days. And obviously there's a whole load of APIs. There's some background noise coming in here. And there's lots of APIs around as well. I just saw there was a press release on the 20th of September saying that Axiata and Vodafone and Jio were the first 3 mobile operators in the world, or mobile operator groups, to be awarded the running on ODA status. So I think the new API-driven open digital architecture is quite key for enabling the metaverse. So, for example, if you can expose an API that allows your developers to get access to the infrastructure or to get access to the metaverse environment, and then use that to build composite metaverse services, then that whole, it creates a really good environment. And I think one of the opening videos of this conference as well was ADL talking about their API platform as well. So I thought I'd pass that back to you guys as a closing comment. So.
Thank you, our panelists, Ian Yang, Steve Bowker, Dr. Suranga, and Manoj. Thank you very much for your valuable time and insightful thought process which you all shared with us. I'm sure many of our listeners would have been really appreciating and valuing what you said, and obviously that would really take in up what the future of AI, Metaverse, and other technologies hold. So thank you very much once again. We really appreciate all your effort and time. Thank you, sirs.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, before we get to our next keynote, it's time for question 2 of the AI Forum quiz. If you missed how it worked before, don't worry. In a few moments, we're going to ask you an AI and Metaverse related question. If you're listening carefully to our speakers and our panel discussions, you'll be able to answer it quite easily.
When you're confident in your answer, check your inbox for an email containing a link which you could submit the answer from. Click on the link and head towards our quiz portal to enter your answer and your details. We'll be selecting one lucky winner from this quiz to walk away with a top-of-the-line MadeBook series from today's AI Forum sponsor, Huawei.
Thank you, Huawei, for your support. So, are you ready? Here's your question. What is not a challenge faced in Metaverse? Option 1, Metaverse can influence users' cognition, emotions, and behaviors. Option 2, data collection and sharing with other parties constitutes the risk with the wildest implications in regards to privacy. Option 3, Metaverse could lead to addiction, social isolation, and abstinence from real physical life. Option 4, Metaverse actors can be discouraged to compile user biometric psychography based on user data emotions. Or option 5, volumetric capturing and spatial doxing can lead to privacy violations. So these are your questions. Think about it and then go over and...
Yes, so if you have registered already for the AI Forum, obviously the question and the portal link would have been emailed to you right now. So each question has its own portal, so make sure you click on the right email.
The portal stays open until 4 p.m. Sri Lanka time today, so don't waste any time if you really have your eye on the Huawei laptop. Remember, you do have to be registered for the AI Summit to be eligible to win the Huawei laptop. Our Geeks Hangout is also about to begin, so stay tuned for that. We're going to take a quick break now, and we'll be back with more.
Over the years, chatbots have evolved from merely automation tools to intelligent virtual agents that drive your business's bottom line and change your customers' entire experience. Meet ChitChax, the chatbot. ChitChax is a cloud-based intelligent bot that simulates human conversations through text and voice interactions. Omni-channel deployment of ChitChax gives your customers access to ChitChax on Telegram, Facebook, WhatsApp, Twitter, web, Android, and iOS, and lets you increase the number of customer touchpoints. The chatbot supports rich messaging features, including the display of images, GIFs, and videos, along with various text options, including carousels, quick replies, buttons, cards, and menus. ChitChats delivers top-in-class intent accuracy and query responses, leveraging natural language processing, which helps the bot fully understand the customer's intent and sentiment across multiple languages. Integration capabilities with internal databases enable businesses to personalize customer interactions and optimize customer experience. Powerful machine learning engine analyzes customer interactions to accurately anticipate agent escalation requirements. ChitChats can generate automated and manually driven campaigns to improve your upselling and cross-selling techniques, which drives promotional content. ChitChats features 360-degree real-time monitoring dashboards, handling ID management, session management, and more to meet your business KPIs. ChitChats enables businesses to offer an elevated, automated customer service experience while personalizing customer interactions 24/7, enhancing operational efficiency and saving your business time and money. With ChitChats, you gain more than just a chatbot. You get a multitasking, intelligent business representative that ensures the best service for your customers. Interested? Get in touch to find out more. Axiata Digital Labs, advancing digital life.
Welcome back to the ADL AI Summit. Our Geeks Hangout is just about to begin. This exclusive session is designed to help you develop your AI and machine learning skills, and it's hosted by Shenzhen Yang, Li Zhenzhou, Dang Liu, Zijiang Ding, and Yongxing Song from today's AI Forum sponsor, Huawei.
If you signed up for this exclusive session, you would have received an email from us with the link to join this exciting breakout session. Head over there now, but don't forget to join us on this main cast at 4:15 p.m. to find out the lucky winners from today's AI Forum, as well as the winners from day 1 and day 3 of the podcast series. We are now going to show you another one of our incredible AI products that have been developed by AI and analytics team at ADL. Let's dive right into it.
Hi Prageet.
Hi Sandali.
So today we will be talking about ChitChats, an intelligent chatbot that simulates the conversations of a human being through text and voice interactions. Some of the key areas that we will be focusing today are certain use cases and how it has benefited the organization in driving this digital customer experience. So Pragesh, AI has been revamping communication in businesses both internally and with customers. It will be a mainstream customer experience investment in the coming couple of years. So how will the chatbot play a part in this?
Yes, Andali. In the recent past, we have seen a surge in on-demand messaging. A lot of users now rely on social channels, web and mobile applications for their day-to-day transactions. So with this emerging trend, a lot of industries are now planning to integrate their chatbots to their business touchpoints. And with this, we have seen in 2016, there was a boom in artificial intelligence, right? And this basically gave a rise to AI-driven chatbots, right? So when it comes to AI-driven chatbots, what I see is basically some of the notable benefits of an AI-driven chatbot is the 24/7 availability and for them to understand certain customer preferences, right? So how this happens is basically through developments in AI and through a robust natural language processing engine.
So how has ChitChats prepared for these emerging market trends of chatbots driving this digital customer experience?
Well, we started our journey back in 2019. So how this actually came into play was we developed a chatbot for the Axiata Group telecom operators. And we had a slight edge over the pandemic in 2020, where when we were implementing the bot to 2 other telecom operators in Malaysia and Nepal, not only in Malaysia and Nepal, even in Sri Lanka, a lot of the customers got to interact with our bot. So in terms of various channels, WhatsApp, Viber, Instagram, Telegram, so all their day-to-day requests, their queries, everything was resolved from the bot. And again here, one key point to highlight is when we started back in 2019, our user base was around only 10,000 users for a given month. But now we've grown up to around 450,000 to 500,000 at this year itself, and it's still growing as we speak. So that goes on to show that the bot itself has evolved a lot, and we have trained the bot a lot for it to be on this stage. So another key point here is a lot of these telecom operators, they use a chatbot to reduce their operational overheads. A typical contact center would have a certain cost to be incurred in terms of contact center agents. So what a chatbot would do here is ideally automate all those human interactions, and then basically with that kind of a scenario, we have a reduced cost when using chatbots.
Tell us a bit more about ChitChats. How is it different from the other chatbots in the market? And what are some of the use cases it can handle within an operational organization?
Well, Sandali, our chatbot basically operates under multiple domains. Our key area of focus is actually on customer service. In fact, any bot in the industry, their key area of focus will be customer service. So in our bot, we use certain conversational AI to build specific use cases that are built for these telecom operators. So what we'll do here is basically, if I take an example of such a use case, we'll take prepaid industry. Prepaid is actually a lucrative market in Sri Lanka and even in Southeast Asia. And one of the common problems with the prepaid market is the damaged scratch card. So you see a lot of users, they use these top-up cards basically, and these top-up cards tend to get damaged when they scratch. So earlier, how they used to basically handle this query was, they used to call the contact center, and the contact center agent would basically report this or lodge this complaint to their product team and get an alternative reference number down to them. And this was in fact quite time consuming, right? Because you need the top up immediately. What we have done now is we have basically automated that entire flow down in our chatbot. So now a user basically can upload the image of this damaged scratch card on chatbot, and the chatbot is basically able to identify it's a damaged scratch card via Vision APIs, and then it talks to the telecom operator's backend systems and triggers an alternative reference number based on prior authentication. So if you can see, it's a couple of minutes job. So now earlier you had to wait in line for the agent to basically pick up your call, and then you had to wait till the reference number comes back from the product team. But now with the bot, in a couple of minutes, that entire flow is handled. So in customer service bots, we see this kind of a scenario basically. Ideally, it's either complaint lodging or certain requests like what I mentioned before. Our second area of focus is actually on marketing bots. This is typical lead generation. So what we do here is we proactively shoot across messages via social channels and engage the customer to basically purchase a device or a package. So you can use it for any medium. And the entire sales process is basically captured within the bot itself. So that's our secondary area of focus. We have come across a third area of focus. You don't see much, you must have not heard much about this on the industry, but this is something we have trialed out. That's gamification bots. So we are using the bot to kind of interact with the customer. So the customer can play games via the chatbot. They can earn some loyalty points and redeem those loyalty points via the chatbot itself. So you are having that entire journey of the user to redeem the points captured via the chatbot. So that's the third area of focus that we have given. So this customer service, marketing and gamification basically are focused towards customers. But bots actually can be used internally as well. So right now we are initiating HR bots. So that will basically handle all the employee requests. So employees basically, they tend to send emails to the HR, right? Or typically requesting information. And this information sometimes can be quite confidential as well. But now with this HR bot, they will fetch the relevant information down to the user and pass on that relevant information back to the user real time. So we are talking about an efficient process down here with HR bots. So what I mentioned to you were the domains that we operate with. But when it comes to functionalities of a chatbot, right, we're talking about a certain feature list. Like I mentioned before, we operate across multiple channels. So the term omnichannel service basically kind of gives us an indication that the same business flow is being operated in every channel. So you can have a channel of your preference. You might use WhatsApp, I might use Viber, but irrespective of the channel, I get the same experience, right? So that's the omnichannel experience that we provide with the chatbot. Also, we support 155 plus languages with our chatbot. So at the moment, with the telecom operators that we have implemented with, we have supported Sinhala, Tamil, English, Malay, Hindi, and so on. So a customer has their own preferred language to operate with the bot. Another key feature on the ChitChat chatbot is basically on the monitoring dashboard. So we play a kind of a pivotal role in this monitoring dashboard. One thing is we have shared our own experience in terms of how to measure the chatbot effectiveness. That's one thing, right? And the other area is basically we are trying to get the customer's KPIs onboarded as well. So each telecom operator will have their own set of KPIs to measure their chatbot effectiveness. So that also will bring down to the reporting option. So for example, if I say they will use this reporting dashboard to see whether customers have basically left the conversations in the middle, right? Whether they have got frustrated, right? Who has completed a fulfillment? What are the ratings? How many sessions? Who has used what channel, right? The positive feedback, right? So it tracks the entire journey of the user in that bot. So we are able to see all those touch points. So then they use these monitoring dashboard tool stats to basically go and retrain the bot and improve the flow again. So that's why I mentioned that the monitoring dashboard plays a key role, because you need to use those stats to go and retrain your bot and make sure that the customer does not face those scenarios again.
Pradesh, you did mention conversational AI as part of the functionalities of ChitChat. So does that mean that the conversations are more intuitive and the responses are not typical transactional and static-based responses?
Well, Sandali, it's actually a quite common question raised by everyone. So there is in fact a key difference there, right? And chatbots are basically pretty much rule-based, and it operates on a kind of a bounded system. And you have a specific intent and there's a one-shot response for it, right? But if you take humans, we have varied responses, right? My requirements might change, right? So a bot should be able to identify that change of requirement or that switch. So if I take a classic example, we'll take a very basic example, right? A certain balance check, right? So if my balance is quite low, the bot should be able to identify that the balance is low and trigger another response asking for me to top up the account, right? It's a very basic example, but we've done a lot based on typical telco use cases, right? It might be even a certain package change. I will say I need to activate this package, but once I say it, I will again ask saying, sorry, I don't want this package, but I want to activate this package. So conversational AI should be able to identify my switch and respond. So it should be able to respond to varied human responses. That's basically a key difference between conversational AI and a typical rule-based chatbot. And with this, what I would like to also highlight is that we use a certain design principle framework when we are implementing the chatbot. So when we talk to a contact center, like the agent would greet us, they will kind of use a specific tone for us, right? So chatbot also should operate in kind of a similar manner, right? There should be a greeting, there should be a structured menu. You should not be asking too much of repetitive questions, right? Because the customer can get frustrated, right? So you should minimize those things. So we use this framework when we are designing the flows as well.
How do you drive continuous success in operational chatbots? And adding to that, what holds in the future for chatbots?
Well, Sandali, we do operate on a separate business model when it comes to the customers. So especially when we started our journey with the telecom operators with Axiata Group, we actually traveled with them throughout their customer journey. So it was not like a one-time implementation, but we implemented the chatbot and we were with them throughout their journey in identifying what their additional requirements were. Now, one of the key examples is we've come across a new requirement of one of the operators. So what they came across was they are having a hard time trying to train the model. So now they can identify keywords, but they have to every time go and manually train the bot. So now we have developed them a feature where it's a self-learning module. So this particular module gives us all the phrases where the customers have exited conversations, right? Where the customers have been stuck with conversations, and it gives like responses and additional intents being created, where based on that we can automatically feed the NLP engine with all the response categories. So that's one of the features that we have developed for our customers. So how we basically derive continuous success is we want to be with the customers throughout their journey in trying to identify the requirements. One additional thing is, suddenly we also work with multiple partners in the CX industry. So we directly work with omnichannel partners, and especially with social channels like WhatsApp directly. So we want to identify what their roadmap is for the year. And based on that, we want to develop our bot catering to those feature lists as well, so that we can give the newest features to our customers based on the social media channels as well. So that's one key area we focus as well. And moreover, Sandali, we are also focusing on voice bots, right? So chatbot is there, right? But we are right now focusing on voice bots as well. And what I would like to basically say is, our chatbot is not basically limited to the telecommunication industry. I've been giving use cases and examples based on telecom operators because that's how we have implemented our chatbot. But it's not limited to telecommunication industry. Our chatbot is scalable and it's ready to even cater to other industries such as banks, banking industry, manufacturing industry, or retail.
Sounds exciting, Pragesh. The journey so far is quite impressive. We look forward to hearing new initiatives for chit chats in the future.
Thank you, Sandali.
It's always so exciting to launch a new AI product. Thank you to Pragesh and Sonali for taking us to that demo. If you do want to learn more about how our AI products can help you to take your new business to the next level, head over to our website, ADL for more information, or email us at ADL AI Summit at axiatadigital.labs.com.
We have another exciting keynote coming up. Our next speaker will show us how to create and connect the metaverse using NVIDIA Omniverse. Taking us through this topic is Raghu Ganti, Provis Omniverse, NVIDIA AI Enterprise. Raghu is a sales leader with over 17 years of experience guiding and transforming businesses across APAC in the auto, aero, medical, and industrial equipment industries using technology and analytics. He leads the Provis and NVIDIA Enterprise software.
Welcome, Raghu, and over to you.
Great, thanks. Thanks, guys. Hi, good evening, good afternoon, everybody. I'm Raghu, and yeah, let's get started about seeing how to create and get started with Metaverse, right? AI and Metaverse or visualization is in everything that NVIDIA does. Here's a brief video of
I am an explorer.
All the pieces of technology
traveling
that we
across
embrace.
the Atlantic to unlock its mysteries. And back in time to understand the origins of the universe. I am a visionary, bringing sharper focus to researchers. And brilliant clarity to surgeons. I am a healer, making treatments as unique as every patient. And giving new life the chance to thrive. I am a guardian, looking out for dangers around us. And in the depths below. I am a helper, enabling healthier, more sustainable crops. Bringing them to market faster and preparing them for the table. I am a creator, building virtual worlds to help robots learn faster and make our connections stronger. I am even an avatar, and you can ask me any question.
Who made this song?
Ava used artificial intelligence to write this song, and it was recorded by the London Symphony Orchestra. I am AI, brought to life by NVIDIA, deep learning, and brilliant minds everywhere.
So you've seen a glimpse of all the pieces of technology that are possible for this world, the virtual worlds that we are trying to create, right? And this is primarily to enhance our real worlds, as we call it. But what exactly is a metaverse? It's nothing but an evolution of 2D internet. So because you've seen you embrace or use your 2D websites and so on, this natural extension into a 3D world is what we call as metaverse. And these could be independent, and these will all be connected together. And of course, we at NVIDIA using AI and Omniverse are helping people get started with it. But I think I should lay the context of what exactly are the rules for metaverse, right? It is a concept. People can say it's not a real place or anywhere that you can literally go and do something, right? And then it's a network of networks as we look at it. So it's composed of many different worlds that will be connected all across. And of course, as I previously mentioned, it's just a natural extension of our 2D way from 2D to a 3D world. And of course, it's open and nobody owns it, just like your 3D, our internets. Nobody exactly owns this 2D worlds or our metaverse as such. Right. And then, of course, just like you need web developers, content creators, you need the same for people who need to create these metaverse or the 3D worlds as we speak. And these worlds are going to be in hardware independent, and users need to be able to get in using any device, any way possible, not just with HMDs or the VR headsets and so on. So you should be able to rope in, get inside and out using either your laptops, tablets, or any other devices. And it should be open and interoperable, just like you can get on from your cell phone, a website on your cell phone, into a website on your laptop, or vice versa, or on your TV. It should all happen seamlessly. And you might be wondering, where are these? But you might say, hey, the metaverse applications are already there when you look around yourself. When you look at content creation, so you already experience things in 3D fashion. Or when it comes to AR, where people are already deploying applications in augmented reality. Or when it comes down to either perception engines and training in the virtual world using the synthetic data. right? Virtually, you could literally see all applications of metaverse already there across many different industries, be it climate predictions, be it autonomous vehicles or factories of the future, digital twins or 5G network propagation evaluations and so on. But mind you, this metaverse actually requires specific sets of technology. One, it has to be based on open standards. Why? Because nobody owns this metaverse, or nobody should own this. It should be everybody's. Everybody should be able to contribute and be part of that. And then, of course, these worlds should be scalable, because some of the worlds would require to be precision time. That is, when you have a digital twin where it represents exactly what's happening in the real world, in the virtual world, then you need to have precision timing systems. And then these worlds should be real time and physically accurate, because these are worlds that we represent. Of course, some worlds will not have to be accurate physically, because they need not be obeying the laws of physics, but most of the worlds that we build across, right, need to have all the physics that we encounter on Earth. And we also believe these worlds will also need technology. You can't create these thousands different 3D assets and so on, or these worlds using hand, or people cannot sit and create it. Of course, you can refine it, but you would definitely leverage AI to be able to create these worlds in an instant or a jiffy. And very coming to these open standards, so what we believe is something called as an USD. This was developed by Pixar and open sourced in 1995. And this is based on a unique concept called as layering. So, and then it is extensible and it is open source. So people can start creating their assets and connect their existing design creation tools. You don't really have to change anything, but all you need to do is connect your data set to USD, and you're able to create these virtual worlds. And of course, since it's extensible, if there is a feature that's not available, you can always create it, or you can develop it. And of course, there are many other industrial players that are contributing towards creation of this open standard. But what is so unique about this USD format? It's basically sparse and it's non-destructive. So multiple people can collaborate and work on the same engine at the same time. Doesn't matter where you are. You could be spread across the globe, across multiple countries or multiple time zones, but all of us can collaborate at the same time. And as I said before, it's extensible. So you can literally plug in your own data set or your data formats and bring it into these metaverses, because there is very likely that at some point of time, you would have unique tools and pipelines where your data set is unique to your own environment. But if you want to bring it in to this virtual world, you should be able to. And then you should be able to solve or store these across different locations. And this should be file system agnostic. And then, of course, for people to be able to render these worlds in a massive scale, you have generalized pipelines. As long as it's Hydra-based renderers, you could literally stream across and render these massive worlds. We are talking about cities or, even planetary scales. NVIDIA has been investing quite a lot. Of course, there are other industry players as well that are contributing towards it. And as you can see, since 2020, ever since we started working on Omniverse, we've been helping out the world developing or enhancing the capabilities of USD. So, of course, be it in the terms of material definition language, or be it using USD physics, accurate physics, be it CFD, or finite element analysis, and so on. And then we have also introduced geospatial coordinate systems inside that to be able to tag things, and CAD converters to be able to bring in your assets, doesn't matter what format they're in. And of course, we are also talking about integrating it with real-time sensor data so that you can have accurate representations of these digital twins and worlds as we speak. So we built Omniverse to actually help us so that you could create these multiple metaverses or virtual worlds together, right? Be it when you want to create your own custom 3D design scenes, so or be it for operating it. So you could look at it on two different scales, where on your left-hand side, you have people that are creating these content, and these could be, and it could be any different kinds of data, because you could have CAD designers, you could have creative designers, you could have architects and so on, or it could be people on the factory floor who have robotic information or manufacturing information. And the data can be used for multiple different use cases, be it for planning of the factory floors, or be it the ergonomics, how human machine interactions, or even for robot gym, so that you can replicate or you can tell a robot virtually, even before you deploy it, how it has to behave in the real world, thereby eliminating any sort of errors inside that. And once you have aggregated all of this data, you could infuse that with AI, materials, lightings, physics, thereby making sure that this virtual world exactly represents your physical world asset. And of course, these applications are widespread across. Where do we see people using them? Be it your 3D content, 3D applications, or design of goods. So anytime you see open up any e-commerce site, you would have already seen a 3D model of things, and so on. Or be it for digital twins, or and these digital twins could be on a product scale or city scale, and even to a planet scale. We are working on a digital twin of Earth where you could predict the climate changes as it happens, right? And this is a very super big effort that requires a whole lot of people from different countries collaborating. Or we could also use the same worlds. Actually, people are already using them to train their AI models or perception engines, be it in the terms of either robots, or be it autonomous vehicles, or computer vision networks, all of these. And of course, I did hear some of the panelists earlier talk about avatars and so on. These are already there. People are already deploying them. And of course, these could be AI operated, or these also, it could be myself. When I keep talking, it could be an AI, so that it can be agnostic of whom am I speaking to. And we'll see quite a bit of this. So first and fundamental thing for any metaverse that you want to create is to have 3D content. All right, so how do you go about looking at it? So people, these can be spread across different locations, and of course, and using multiple tool sets, whatever they're using. But all of these guys need to be collaborating at the same time to produce these massive metaverse, or virtual world, as we can call it. And of course, infusing that with AI will really help speed in things and help automate tasks. Let's see how some of these technologies in play.
3D design is a complex team sport with different artists, apps, and hardware, often working in different locations. With Omniverse Cloud, it's much easier. Using NVIDIA RTX PCs, laptops, and workstations, designers can work together in real time. And if you don't have an RTX computer, you can stream Omniverse from GeForce Now with just a single click. Let's watch as an architectural design team reviews a project using Omniverse View in a web conference.
All right, right here is the 5th floor patio.
To get a better feel for the lighting, let's see what the space looks like at noon.
Sure.
It's a little sunny. Let's make some adjustments to the trellis.
One sec. How's that?
Much better. Let's see if we can get Teresa on.
Yep, sending that link now.
Hey, you two. Hi. So we did a sun study at midday and decided it needed more shade. What do you think?
Yeah, that looks great. But I still feel like it needs a little more. What if we add some trees?
Yeah, let's get TJ to help with that.
Hi, how can I help?
Hey, TJ, can you add some medium-sized trees in planters near the tables?
Sure, let me add that for you. How does this look?
Nice. But TJ, can we vary the trees, say size and type?
Okay, here you go.
Hey, TJ, let's go to the bar and see what it looks like at night.
You got it.
Yeah, that looks great. I'll send the link out for approval.
Not all worlds will be created by hand. It's simply not.
See you in Omniverse.
It's simply not possible for people to keep creating these huge worlds by hand, right? So you have to be smart enough to leverage some pieces of technology that can literally help you recreate these worlds super fast. And of course, be it using some of the technologies like NERF or using technologies like neural reconstruction. So these are some of these latest technologies that can literally help you recreate these virtual worlds on the fly that look exactly like our physical worlds.
We are supercharging DriveSim with a neural reconstruction engine to enhance simulation with AI and data captured by the fleet. In a matter of minutes, the neural reconstruction engine can reconstruct a full 3D digital twin of a recorded drive from sensor data. Objects are harvested and reconstructed using AI. Large-scale asset and scene libraries are created from real-world drives. The reconstructed scenes and assets are loaded into Omniverse and are ready to use in DriveSim. Using NVIDIA Drive Map, we can place dynamic objects, such as vehicles, as well as pedestrians. Recorded data can now be turned into fully reactive and modifiable simulation environments for closed-loop testing. New scenarios can be authored using synthetic and harvested scenes and assets.
For training your perception
We
engine.
can generate synthetic ground truth data to train perception networks. These authored scenarios can be used for end-to-end testing, including challenging scenarios. NVIDIA DriveSim, powered by Omniverse and AI.
So as you saw, I mean, these are different pieces of technology that will help us create these worlds, right? But again, there's still some other piece missing because these are all static worlds. This could be, if you don't, if you look at it, this could just be like any other video game, right? But again, coming down to replication of our physical world, there is some subtle element that's missing. That is, you still need to be able to connect some of these sensor data to make these alive. So if you are able to add in all, because you're now able to visualize things as realistic as possible, that is a cloth would look like a cloth, a tree exactly like a tree, and with all the reflections, a glass, metals, and so on, because it's we use real-time ray tracing, RTX technology, which we have perfected over the past 30 years. And of course, adding physics to this, because anything that moves has to follow the laws of physics on Earth, right? Newton's laws. So including that. And then, of course, using AI to recreate and enhance these worlds. And of course, when you get the sensor data from the real world, that is physical data, this could be from human interactions, or it could be sensors, or it could be any sort of controllers. So you will have a perfectly synchronized digital twin. And this is where we want, or NVIDIA is looking at enhancing the enterprises. The next one is where I would like to show you how a particular rail network in the Europe is using some of the pieces of technology. That is because you can't look at them individually, but you'll have to get started with the 3D world creation. But yeah, let's have a look at how Deutsche Bahn is trying to use, and of course, these are snippets of digital twins in action. A Deutsche Bahn here. Physics simulation, perception engine training, and this is a virtual world. Or RF planning scenarios on a city scale. a digital twin for customer experiences. Passenger movement and so on. Mixed reality, MR. Factory of the future from BMW. Digital twins are very critical for because a digital twin in itself is a replica is called as a metaverse, right? If I take a digital twin of a city, it's a metaverse of the city. If I were to look at it, a digital twin of a vehicle it's a metaverse, right? So everything is a world of its own. But why is it so important? So digital twins are pretty unique in that they give you people or the enterprises with some sort of superpowers where you can literally jump into a particular location and then visualize what's exactly happening. So to give you a context here, so we have seen one of the largest design plant, right? When you're trying to create a construction or of an asset. So then this was one of the largest in the world where people literally, not everybody can move in. So we had people that could literally teleport using an VR headset into that particular location to visualize these worlds, as we call it. And then it can also give you a chance to go into the past and see what exactly has happened for the particular result that you're experiencing now. Was it the pressure in the valve was low? And that caused this thing to slow down, or what exactly happened, right? Or you can also look into, if you were to give the same kind of throughput right now, what will be the output, final output? So it also gives you an tunnel or a portal where you could literally get into the future. Or it also gives you an opportunity to evaluate the different possibilities or the future outcomes and choose the best conditions that will give you the best possible outcome, right? So it makes you a Superman as we speak. And some of these are already there, some of the scales as we look at it, because you already have product digital twins, because you talk to anybody that manufactures, be it your iPhones or your cars, there is a product digital twin already there. We have people that are talking already about full-scale factory digital twins. I'm not just talking about the CAD models or just the visualization part. Or when it comes to cities, smart cities and city scale digital twins, there are a lot of cities that are looking at or already have started their journey towards it. And then, of course, you will have planetary digital twins as well. NVIDIA, together with its research partners, is already working on at least one of the models of Earth, where we are able to predict what will happen based on predict the different weather scenarios, so that you can optimize your what you call power production, or you're able to predict the extreme events, or you could even predict floodings, etc. So to enhance and improve the lives, right? So now we've looked at digital twins and how to create, how AI as well as humans help create these virtual worlds. And let's look at another piece of the metaverse where everybody was talking about avatars. So these worlds will have people like us in the virtual world traveling across, or it could be NPCs, just what you see in video games. But they cannot be as dumb that you could just have a character that moves around, but rather it will have intelligence at a very high scale as we speak. And of course, these are not all that straightforward, because there are many different pieces of technology that go in, right? Be it, one is, of course, vision. It has to be able to see you and then respond to your facial features as well as expressions and so on. It has to understand. We are looking at text to speech and automatic speech recognition. That is, it has to understand what we speak as well as interpret what we are speaking. And then based on that, it has to be able to search for an answer and retrieve the answer. All of this is on the AI side. But there is also something that goes on to the visualization side, where it has to move or perform the gestures, the facial movement, the eye movement, and all of it, and the body movements, etc., all have to be synchronized with that particular action or the kind of answer that is giving. That is, a sales bot or a sales avatar would be different from a concierge avatar, or it could be different from a teaching avatar. So you would need to have different kinds of gestures and so on. NVIDIA are already driving a lot of this using Omniverse, as we call it. We have a feature called as audio to face, audio to emotion, and audio to gesture. So with just a clip of an audio, it's able to predict how things move and your facial expressions and so on. All right, let's see some of these in action where they're putting it.
Interactive avatars are growing in popularity and use, from providing customer and sales support to marketing tools and teaching aids. But creating interactive avatars is very hard and typically requires expensive equipment, specific expertise, and time-consuming workflows. NVIDIA ACE is a collection of cloud-native AI microservices that make it easier to create, customize, and deploy intelligent and engaging avatars, built on any engine and deployable on any cloud. An interactive avatar needs to understand and communicate with you, from the more common text-driven chatbots that help users with site or subject-specific queries, to real-time, fully animated 3D avatars that can see and hear you. And ACE has all the necessary AI building blocks to bring them to life.
Hi, I am Violet. How can I help you?
This is Violet. She is a fully rigged avatar with some basic animation. To make her interactive, we use NVIDIA's Unified Compute Framework, or UCF Studio, to build a graph of microservices that we can deploy in the cloud. For Violet to be able to hear and talk to us, we include the Riva ASR and TTS components, and we use audio to face to provide the necessary animation. Each microservice component has color-coded inputs and outputs for easy connection and error checking to avoid incompatible connections. We then connect a food ordering dataset to handle customer orders and queries.
Do you have any low-calorie options?
I found these 4 options for low-calorie: market salad, fruit salad, diet cola, and lemonade.
I'd like a market salad, please.
Okay, I have added 1 regular market salad to your cart. What else would you like?
Do you have any orange juice?
I could not find orange juices, but I found a similar item. 1 small lemonade is priced at $2.
I just learned about the lemon slice nebula today.
That's cool.
Please ask me about items in the menu.
Can I have 1 small French fries, please?
Now, let's make Violet smarter. The Tokyo Application Framework comes with a customizable pre-trained natural language processing model. However, we do want Violet to be able to answer questions that don't relate to food orders. To do this, we add a pre-deployed Megatron LLM microservice and update the inference model settings for open domain question answering.
Hello, I am Violet. Ask me anything.
What do you know about the lemon slice nebula?
The Lemon Slice Nebula is a planetary nebula located in the constellation Camelopardalis.
How far is it from Earth?
4,500 light years away.
Let's switch our avatar to one from another engine. For this, we'll use Unreal Engine 5 and MetaHuman to power Violet. All we need to do is go back to UCF Studio and switch the microservice output of audio to face from Omniverse to Unreal Engine. We then relaunch, and now we meet Ultraviolet. And she has all the same intelligent capabilities as the previous Violet.
Hi, I'm Ultraviolet. I'm a digital avatar. I've been brought to life by Avatar Cloud Engine, or ACE for short. Omniverse ACE powers my speech, animation, and intelligence. I can even answer challenging questions using the power of a large language model. Ask me anything.
So apologies, I think the video is lagging, but yeah, perhaps I can share some links later on post this. But you would see that these avatars would be in virtually a lot of different places, as we call it. These could be autonomous driving things on their own, where you can just deploy it and forget it. Fast food centers, or wherever there is a customer service, hospitals, banks, etc. Or these also could be part of the gaming worlds that we look at, where you are, if you are creating a metaverse for a real estate company and so on, you would not want it to be devoid of people, because every time somebody goes in, there should be some folks that would be there for you to interact if you want to add in some sort of gamification, right? Or if it could also be in some sort of web conferencing, where we could literally replace myself with an avatar, which I already try to do it sometimes, using audio to face, or anywhere in the healthcare industry where you want to hide bias or whatever it is, right? So to ensure that you're able to deploy these on a scale to provide the necessary services across. So to conclude, right, of course, these metaverses are already there. It's just the kind of application that you choose to, be it in the kinds of creation of these virtual worlds, environments, or goods, or be it in the terms of digital twins of the scale of industries or factories of the future, etc. Or even for that matter, if you go down to any manufacturing floor, there are already computer vision models that are there to help you either for defect detection or facial recognitions, etc. Or it could be avatars. Of course, we don't really see a lot, but we do see chatbots. The natural evolution of a 2D chatbot is a 3D avatar. So these are already there. So yeah, I'm happy to share across today on these different applications on how you could get started with it. And as I said, Omniverse is a platform for this virtual world creation, providing these different snippets of technology. Thank you.
Formally session, and thank you again for taking time out of your day to join us today. Our final keynote for the day is by Charlotte Patrick, who's going to shed light on how IoT and Edge are changing the telco data landscape.
Charlotte is an independent industry analyst covering the use of analytics, artificial intelligence, and automation by telecommunication companies. She brings 13 years of experience as an analyst at Gartner, 3 years as an independent analyst, and 10 years of practical experience in AT&T, Colt, and Telefonica O2, with a mix of strategic, marketing, and financial skills, which is overwhelming.
Let's hand it over to Charlotte to take us away.
Hi there. Thank you very much for joining me today. My name is Charlotte Patrick. I'm an analyst and I cover analytics, AI and automation for telcos. I'm really aware that I've got a mixed audience here today. Not everybody has a focus on telco, but I'm hoping that the strategy that I have used to look at this topic today will be of interest to everybody. And in particular, I'm looking at what telcos could do with their data now that there is more IoT and edge opportunities coming online. And I have been covering telco data products, that is what they could do with data, and other analytics, AI and automation, which I often refer to as A3 in my presentation. You'll see that sometimes. And I've been doing it for the last 10 years, and it's a really difficult journey for even the best of them, because it's such a complex ecosystem. There are so many data products, so many different regulations, so many different use cases, and it's even when you start to build them, they can be quite difficult to build, and you can end up with a real mix of data products which do not have some of the large revenues that telcos are used to generating from, say, their consumer business. So this is a tricky business. And I'm hoping that the work that I've done will help telcos and other people to think about how they might approach other data opportunities going forward, because there are a variety of things that could be done. So I'm just going to show you my first slide there and talk through what I'm showing here. So the diagram shows the original area that telcos have been working in when you think about data and analytics for telcos. That's the top one. And it says BSS CRM, and it's really about customer aggregated and anonymized customer data. With other analytics, AI and automation added in and perhaps some location to provide products for their customers. But there are then new areas. So moving to the right on the diagram, there is data from the network and the OSS. And this is much more, although not completely associated with IoT and edge, but more associated with that. And the data can be used for control and management, for the automating of networks, and a variety of things that I want to talk through today. Then on the left-hand side, you've also got the opportunity for telcos to add in more algorithms or other kind of intelligence and other products such as image recognition, natural language processing, text analytics. There's a variety of things that could be added on top of this. And then also a question mark, if you are going to offer these sorts of products and it's going to be as a service of some sort, what about adding in other data products, whether that be infrastructure or management products, governance, privacy, security, all sorts of different things. Question mark, are they an opportunity as an add-on to the product that you are creating? Yeah, it's a complex scenario, because as shown by the kind of Venn diagram look, they can actually be mixed together. It slightly depends what one wants, and in order to do this, think about it correctly and to create some good strategies, I think you need to look at it holistically. So I have a spreadsheet. It has about 300 use cases, and each of these use cases is split by vertical and by the sorts of activities. So I've tried to think through each vertical and think about kind of the major things that could be done. And when you look at each one of these use cases on the spreadsheet, you begin to see that they fall into buckets of vertical requirements. There are just certain things that you need in one vertical that you also need in another. And I've started to kind of group them together, and the basic material I'd like to show you today is to talk through those groupings. And what the groupings are supposed to do is allow somebody to think about, who's trying to think through a full strategy, right? Okay, these are the sorts of things if you're going to look for things that you could do with data or with A3 or with managed data management products, say, well, you know, these are how you should mentally think about them, because each of these kind of groups have similar requirements. And so I hope that by doing this is kind of just a shorthand way of thinking about them. Then, of course, once you've thought about the different vertical requirement groups, suddenly there is this complexity of, you know, what products and services could be offered to each of these groups of users. And the answer is, well, it's not exactly a one-to-one relationship. So I'd like to show you a little bit about my thinking there as well, to try and kind of help your strategic thinking, I guess. So getting going, I would like to show you, these are my user requirement categories. There's 9 of them. I am going to talk through, although it's never good presentation style to talk through each one individually because it's kind of boring. Actually, there's so much detail here. When I was looking at them, I just went, I've really got to speak about each of them individually, and I wanted to show you a use case for each of them to give you a mental picture of the sorts of things that are going on in each of the use cases. So starting off with the monitoring and control. So this is a set of data services around the management of, it could be processes, it could be machinery, it could be applications. Those are typically your 3 buckets. It includes the collection and usage of data for things like performance management, fault management, automation, those kinds of things. There are also newer concepts such as the collaboration between machines or collaborative learning between multiple machines. We see a little bit, there's more coming down the line, and they have all sorts of data opportunities. And then there are subcategories inside of this monitoring and control bucket. One of them is the management of remote locations, which for telcos has an additional set of capabilities on top of it. And also the management of mission critical capabilities, which require more things around connection and the ability to keep those connections up, and the sorts of data that comes off. The mission critical can be, you know, a very specific subset of requirements. So to give you an example of the sorts of things that the telcos are doing, this is an example. Oh, and by the way, I've put URLs at the bottom of each so that you can go and look at more detail of the case studies, because I'm going to whiz through them pretty quick. But Here we're looking at a case from a remote monitoring solution case from AT&T, and it includes the installation of several thousand energy conservation measures within a remote location or set of remote locations. They modify and manage the discharge of air set points, the installation of variable frequency drives, and the repairing and enabling of economizers and dampers in an environment. Utility meter data was integrated into the tool, enabling the teams to demonstrate energy saving successes. And in addition, the data was leveraged to develop machine learning capabilities on the largest sites. The ML made recommendation on key attributes, and they were provided every 15 minutes, enabled the facility to be optimized based on changing building loads and weather conditions. And it's also allowed damaged and malfunctioning sensors and other faults to be identified and provided detailed diagnostic information on alarms. So you're getting there a use case there around remote control and remote monitoring. In particular, it could be a variety of different scenarios, but that's my first use case for you. Moving back to look at the diagram and really talking about next sensors and images. So this is another monitoring and control use case essentially, but this time involving the collection of data from a range of IoT sensors, including air pressure, light, vibration, motion and flow sensors, those sorts of things. It also includes devices collecting things like image data and analysing them, so image recognition, facial recognition, and devices used for tracking, so RFID telematics are also included here because although they're quite different and have different verticals, they have the same sorts of requirements for data products. And other devices capturing different types of data, say biometrics for humans. I've actually categorized them in other areas of this diagram here because they fit better with the usages. So you'll see some sensors coming up again. And the major subcategories here include future use cases such as where we've got sensors that have a high degree of accuracy. So for telcos with the arrival of 5G Advanced and 6G, we are likely to see sensors that can do different things. So they're kind of subcategories, but for the most part here, we're talking about IoT data from sensors. And to give you an example, we have here a drone solution providing continuous monitoring that can track growth of plants in using computer vision, wireless networking and sort of specialist analytics solutions, and they capture plant data down to the pixel level. The drones pass by these trays of plants and they aim a high resolution camera at the leaves in search of anything out of the ordinary. So we're talking about yellow spots or uneven growth areas, abnormal leaf sizes, stem lengths, and other issues. This is a Nokia and Bell Labs use case, and they note that this type of solution could also apply to other large indoor facilities like factories, warehouses and distribution centres, requiring inspection, inventory control and process optimization needs. So here, yeah, again, this is about sensors and imaging data and bringing that data back to a central point. Moving on a little and going to number 3, we're moving away from monitoring control and images and so forth and looking at moving objects. So here I have noticed that almost every moving object requires a more or less similar set of data services. So the category is broken down into specific subcategories. So we've got vehicles on the move. This is more traditional telemetry to track and monitoring them, mostly about commercial vehicles. We've got autonomous vehicles requiring management, remote operations and coordination, so V2V and V2X. And it could be private, passenger, commercial vehicles, different types of vehicles. We've also got other things that move like drones and robotics that require management, remote operations and coordination. They also require communications between them or can also have quite specialist requirements such as the control of robots which perform very precise movements. So slight difference in robots and robots versus other types of moving objects, but some similarities. And then the tracking of other objects. So if we've got RFID, or we've got other tracking solutions, monitoring things that are just moving. So it could be stuff moving in a retail or warehouse setting, or it could be cargo on the move. And all of these sorts of moving objects have similar kinds of data requirements. And here I've got an example from a test and management, test and assurance company, Spirent here, and they are looking at specific data products for drones. So the Global Navigation Satellite System provides positioning, navigation and timing services for drones, and it's used to ensure safe flight. However, the service is not 100% accurate. And so the Spirent product provides a forecast for a flight path to provide best case, worst case, and 90th centile predictions across the path. They also provide a forecast service in spaces where there's buildings or obstructions which might interfere with the GNSS. And it basically provides second by second prediction to enable flights to use GNSS safely to meet all of their navigation needs. So here we're talking about obviously very specific data services for drones, but these sorts of things occur across the moving objects category. There's all sorts of opportunity for data services. Moving back to my diagram and looking at number 4, autonomous networks. So this is more of a telco-centric kind of use case, I guess. And here I'm talking about the TM Forum definition of telcos as a service or as a platform, creating autonomous networks for vertical industries, which are going to need quite complex networking. And areas of uses, smart city, manufacturing, autonomous vehicles and utilities. Use cases provide things like capabilities such as zero weight, zero touch, zero trouble solutions. So here it's talking about the creation of autonomy and in various different parts of the network. And they all require different data services from the telco. And to give you an example, so here, the vendor here is Vantic, and it's working with telco SoftBank to build capabilities in a city in Japan. They integrated 19 different technologies, including IoT sensors, so cameras and crowd detectors, smart signage detecting gender, age and location, and security systems as well, to enable a test ground for experimentation around various city functions. And they're really wide ranging. So food delivery, security monitoring, personalized billboards, automated cleaning and public transportation. And this required real-time data integration to allow 7 different algorithms, 8 different cameras and sensors, and 4 different web services to communicate. And there was also ingestion analysis of incoming streaming data for interactive restaurant booking, touchscreen maps, and personalized advertising billboards. So a real mix of capabilities. It also included edge compute, so where there were privacy implications, non-important data was sent over the network, but PII was not sent to centralized servers. So there was a need for other data services there. So as you can see, when we think about networks, there's just a lot of coordination capabilities for the networks, and also assurance as well, the ability to know what's happening and to find faults. So quite a busy area for a telco this in future when it comes to data services. Going on to number 5 now, so people analytics. This category has been the most active for the telcos in the last 12 years or so. Most of the use cases use telco data around the customer from the billing systems, augmented with location data. And it provides views of customer segmentation, demography and movement within a geographic space as well. So there's a use of data mostly from mobiles, although not specifically only from mobiles. And the need for location data, interesting, was used in 54% of all use cases across all of these categories. And I say that because it's interesting to me what an important piece of the puzzle around data products location is. And it's most mature in the people analytics category. I have an example here for you from vendor Carto. They developed a location-based dashboard to help those companies involved in electric vehicle charge stations to plan and monitor the most optimal location for the charge stations. So this site planning and monitoring tool allows staff to first of all monitor site performance across their network, to compare site performance and identify new potentially high performing sites, to look at competitor sites, so users can drop a pin anywhere in the map, and then they're presented with predictions on the performance of potential charging points in that location. So this is using telco data about the types of customers and those which might have electric vehicles, and it gives you a potential insight into the market and also in a particular area, the competitors in that area and potential revenue generating opportunities. And you can also use it to predict the success of future sites. So quite an interesting set of use cases that telcos are quite involved in, because you can do some interesting stuff with it. Then moving backwards and just looking at, so I have 4 categories left, and the next one, number 6, thing analytics. So most of the use cases in this diagram that are around IoT and data products are kind of 1, 2, and 3, and 4 potentially. But number 6 is kind of a set of small and rather eclectic mix cases that use a mix of use cases that are outside any of those bigger categories. Examples include the addition of data about IoT usage and behaviour into trading decisions in the financial sector, or the monitoring of vehicles involved in road accidents for decision making by insurance companies. So as you can see, it's just this really broad category of things that don't fit anywhere else, but are about monitoring insight about things and then doing something with it. For telcos, it's a sort of minor. Some of them are useful, and some of them possibly are not. But I do think that one needs to bundle all of them together in one place so that they can be found when you're kind of doing your strategy on all of this. Like to move on now and just go to human focused things, number 7. So this is the least mature of the 9 categories and contains a group of capabilities which could be loosely defined about being focused on the human. It includes all device and applications to augment the human, whether mentally or physically. So lots of future focused stuff there. Also the area of virtual reality, augmented reality, mixed and extended reality. Plus any sensors which are used by humans. So there are a range of biosensors here and also medical monitoring. It's not particularly clear to me how telco products and data could be used here. Many of the use cases require ultra reliable low latency connections as a starting point, and perhaps telco data services could be added on top. But the feasibility and size of the market is a little bit hard here for me. So when you see one of my further slides later on about the opportunities for telcos, I would say perhaps as 6G starts to arrive in the 2030 timeframe, it might become clearer what's available here. But for me, it's a way of categorizing things that have a similar human focus and just say, look, kind of these are quite difficult and need to be thought about separately. Number 8 is complex data chains. This use case relates to the observation that telcos may be one of the only parties that have end-to-end visibility of a stream of data as it traverses organizations or international boundaries. This data might also have requirements such as being ultra high volume or velocity as we go into kind of the 6G, 5G, advanced 6G area, which might require additional specific capabilities. It's hard to be specific about exactly which use cases fall into this category, but some likely candidates have been identified to provide kind of a starting point when thinking about this. So the sorts of things that one might think of when one's looking for opportunities, well, first of all, actually, you have to think about what the telco's contracted to do. Are they providing managed services? Because if they are, then you've got a much more opportunity to do things with the data. So then, but also, you know, does the end-to-end movement of data in this particular use case go over international boundaries? If so, then that's an opportunity. Or perhaps does it go over between different parties? So does it end at different customer sites? Or does it go to a second party partner, or does it even go to a third party site of some sort? And these, once you start to think about them, may have opportunities because the telco can see across these boundaries. Some activities have already been seen from the larger telcos. For example, Orange discussed the deployment of data meshes in their customer environment and suggest that we could see more telcos looking at capabilities in this area. However, it's likely to be the larger telcos who are really into the idea of doing stuff with data and have the technical capabilities. When thinking about data value chains, I wanted to go slightly onto a side point and show you what is, I apologize, a difficult and very detailed diagram. And what I wanted to talk to here is that when one is thinking about what products could be provided to support any of these 9 use case categories, it's necessary to think across everything to do with data and services and analytics and AI and all sorts. So how I think about this is, first of all, I think about a value chain. That is the set of arrows at the top. First of all, I think through, so what sort of data generation could be provided by a telco. It could be their own data, it could be a second-party data, they could be doing something with their customers' data, it could be third-party data, they could be bringing that in, or they could be specifically, I've called it gathered data, gathering data that they wouldn't normally capture in their own systems, but they might be able to, for example, sensor data that's on a cell site. So there are kind of these other little opportunities. We go through other question marks. Is there any local processing? By local here, probably I mean edge of some sort. What about the transport? Probably is for a telco, transport opportunities. And then what about, is there anything that could be done from in a central processing location? What could be done there? What about data management, privacy, security, those sorts of services? And then far-end processing tends not to be something that a telco will get involved in, but it is part of thinking through a data product from end to end. And then lastly, exposure and monetization. To what extent is there a platform that the telco could provide? And that may be just an API, it may be a visualization platform of some sort, maybe something more complicated and specific like an advertising platform, or it could be part of, I don't know, an asset management platform. There could also be, as you go down that far right-hand column, the ability to put and offer a data science platform or some sort of edge analytics platform. And there could also, of course, be data expertise put on the end of it. What is the need and the ROI around offering consultancy or training and education? I haven't talked through a lot of the middle of this, but if you are interested, hopefully you'll either be able to get a copy of the slide or you could take a screenshot. It tries to help somebody to think through what happens in sort of specific scenarios, what other products happen. So I'm going to just talk very quickly about row that's labelled E, Insight for Moving Objects. So what you get here is not only some more general data products, but some more specific projects data products that relate to that category about moving things moving objects. You've got performance management and fault management. You've got very specific things like situational awareness, collision avoidance, mapping capabilities, traffic management capabilities. So there are, if you like, specific use cases and products that could be created within one of those 9 categories as well. So one needs to think quite laterally. And my hope is that my clients will be able to pick this up and kind of work their way through what they might provide, because it is quite a mind-boggling kind of a view. So moving backwards, just to talk through again the last of the categories before I finish up and just show you a couple of last slides. So A3 products, this is the last of my categories, and this includes all analytics, AI and automation. Has not been provided in one of the other 8 categories. Examples are usually standalone analytics or intelligence packages providing specialist capabilities. For example, a solution which provides analytics for risk management. This category has a diverse range of A3 products inside of it. Some telcos are already quite mature in their product offerings here. For example, the offering of speech recognition within a chatbot for an enterprise contact center to enrich contact center product offerings that they have. Others are less mature, so sentiment and emotion detection, probably not somewhere that a telco would wish to do, but on my list of things they could do. So I'm quite cautious when it comes to thinking about the opportunity here. They tend to be very specific, and the problem with specific solutions, of course, is how do you productize them? But there are plenty of applications where specific kinds of intelligence might be something, particularly if the telco is doing it for themselves already, they might like to take that and monetize it with their customers. And it also, of course, it's worth saying that it probably needs some specialist partners and things to work on it. In fact, you see a variety of examples already out there with specialist parties. I guess that really concludes. I'm hoping I've been clear, because there's a lot. This is a big kind of amorphous number of things that could be done. And what I'm really trying to say is that when thinking through this strategy at a top level, one needs to categorize things, because it enables you to think more clearly about the market in general and what products you might create. So I'm going to use my last 5 minutes just to talk through a final diagram. So I took all 300 vertical use cases out of my spreadsheet, and first of all, I added up I did some adding up. I tagged each of my vertical use case with one of the 9 categories. So you will see, if you look at the diagram, hopefully you'll see 1 to 9 on there. I tagged each of my use cases with either one or more of these categories. And then I added them up to get the number of requirements. So as you can see, number 5, people analytics, which is obviously the place where telcos have been playing for the longest, has probably the most opportunities in different verticals use cases. Then on the y-axis, this shows the percentage of these use cases which are perceived to have a reasonable feasibility for the successful creation of telco data products. What you'll see is this feasibility is a set of scoring, and for each of my 300 use cases, I say, so what use case would it benefit from telco data? Because obviously for me and for my clients, if there's telcos could use their data, then that's increases the feasibility and interest of that use case. Is a specific telco product needed? So will telcos need to go away and develop a new platform to do something? And if so, how hard is that going to be? What about the privacy implications, both for the telco and for the potential customer? Because specific sets of regulations make use cases just a lot longer. They take a lot longer to create. And do telcos already have products in the market? If the telcos do, then feasibility-wise, that obviously makes it a lot more feasible. And so what you'll see, the outcome of the exercise concluded that the areas with the most opportunity, so top right, remain the more traditional telco data services around provision of customer insight, and the higher potential for deployment of sensors and other IoT devices, things like video cameras, also provide just a really high number of potential opportunities, of which a good number could, I think, have telco data opportunities, especially where the telco is offering a full platform or somehow quite comprehensively involved and not just transporting the data. The moving objects opportunity on the left is less individual use cases, because it really only covers verticals such as transportation. So when I add up the number of requirements, there's just less requirements. But it's also thought to have very specific needs for data services. So I've given it a reasonably high feasibility score. And then the group of opportunities in that top left hand, they tend to be more limited in the number of use cases from which that could be created, and also kind of pretty nascent as well. So it makes the number of immediately feasible use cases more limited. And then lastly, we've got 2 in the bottom left-hand quadrant. So A3 products, so that's individual analytics, AI and automation products. algorithms that a telco could create. There's a few specific requirements, and I would tend to see telcos occasionally creating these specific algorithms, but I just there's a lot less of them and a lot less feasible. And then of course my human focused category, I can't quite decide what to do with things in there, so it didn't get very high scoring this time. And that is basically what I'd like to tell you today. I hope it's been of some use. I guess really I was trying to say, look, you need to think through from a strategic perspective in groups of capabilities so you don't miss opportunities in different verticals. And then you need to do a bit of a big and complex crosstab about the sorts of products that you could provide using that rather complicated diagram. So thank you very much for listening today, and I hope that that has been of some interest. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Charlotte, for that eye-opening and insightful session.
So before we go into the next session, which is going to be really interesting, and we are going to kick off to see who are the winners, let's go in for a quick break.
Like never before, we have faced the circumstances with a hard time. Many businesses have shut down, and the world turns to the way that it has never used to be.
The COVID-19 pandemic has brought about massive changes to the global economic and social environment. ICT technologies has become a key factor for governments and enterprises to quickly respond to the new normal. I would like to pay tribute to all IP network engineers. You are the cornerstone of the enterprise digital transformation. You are the heroes behind the scenes. In the post-pandemic era, enterprise digital transformation and cloudification are accelerating. Huawei.com will collaborate with more customers to carry out innovative design and in-depth service cooperation to lead the development of intelligent IP network.
According to COVID-19 pandemic, the university policy announced to stop our classes on campus. This reason because all university in Thailand, specifically SWU, has been seeking to finding out the solution for solving these main problems.
At times like this, to make everyone get connected has never been more important.
Over the past year, COVID-19 has been an enormous challenge for the world, with people's daily lives turned upside down. Work from home, video conferencing, and distance learning have all become familiar and commonplace. Of course, the switch from offline to online has strained networks.
According to the IDC survey, more than 50% of enterprises put digital transformation at the core of their future enterprise strategies. The enterprises have entered the new normal. Working from home instead of center business. Remote working, cloud-based working, video collaboration become the essential tools of business.
This Smart Campus initiative would make it possible for UiTM campuses throughout the whole nation to be equipped and ready for the future, using Huawei technological and technical expertise, which will then be implemented through digital solutions at UiTM campuses nationwide.
The epidemic has accelerated the cloudification of enterprises, increasing the demand for cloud management.
Today's Huawei portfolio has grown significantly, establishing itself as a market leader in Wi-Fi 6.
We have also started using Huawei Wi-Fi 6 technology in our offices, and it has proven to have a better experience. Huawei is a company with great R&D strength.
As a result, during the COVID-19 pandemic, digital disruption had been concerned among all business and education campus. Therefore, to finding the advanced solution for adjusting the serious point, we would have to be able to cooperate with the global reliable partners.
Our work has proved that we keep going to make today for better tomorrow.
As an internet service provider, Converge has worked with its strategic partner Huawei to optimize its own network and affirm its commitment to providing better network services for the people of the Philippines.
Thank you to the engineer hero to keep us stay connected through digital transformation. That changes a lot of our daily life. It's a major disruption by increasing data network, upgrades infrastructure, and redefine the future of business.
We will continue to invest in our team and look forward to expanding our partnership with Huawei.
I'm impressed by Huawei's service, which is responsive and can guarantee continuous supply even in such critical period.
In the recent COVID-19, we have seen how Huawei is committed to support the community by supporting Broadway with their technology. We are really appreciative of what Huawei has done.
Both STE and Huawei, we stepped forward and built some of the enterprise system that we have at the community isolation facilities at Singapore Expo in the nation fight against COVID-19 pandemic. So thank you, Huawei.
In the Asian Pacific region, Huawei have always worked with customers and partners side by side to overcome problems. Thank you, all of you, for joining our IP Club webinar this year. Huawei Intelligent IP Solutions has built a strong engagement with industries. Let's march into the future with Huawei IP.
Through digital transformation, we will make sure that you always get connected.
In the late 5th century AD, King Kashyap sought protection upon this monolith in central Sri Lanka. The monolith was converted to an incredible rock fortress suited for luxury, comfort, and security. The layout of Sigiriya is astounding, with a perimeter moat, extensive gardens, bathing pools, and a grandiose palace on top of the rock. The fortress is built in line with modern vertical living, with vistas, rooftop pools, recreation space, and fortified security. An incredible feat of ancient engineering is the water supply system that provided water from ground level to the palace nearly 200 meters above. Come experience the wonder of the Sigiriya Rock Fortress, which is a UNESCO World Heritage Site. Sigiriya, a glimpse from the past of the habitats of the present and future.
Curiosity makes us seek knowledge. We search for more in the unknown. In a world where everything is connected, the digital economy is booming. Technology is creating vitality. This is where I came into being. I feel the pulse of the city, observe the frantic vehicles, see the bustling crowds, and hear every sound. I connect city elements, accelerate sharing and collaboration, bridge the information divide, and empower all industries. I never stop thinking. Increase efficiency with technologies and bring intelligence everywhere. I grow with the city and keep evolving to unlock near unlimited potential with stable operations. I make this city a better place to live. In this city, services are people-centric. City management is more transparent. The business environment keeps improving. The industrial economy is booming. Education is no longer restricted by time and space. Telehealth is available anywhere. Transportation is more convenient. And people live in harmony with nature. I am City Intelligent Twins. I ignite intelligence with technology and bring digital to every household.
Now it's finally time to announce the much awaited winners for day 1 and day 3 of the podcast series, as well as the winners from today's AI Forum quizzes.
If you've been following along from the very start of the AI Summit, you know that we've held an AI quiz on each day where you can answer a simple AI and Metaverse related question and stand a chance to win amazing prizes from our sponsors.
Our sponsor for day 1 and day 3 podcast series was Dell Technologies in partnership with the authorized distributor Pinnacle. And they are giving away 4 amazing items to our lucky winners. Number 1, a 27-inch video conferencing monitor, a premier wireless ANC headset, a smart speakerphone, and last not but least, a 4K ultra-sharp webcam.
Those are some amazing prizes. And as you know, today's AI Forum sponsor Huawei is giving away a brand new Huawei MateBook Series laptop for the lucky winners of today's quiz. Thank you to both Huawei and Dell Technologies authorized distributor Pinnacle for all your support.
And now, it's finally time to announce the winners. Without further ado, let us roll out the red carpet. Sukumar Kavishan from Sri Lanka. Congratulations to you.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, Sukumar.
Receiving the same exciting bundle of gifts is our lucky winner for day 3. Let's roll out the red carpet again. And the winner from Sri Lanka is Ushani Indunil Vidanage. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And finally, to the lucky winners of today's AI Forum question 1. Let's roll the drum, please. It's none other than Prasanta Bhattacharya from Singapore. Congratulations to you.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
And the very final winner for today's AI Forum quiz is... Congratulations to Danushka! Yay, congratulations!
Thank you very much.
Congratulations to all our winners. Those fabulous products are on their way to you.
Once again, thank you Huawei and Dell Technologies authorized distributor Pinnacle for these fantastic prizes. As we wind up for the day, we'd like to invite our very own CEO, Tushara Kaudawatha.
Tushara is a global technology and business leader with over 2 decades of experience in software product development and consulting for leading multinational corporations around the world. After taking the CEO position at ADL in 2019, he has grown our young organization from a team of 200 to a team of 1,300 IT professionals spread across 3 countries. Let's take a look now at the impact that Tushara has had on Axiata Digital Labs.
Imagine a technology partner invested in your dreams, where we take the time to understand your aspirations and give you the opportunity to transform them into reality through disruptive innovation. We are Axiata Digital Labs. We are a team of IT professionals, data scientists, cloud solutions specialists, creative design engineers, spanning 7 global offices. We are enriching the lives of over 500 million people. We have successfully delivered projects globally, specializing in digital telco solutions, mobile money, fintech, IoT, AI, machine learning, data analytics, and self-care solutions. Using our expertise and domain knowledge, we have helped challenge the norms of industries and rewrite the rules of engagement. We provide our customers with agility. We provide them future-ready products now. Axiata Digital Labs, advancing digital life.
Very good afternoon to everyone. Hope you had a very fulfilling day, learned a lot from the industry experts. Thank you very much for the organizing committee and Axiata Digital Labs team throwing up this fantastic platform for our multinational global leaders coming and sharing their views and also enriching the businesses to look at what the possibilities are with AI, and then again the theme around the metaverse. If you look at ADL from the inception, our main vision was to look at how we can take our enterprises with a vision of AI first. Anything that you do, is there a place for AI in terms of enriching your solution to our enterprise clients? It was more like a main goal. The industry is moving very fast, and we are living with abundance of data, and how we can leverage this abundance of data to create very meaningful insights to our businesses to create both top line and the bottom line. When you are looking at that, it's not about tools, it's not about how we do. It's about, again, how we really apply our knowledge and the methodologies and the capabilities all together, creating meaningful solutions to our enterprises. With 1,300 people we have today, most of these people are actually aligned to the vision of how we can make any enterprise AI first ready. Yeah. So with that, we know that the metaverse is coming in, how we can take our journey and creating a story that our users are accepting and kind of adopting to kind of deliver services or even receiving services through this new technology. Lot of our enterprises today are struggling to how to accelerate this digital transformation. Or maybe at least, if not struggling, at least actually they have a journey that they have to really fulfill within a very short time period. So what we are thinking is this enterprise agility have to be there from the day one. If you don't have that agility, then again taking some of this digital solution to the market is very costly affair, because you are trying to do things in a very short time span and then again sustain for the next set of months or the years. Now, set of products and the platforms that we have created, in that mind, how we can create that enterprise agility to our enterprises. ADL DTE, which is a world award-winning product, has bundled a lot of capabilities how we can accelerate your AI journey. And then keep in mind the metaverse is real. How we can really get together, consolidate all our learnings, all our knowledge, and all our people to support our enterprises, our primary goal. Thank you very much for all the speakers and the sponsors coming together and creating a vibrant environment, and a lot of learning opportunities are created for our people and to the industry is phenomenal. Within this short time span, we learn a lot. Thank you, the team behind this fantastic event. I hope coming days and so maybe tomorrow you learn a few more, and I'm inviting all of you to take part in that, share your knowledge and learn together and grow together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tishera, for those insights. And that's our show. We hope you enjoyed day one of the ADL AI Forum. The AI Forum is back tomorrow at the same time with more fantastic speeches and discussions from today's leading AI experts.
If you missed out on any of today's sessions or want to share these amazing sessions with your friends and colleagues, head over to our YouTube channel for all the VODs. We had an amazing day taking you through the AI Forum today. Hope you had the same too. Looking forward to have you tomorrow on our second day. Until then, signing off is Eric
and Liara.
Thank you for tuning in. Take care and have a good day.
Good night.